Chapter 131. Spirit Stones and Spirit Talisman. Another more popular method was to use something called spirit stones as a form of currency in business transactions among cultivators to buy and sell goods. As the name implies, a spirit stone is a type of stone that was full of the world's spiritual chi. The amount of spiritual chi accumulated in the spirit stone is a huge supplement for cultivators. If a cultivator absorbed the spiritual chi within the spirit stone during meditation as he cultivated, his speed of cultivation would reach astonishing rates. After all, the scattered spiritual chi that a cultivator would have to absorb and refine by himself was quite different from having pure, refined spiritual chi next to him that he could absorb and refine as he wished. However, this was not a spirit stone's greatest effect. The most important usage of the spirit stone was for magic techniques and to set up a formation spell. Whether or not a high-grade formation spell succeeded and was effective, it all depended upon the effectiveness of the spirit stones used. A good spirit stone would not only guarantee the success of the formation spell, it would also increase the power dramatically. However, the amount of spirit stones used for magic techniques was far above the utility of formation spells. This was because a cultivator had to rely on his own magic power cultivation to determine the grade and effectiveness of the magic technique he wanted to execute. Since it was almost impossible to rely on oneself and use a high-grade magic technique, spirit stones became the best magic power amplification object. If a cultivator cast a very powerful magic spell while holding a spirit stone in his hand, the spiritual chi within the spirit stone would continuously replenish the cultivator's loss of magic power during magic casting. In this manner, it was able to support magic techniques one would originally be unable to use. Therefore, the spirit stones had become the best option for cultivators to gain the upper hand and win from a position of weakness. They were also the best strength recovery tonic after magic power was greatly depleted, and would increase one's chances of survival during a fight by leaps and bounds. Spirit stones have so many uses and amazing effects, so naturally the value for a spirit stone rose as well. But because of the vast consumption of the spirit stones, along with the excessive exploitation and continuous decline of their veins, spirit stones had gradually become a precious luxury good in the present day of the cultivating world. In short, it became a cultivator's optimal safeguard for business transactions and the only circulating monetary currency. Furthermore, there was even a collaborative decision on the detailed differentiation on a spirit stone specifications and grade. Spirit stones were graded into 4 grades according to the amount of spirit power they contained. The 4 grades comprised of low-grade spirit stone, mid-grade spirit stone, high-grade spirit stone and ultra-grade spirit stone. In addition, according to the different attribute of spirit power spirit stones stored, they could also be categorized into the 5 elements: metal spirit stone, wood spirit stone, water spirit stone, earth spirit stone, and fire spirit stone. Moreover, there are also rarely seen spirit stone attributes such as wind, spirit stone and thunder spirit stone. But those spirit stones were very rare. These kind of extremely precious items like spirit stones, Hanli don't even possess a single piece of it. He admitted that he did not have any sort of goods on him to use for an exchange. Hence from the start, he had intentions to widen his horizon, so he looked around without any restraint and continued his journey. Even though Han Li's appearance was indifferent and calm, the items at the vendor's stalls made his heart stir and greatly envious. Ignoring the rest of the items, even the plain white talisman paper that every vending stall offered was subject to his attention. Despite the fact that this object was very common, it was currently what Han Li needed the most. Even though Han Li still did not know the meaning of the level or grade of this talisman paper and what specific difference it had, he knew that with his present power, the elementary low-grade talisman paper was definitely enough for him to fully execute the Soul Lock talisman. Therefore, if he could acquire a few talisman papers, he could immediately use one more type of magic spell, instantly increasing his strength quite a bit. Of course, other than the talisman paper, there was a rich variety of spirit talismans such as Thunder Fire Talisman, Fire Dragon Talisman, and the Huge Force Talisman. All of these caused Han Li to be rather tempted. While Han Li was still standing in front of an unassuming vendor's stall, he saw a spirit talisman that was exactly the same as the Taoist paper talisman that released a golden barrier, which he owned. Beside it, a signboard clearly wrote, Guardian Talisman, Metal Elementary Mid-Grade Defensive Spirit Talisman, worth 9 low-grade spirit stones. Han Li had shopped at many vending stalls, so he had come to understand the prices of these Taoist paper talisman. 1 low-grade spirit stone could buy a dozen elementary low-grade plain white talisman paper. But fully refined elementary low-grade Taoist paper talismans, depending on the different types of magic spell, were sold separately for 2 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. As for the elementary mid-grade spirit talisman, promptly translating a few could sell for 6 to 10 spirit stones. Moreover, defensive spirit talisman were more expensive than offensive spirit talisman. As Han Li himself had the same type of object, he naturally wanted to take note of it. After carefully examining Stahl's guardian talisman, Han Li discovered the other talisman's spiritual chi was much better than the one he kept in his bosom. It was clearly a new product that has not yet been used, but he reckoned that his worn and old product could only be sold at 1/3 of its price at best. Coming to this conclusion, Han Li laughed bitterly. It seemed that among cultivators he was still a pauper. He couldn't help but to touch the article he had on him. Suddenly, he jolted when he remembered that he had a spirit talisman inscribed with a picture of a small sword in his bosom. Although he still didn't know the name of the talisman, Han Li believed that this talisman was worth more than the guardian talisman. When he thought of this, Han Li began to pay close attention to every vendor, taking note to see whether the same Taoist paper talisman with the picture of a small sword was being sold. Unfortunately, after going around so many stalls, he still did not see a similar product. Instead, at an area with 5 to 6 cultivators gathering around, Han Li found someone selling an elementary high-grade spirit talisman. The signboard beside the spirit talisman wrote, "Soaring Sky Talisman, Wind Attribute Elementary High-Grade Flying Type Spirit Talisman, price is at 30 low-grade spirit stone or exchange for consolidation type pill medicine of equal value." The moment Han Li saw the signboard, his heart was startled. After going around many stalls, this was the first elementary high-grade spirit talisman that Han Li had seen. He couldn't help but to attentively view it. As expected, that spirit paper talisman's spiritual chi was astonishingly rich, unlike all the previous low-grade and mid-grade spirit talisman he inspected in the other stalls. A huge barefooted horse-faced man who was standing around and viewing the talisman was unable to restrain himself and asked, "20 pieces of spirit stones, are you willing to exchange?" The stall's owner was a capable and vigorous youth. He used his hand and pointed to the signboard, then paid no heed to that person any longer. "It's only a flying type talisman. It's not even an offensive or defensive spirit talisman. 20 pieces is more than enough." The horse-faced man made a bid mention, dissatisfied. "If it was really an offensive or defensive spirit talisman, you think I would still settle for only 30 pieces? If you don't have 50 pieces, I won't even let you have a look. If you want to benefit at the other's expense, go to other places. I don't welcome it here," the youth finally said coldly. But the moment he opened his mouth, he made the huge man's face turn entirely red. "Good lad. A Qing Yiling's Yi Bao will remember you. After this gathering ends, let's compare skills with each other," the horse-faced huge man said exasperatedly. Tiao, Yi Bao, means leaf leopard, Qing Yiling. Originally Han Li was beaming happily as he viewed by the side, but after suddenly hearing the name of this place, he grew alarmed. Isn't that the birthplace of the dwarf I killed? Although the midget's words might not have been true, I must still be careful of this huge man who claims to be from the Yi clan. Thinking up until here, Han Li subconsciously retreated back a few steps, quietly left the area and went to the next vendor. But he already kept in mind the exchange of consolidation-type pill medicine written on the signboard. Han Li remembered that he still had a lot of unfinished yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills, but he didn't know if those were the types of pills that the youth was requesting for. When there were less people around, he would go again and ask. If he was really successful, then he would have some capital and would be able to exchange for some necessary items. After Han Li considered this, he turned his head to glance at the youth's stall and discovered that Yi Bao had unknowingly left to go somewhere else and was no longer there. Among the remaining people left, there was another person who fished out a bottle and handed it over to the youth. The youth opened the bottle and smelled it a bit, but he then shook his head and returned the bottle to the owner. The owner of the bottle could only leave the place with a face full of regret. The others seemed to have come together with that person and also left shortly afterwards. Currently there was no one in front of that stall. Seeing this, Han Li was delighted and slowly returned to the front of the youth's stall. When the youth saw Han Li, he smiled distractedly, clearly recognizing the person who came by once just now. Han Li did not care that the youth laughed and said, "I have 2 types of medicine. Can we see if they are suitable for your request?" After speaking, he took out 2 small porcelain bottles, one green and one blue, and placed it in front of the youth. Instead of speaking nonsense, the youth reached his hand out to take the 2 porcelain bottles and opened the lid one by one. He then brought the bottle openings closer to his nose and smelled hard at both bottles separately. Afterwards, his face revealed a thoughtful expression. The youth muttered to himself for a while and did not immediately return to normal. Instead he gently pushed the porcelain bottles towards Han Li. "What is it?" Han Li blinked and asked. "To tell you the truth, the pill medicines in both bottles were better than the ones I saw from the previous few people. But to me they still not enough." The youth hesitated for a moment, but he still shook his head and refused. Chapter 132 The Harvest. Chapter 132 The Harvest. When Han Li heard this, he was greatly disappointed, but it also did not surprise him. After all, the yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill were mortal spiritual medicines. To ordinary people these may be miracle medicines, but to immortal cultivators, these were indeed lacking. Since the youth did not look up, Han Li also did not want to be long-winded, so he reached out to take the porcelain bottles back. "Although these pill medicines are indeed a bit lacking, if you have more bottles I will exchange with you." The youth suddenly spoke, looking quite sympathetic. After hearing the youth's words, Han Li's arm that was reaching out was immediately withdrawn. He laughed lightly. "Did I say that I only have 2 medicinal bottles?" Han Li spoke slowly as he narrowed his eyes to focus on the youth. "You have more?" The youth was slightly surprised, but he immediately revealed a cheerful expression. "Of course, but if you want too many, I would still need to consider whether to agree with this transaction," Han Li said non-committally, as he was afraid that the youth might take advantage of the situation. "That's great. I don't need a lot, just 3 bottles will do. It will be enough to allow me to break through the bottleneck in a short period of time." The youth cheered up, appearing very passionate, which was very different from his previously cold demeanor. This wasn't surprising. Who would bear to part with any consolidation pill medicine that was able to improve one's cultivation? There wasn't even enough to use on oneself. This was also the main reason why the youth had not exchanged the flight talisman these past few days. Han Li's yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill were not considered top-notch spiritual medicine to immortal cultivators, but thanks to the advantage of quantity, it was sufficient to allow the youth to break through to the 10th layer after being stuck at the peak of 9th layer for so long, thus increasing the youth's power drastically. However, only Han Li, a rascal who ate this type of medicine as mere snacks, could afford to use pill medicine for the exchange. Even so, Han Li was fully aware of the reason behind not exposing one's wealth. Han Li didn't want the youth to have the impression that he could easily take out huge amounts of pill medicine without having any regrets. Hence, Han Li touched his chin, making an appearance of pain as well as reluctance to part with his belongings. "Is that so? Isn't it too many? I have to exchange all the medicine I have on me." Han Li intentionally muttered softly. "This isn't a lot. After all, this is an elementary high-grade spirit talisman. Think about it, if you had this spirit talisman with you, when you meet any dangers, you can immediately soar far into the sky. You can even fly faster than most of the birds. It's equivalent to having another chance to live. Furthermore, as long as the talisman's spiritual chi doesn't disperse, it can be used repeatedly many times. It is truly a useful spirit talisman." The youth saw Han Li looking like he was going to give all his pill medicine, so he strongly promoted the advantages of his soaring sky talisman and flourished the smile on his face even more, afraid that Han Li would be unwilling and back out of the transaction. "If we want to exchange, then fine. Give me a dozen of those talisman papers as a treat. That book too," Han Li added when saw that the youth really wanted his pill medicine, so he straightforwardly pointed at a dozen slips of plain white talisman paper and an old book titled Manual of Basic Incantations. The youth was shocked for a moment, but when he saw Han Li pointed to the low-ranked talisman paper and an incantation book that was impossible to sell off, he was immediately delighted and agreed to it. So this was how Han Li obtained Soaring Sky Talisman and even managed to acquire a dozen slips of talisman paper as well as the incantation book that he had his eye on from the very beginning. Han Li flipped through the old book. In the book, there were all kinds of most basic elementary incantations, including 7 to 8 low-grade magic techniques and an elementary mid-grade earth thrust technique. To other immortal cultivators, this kind of book was worthless, but it made Han Li extremely satisfied. This was because Han Li was currently lacking in these types of basic incantation techniques. Even though the stall in front of him sold manuals that were better and more complete, their prices were astonishing. One manual titled Comprehensive Collection of Elementary Incantations of the 5 Elements was priced at 90 pieces of low-grade spirit stones, and another called Fundamental Water Incantation Talisman Techniques was priced at 60 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. Although all these books were thick and contained more incantation techniques, the current Han Li really couldn't buy them at all. TL, 5 elements refer to the and After obtaining these goods, Hanli felt a little tired and was not in the mood to continue strolling, so he directly exited the plaza and headed towards the pavilion. Not long after leaving the plaza, Hanli turned his head to look and discovered that there were even more people within the plaza. It seemed like there were many of those night owl-like immortal cultivators who preferred the nighttime. When Hanli got closer to these palace-type buildings, he discovered that the towers were actually built using extremely precious paulownia wood and large pieces of limestone. Not only was every floor carved with a picture of dragons and phoenix and was very refinedly constructed, there was even a faint fluctuation of spirit power coming from one of the nearby towers. Perhaps it was the restraining technique that Taoist priest Qingwen mentioned. Hanli walked around for a lap, and then after finally finding the pavilion he was looking for, he walked towards it. But about 3 meters away from his destination, Hanli suddenly felt like he slammed into something after an invisible immense force abruptly pushed him and forcibly forced him to retreat far back. Hanli was somewhat startled yet excited. It appeared that there was a lot of things he still didn't know about in the cultivation world, and he desperately wanted to learn everything. As Hanli thought about this, his heart beat faster. He used the Heaven's Eye technique and gazed towards the small building. In the end, Hanli saw a faint layer of green light in front of him, obstructing the way. The whole pavilion was covered in the same green light, as if a huge bowl had been overthrown and was covering it. Hanli stepped forward once again, extended a finger and lightly jabbed the green light. There was a soft and extremely elastic feeling. Using a bit more strength, there was a faint force that bounced back. The defense power of the green light was quite effective. Since Hanli managed to understand the effect of the green light, he stopped investigating it. He took out the talisman that Taoist priest Qingwen gave him and walked closer towards the light screen. In the end, the green-colored light screen immediately cleared away in ripples. A round hole soon appeared for Hanli to pass through. Hanli kept the talisman properly and strided in unceremoniously towards the tower. At this moment, the round hole slowly became smaller until it finally closed fully, returning the light screen back to its normal appearance. The tower in front was not considered to be very big. There were only 2 stories and was about 33 meters tall. But from the looks of the area of the land, there was plenty of space to spare for 10 or more people to live. Hanli smiled and lifted his leg to enter the building. Upon entering the first floor's hall, other than the 2 large 8-seat square table, there were 10 wooden chairs with simple and elegant upholstery. There was even a few immortal cultivators. The small Buddhist monk Ku Sang was sitting on the floor at the corner of the hall with his head lowered. His eyes were shut and he was chanting Sanskrit, looking like he was a senior monk. As for the other people, Hanli has not seen them before. Master Ku Sang, is Taoist priest Qingwen not back yet? Hanli asked politely as he walked towards the Buddhist monk. The small Buddhist monk paid no heed to Hanli and continued to mutter some words, until Hanli became impatient with waiting. The Buddhist monk opened his eyes and said to Hanli with a look of apology, "Almsgiver Han, please do not blame me. I was reciting the Diamond Sutra up to a crucial point, so I was unable to reply to your question immediately. Please do not get mad at me." Hanli heard the Buddhist monk's reply and laughed dryly. "How is that possible? I admire focused people the most." Hearing Hanli say that, the small Buddhist monk laughed and leisurely said, "Taoist priest Qingwen and the others are currently waiting for Almsgiver Han at the 2nd floor. They instructed me to immediately tell you to go up once I saw you. It seems like they are looking for almsgiver for some matters." TL? Almsgiver or benefactor is a traditional way Buddhist monks address others. Hanli became somewhat gloomy when he heard this. Really? Even though there were people looking for Hanli, this small Buddhist monk not only failed to immediately tell Hanli, he was still so slow and long-winded. In the future, it would be better to be further away from the same type of people as the small Buddhist monk. The further the better. Hanli silently cursed in his heart, but his face remained unchanged as he nodded his head. He walked towards nearby stairs in the hall and headed up to the 2nd floor. Upon entering the 2nd floor, Hanli saw the 2 brothers He Mu and He Jin talking at the stairway entrance. Once they saw Hanli coming up, they quickly stopped their conversation and welcomed Hanli. "Brother Han, Taoist priest Qingwen is currently waiting for you in the house. Follow both of us brothers to go over there." Hanli's expression was calm, and he did not utter a single word. He followed the 2 brothers around 7 to 8 turns along the corridor and entered a house. There were many people in the house. Apart from the Buddhist monk, everyone else was here. There were even 2 strangers that Hanli did not recognize. One of them was a 16 to 17-year-old youth, and the other was a 21 to 22-year-old fatty with fair skin. It seemed that these two were the rascals that even caused a headache for Taoist priest Qingwen. "Brother Han is here. Quickly sit." Taoist priest Qingwen said to Han Li as he very politely pointed to a chair beside him. Han Li nodded and sat there. "These two people are Yunmen Ravines Wu Jiuji and Shirtu Valley's Huang Xiaotian." Qingwen pointed to the youth and fatty separately and introduced them to Han Li. "TL? Jiuji means 9 fingers. Xiaotian means filial piety sky/heaven." Chapter 133, Thieving Skills. I am Wu Jiuji. As soon as I saw brother, I felt particularly familiar. Could it be we were brought together by the karma between our previous incarnations? Come. Let us later drink some wine and become sworn brothers. As soon as Taoist priest Qingwen had finished speaking, this happily smiling chap suddenly scurried over and threw himself in front of Han Li. He extended a hand to firmly grasp Han Li's arm and then said these words with a face of deep emotion. Han Li was initially startled, but soon after he softly smiled. "It's not that we can't be brothers, but can you not touch my body so casually with your hand? My tastes are quite ordinary. I don't have even the slightest interest in beautiful, young men." Han Li mockingly said with a slight smile. An arm was suddenly raised into the air and turned over by Han Li. It was grabbed by the wrist as quick as lightning. This wrist had already been secretly extended halfway into Han Li's front jacket. Cough cough. This is truly strange. How did my hand run off into brother's bosom? It was definitely impatient to greet brother Han once I saw him. The youth separated from Han Li on the spot. First he blushed with a surprised complexion, but after a few dry coughs and a few murmurs, he slowly withdrew his hand as if nothing had happened. Han Li did not have any intention of holding back the youth's wrist. When the youth used force, Han Li had voluntarily let go. At this time Han Li had actually grew quite an interest toward this Wu Jiuji. He was obviously a cultivator, but he uses the thieving skills of a person from Jianghu. This pickpocketing of his was truly quite interesting. However, his technique was quite excellently practiced. Were it not Han Li but another cultivator, they would perhaps be truly unaware of his dirty trick. Surely quite a few people in this room had already suffered from his antics. Just as Han Li thought this, he heard Hu Pingu's schadenfreude-laced voice. "Boy Wu, have you met your match? Brother Han actually caught you at the scene. Are you going to continue boasting that your thieving skills are top-notch with these petty thefts of yours? What about it? This young master is satisfied. You want me to steal from you one more time? What haven't I stolen? You don't have anything of the slightest value from head to toe. What have you come to Great South meeting for?" Wu Jiuji harshly said, curling his lip. "What did you say, brat? Did I not yet settle your debt the last time you stole from me?" Hu Pingu suddenly jumped from her chair with an ashen complexion. In addition, her fully bearded husband, though he did not say anything, had his hand on the broadsword behind his back with eyes glaring at the youth. Han Li would later find out this Xiong Dali was actually a mute and therefore relied on his wife for all his affairs. "Enough. We are all cultivators and should remain amiable. You two back down. Do not argue again." When Taoist priest Qingwen saw this, he wrinkled his brow. However, after the words of conciliations were said, he solemnly said toward Jiuji, "Brother Wu, I know your thefts are only for fun, but you must return the objects to their owner every time. You mustn't have malicious intention. However, if you continue to do this, you will provoke disaster sooner or later. Not all of your victims will be easy to deal with. If you were to offend somebody from a cultivator clan, it wouldn't be that we wouldn't want to help but rave that we simply couldn't. That is why you shouldn't pull these kinds of pranks anymore." When the youngster heard Taoist priest Qingwen's heartfelt words, he could not help but feel embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and sincerely mentioned, "Actually, on the journey to the Great South Valley, I accidentally obtained these thieving skills. But because I found it amusing, I could not help but practice it subconsciously on everyone. However, since this brother Han could defeat this little brother, others at the Great Assembly should be much more difficult to deal with. That's why everyone should feel relieved, since this little brother will not play with his life and will not use his stealing skills at the Great Assembly." When the Taoist priest heard the youngster's words, his face showed an overjoyed expression. Brother Wu's talent is quite outstanding. At this age he's already trained to the great circle of 8th layer. He is the true genius among us cultivators. It's better that he behaves himself this way. This little brother will not let down Taoist priest Qingwen's expectations. I request that everyone will better take care of me in the future. Wu Jiuji gave a deep salute to everyone individually. After doing so, the hatred towards him was resolved. Although Hu Pingu's face still had a somewhat angry expression, her complexion was much better than before. It seemed she had reluctantly accepted his goodwill. Taoist priest Qingwen turned his head over and said to Han Li with a smile, "I didn't think that Brother Han who had just joined us would immediately perform such a great service. This humble Taoist wishes to thank you." Han Li faintly smiled and declined with a soft voice, "What does this have to do with me? This matter was completely handled by Taoist priest." The Taoist priest shook his head with a smile and spoke no further. However, at this moment, the drone of an indistinct voice sounded out. "Taoist priest, for what did you call us all over? Why doesn't this Buddhist monk join in?" It turned out to be the fair-skinned fatty had uttered these words. However, this man was actually qualified to speak to Qingwen in this manner. Han Li had been long aware that among them, the fatty had the greatest magic power, deeper than that of Qingwen. That was why no one dared to mock the fatty's coarse words. Even that Wu Jiuji had a deadpan appearance and didn't show the slightest bit of difference. It seems this world of cultivators is just about the same as the secular Jianghu. Only those possessing strength will be respected. Han Li thought as he saw this jeer. Brother Huang is quite an impatient person. Very well, this humble Taoist will reveal the reason why he has called all of you here. Qingwen waved his horsetail whisk and said without the slightest trace of anger, "The Great South meeting has already passed half of its duration. It will be concluded in 10 days. Shouldn't everyone conclude their business? If you want to set up a vendor's stall, then it would be best if we do it together. That is why I sought to discuss this with everyone. As for Master Ku Sang, he already finished exchanging the items he brought. Therefore he needn't again participate in this discussion." So it was like that. I should indeed exchange some items for a few spirit stones and buy a few other items. The people in the room started to whisper. After a lively discussion, everyone except Han Li expressed interest in setting up a street vendor's stall the next day. "Brother Han does not wish to participate?" Wu Jiuji asked, somewhat amazed. The others also looked toward Han Li with doubt. "I initially only brought a few items with me. Last night, I happened to meet a few appropriate customers and already finished exchanging everything. That is why I don't plan to participate with you." With a calm look, Han Li indifferently explained. "So it's like that. You really don't need to be bothered with us. Brother Han is truly fortunate to have finished exchanging his items after just arriving." Hu Pinggu mentioned somewhat enviously. The others also shot Han Li an envious, "You are truly lucky" look. After Han Li heard this, he smiled and spoke no further. Taoist priest Qingwen saw that business discussions were finished. He happily stood and said, "We should all rest well tonight and wake up spirited tomorrow. I hope you will all earn good profits." Once everyone heard this, they also stood and smiled, preparing to leave. At this time, Taoist priest Qingwen seemed to have remembered something. His expression suddenly turned serious and he said to everyone, "By the way, after the Great South meeting finishes, everyone shouldn't depart by themselves. I heard that after the past few Great South meetings ended, a few rogue cultivators such as ourselves disappeared without a trace. It would be better to be a bit more careful. It can be assumed that who is involved would not miss the opportunity to attend the Great Tian Wutai Immortal Ascension Assembly. Everyone should stay together to enhance their safety." After everyone heard the Taoist priest say rogue cultivators had gone missing, the He brothers and Hu Pinggu faces paled. Rogue cultivators Hong Lian and Wu Jiuji were bewildered. Fatty Huang Xiaotian coldly snorted with a gloomy expression. "Right. Us brothers approve of Taoist priest Qingwen's words. It would be better to stay together as a group. As a married couple, we do not disagree." Both the He brothers and Hu Pinggu with her husband agreed. It seemed they were greatly fearful toward this matter. Chapter 134, Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. Now is not the time to talk about some Immortal Ascension Assembly. The topic we should be discussing right now is regarding the issue of our fellow cultivators going missing. Hu Pinggu said somewhat resentfully towards the youth. "It's not a problem. Give Brother Wu a proper explanation. Maybe there are others who are unclear of the details about the Immortal Ascension Assembly." Taoist priest Qingwen said with a smile, but Han Li felt that he was intentionally looking at Han Li. Han Li's heart trembled with fear. Could it be that Taoist priest Qingwen saw through something? Han Li already tried his best to hide characteristics of a new immortal cultivator and even go as far as to avoid touching certain people. But nowadays, it seemed that it was still unable to be concealed from these certain people's eyes. This Taoist priest Qingwen's eyes were definitely really fierce. Since Taoist priest Qingwen said it like that, then I better explain it properly to Brother Wu. Seeing this, He Mu's spirits were lifted, and he looked like he had a lot to say. So everyone returned to their original seats once again, except for Fatty Huang Xiaotian. I already know about the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. I will return to rest first, you guys go ahead. Fatty said with a cold expression. He did not wait for anyone else to speak and left the house, leaving behind a house full of people looking at each other in dismay. Everyone, don't take offense. Brother Huang's cultivation art is a bit weird, and he is relatively addicted to sleep. It is not that he intentionally treats people coldly. Qing Wen, with irreproachable manners, hurriedly exonerated Huang Xiaotian on his behalf. The majority of the people in the room who heard this all laughed bitterly. Take offense? Who dared to take offense? That person was a powerful man who had more magic power than the Taoist priest. The atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Brother He Mu, please continue? Wu Jiuji broke the atmosphere as he urged on. He Mu heard it and laughed, then continued to talk about it. When talking about Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, one must mention the Foundation Establishment Pill, the medicine pill that makes all the Qi condensation stage cultivators go mad. In order for a Qi condensation cultivator were to enter Foundation Establishment and become a part of the true cultivating world, aside from cultivating their foundation cultivation techniques to the 7th layer, they still needed to consume the spirit medicine, Foundation Establishment Pill, which only major sects could manufacture. Only then would there be hope of breaking through the bottleneck of that realm and succeed into Foundation Establishment. This contributed to Foundation Establishment Pill's famous name, Immortal Ascension Pill, making those immortal cultivators go mad. Even in the immortal cultivator major factions, the Foundation Establishment Pill was in critically short shortage. Because the Foundation Establishment Pill's raw materials were extremely hard to find, even if all the cultivators' sects throughout the entire state of Yu collaborated and acted together to provide materials and great effort every 10 years, they could only hope to make a few new cauldron medicine pills, about 1,000 measly pieces. But even if all these medicine pills were to be divided equally among every faction, there would be no way to satisfy their own needs. As a result, the Foundation Establishment Pill never appeared outside the world of cultivators. However, in the cultivating world of the entire state of Yu, there were still a lot of existing cultivators who practiced their foundation cultivation techniques until the 7th layer. These people were in urgent need of Foundation Establishment Pills to attempt to break through the bottleneck. Thus, on one hand, because of the shortage of Foundation Establishment Pills, the big sects had monopolized the medicine pill. On the other hand, there was an increasing number of rogue immortal cultivators that were in need of Foundation Establishment Pills but could not find a single piece in the outside world. There were already conflicting views from both sides very early on. So much so that at one time, there was deep animosity from short-tempered minor immortal cultivators towards these sections. Those from the major immortal cultivator factions naturally became aware of the poor outlook of the situation, but they couldn't do anything about it for the time being. After all, they didn't have enough Foundation Establishment Pill for themselves, so how could they take out some and give them to outsiders? But in this whole world, there were no difficult problems that couldn't be solved. Eventually in this crisis, there was an unknown genius from a sect who solved it. Unexpectedly, he thought an idea. Every time there were freshly manufactured Foundation Establishment Pills, major sects would pick out outstanding rogue cultivators from the outside world, allow them to join the major sects, and give them the Foundation Establishment Pill to consume. This way, the sects could stem the outflow of Foundation Establishment Pill, thereby preventing manure water from flowing to other fields. This also eliminated the dissatisfaction of minor immortal cultivators. After all, to be able to join one of the major immoral cultivator factions, how could these cultivators not be content? The factions could even pick out disciples who have outstanding aptitudes. It truly was a good situation that could satisfy everyone. TL? Lit. Don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' field, keep the valuables within the family, but the method of selection must be fair and strict to prevent any disputes caused by gossips. If not, there would be an opposite effect. Hence, the sects would choose their elites and use Aaron-style combat to let newcomers strive for the chance to enter their sections. Each of the 7 great sects would take 10 disciples and 10 pieces of Foundation Establishment Pills to award the final victors. Naturally, they would set an age limit. Anyone above 40 years old would not be allowed to enter. Even though these people may have good aptitudes, their future prospects in cultivation would not be good. This was how the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly was born. The majority of the people who were able to obtain victory in the arena were those with profound magic power as well as talented individuals with aptitudes surpassing others, making those immortal cultivator sects very pleased to obtain these excellent quality disciples. All the grievances of the other immortal cultivators disappeared after the establishment of this great assembly. All their attention was focused on the once-in-decade opportunity to make a big break. Thus, the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly was organized in this way. And every time there would be 70 lucky winners who became disciples of the 7 great sects, making other immortal cultivators go even more frantic. At the end, almost all of the immortal cultivators who were of an appropriate age and were in the chi condensation stage felt that they are no weaker than their peers. They would go all out and try a few times to fight on the arena, hoping to gain an unexpected success and transform from a carp into a dragon. But this arena was not easy to beat since magic was not easy to control for these second-rate immortal cultivators. Each assembly would have a lot of dead or injured casualties, which also created intense rancor among the challengers. Heimu spent half a day talking about this. Chu Jiuji, who was listening with keen interest, gained a lot from this. Han Li, who was sitting beside and listening in, benefited even more from this lecture and had a deeper understanding towards the world of cultivators. If I were to succeed, would I also be able to become a disciple of a major sect? After listening, Wu Jiuji's face was full of yearning. Are you dreaming? With your level, you would be dead if you tried to rush and grind even if you weren't injured. Hu Pinggu ridiculed without restraint when she heard Wu Jiuji's words of reverie. Oh, why can't I do it? Although my cultivation art is at the 8th layer, am I still qualifications to get on stage and fight? Wu Jiuji did not get angry this time, and instead he consulted with Hu Pinggu. Hu Pinggu was somewhat shocked, but after hesitating for a while he said, Boy Wu, do you know what kind of people were in the 70 winners last time? And how many cultivators, who were of similar caliber as yourself, were injured or dead? I hope lady who would be so kind as to give me a reply. Wu Jiuji replied rather sincerely. I witnessed the previous Great Immortal Ascension Assembly's entire battle, and there's still some lingering fear when I think about it. It was as if Hu Pinggu remembered something very frightening, as her complexion turned paler. When her fully bearded husband saw this, he immediately placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. Hu Pinggu turned her head and lovingly looked at her husband, her complexion easing up. Both of us don't want to participate in the single elimination open tournament, only to look. We are prepared to stay in chi condensation forever. Since you all still have ambitious goals, then let me tell you some cruel aspects of the tournament. Otherwise, you will die without ever knowing what happened to you. Hu Pinggu said indifferently. Chapter 135 Frightening News. Chapter 135. Frightening news. First of all, those registering in the competition must have achieved the 7th layer of their 5 elements foundation cultivation technique. This is the minimum requirement to take a foundation establishment pill. Secondly, their age must be less than 40. Those surpassing this age shouldn't even think of slipping through because those in charge of the Great Assembly's registrations are able to use bone observation techniques to look at every participant's true age. TL, 5 elements, and so long as one follows those 2 conditions, then anyone can register. There are no other restrictions. As a result, however, these open single elimination tournaments become even more desperate. You think that the many people here at Great South Valley are ordinary? The majority of those here actually came here for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It should be known that the Great South meeting was originally but a trade meet for the local young cultivators of the Lan province. During meetings in previous years, there were only several hundred people. Take a look. As of now, this valley has at least 1,000 people. In addition, people that come from even farther regions will arrive one after another during the last few days. During that time, the business of the Great South meeting will be at its highest level. These people are the reason why we've come to participate in the Great South meeting early. On one hand, we wish to exchange for a few necessary goods. On the other, how could one not want to take advantage of this opportunity? First, one may observe potential opponents of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It is good to not only know ourselves but also know our enemies. Hu Pinggu added with a bitter smile. When Wu Jiuji heard this, his complexion greatly changed and he aghastly said, according to Lady Hu, there were experts in the valley that cultivated to the 10th layer in their cultivation technique. Will they also participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly? What is there to compete in? Aren't those with lower cultivation courting death? This might not be certain. Who said that higher tier experts would always beat those of lower tiers? Even if their magic power is slightly weaker, they can use a somewhat more powerful magic talisman or use some formidable magic tool that they're carrying to beat down those with greater magic power. From those who originally entered the room, He Jin, who had yet to speak, suddenly spoke out boldly, shocking everyone in the room. That's right, what Brother He Jin said makes sense. In a war of cultivators such as ourselves, the The slightest deepness or shallowness of one's magic power is not most important. What is most important is one's control of their magic might and its agile usage, as well as the power they can draw from items they are carrying. Taoist priest Qing Wen said, completely agreeing. Brother He Jin and Taoist priest Qing Wen's words must indeed hold some truth, otherwise this great immortal ascension assembly need not convene at all. They would only have to compare the depth of their magic power. Wu Pinggu smiled. After hearing He Jin and the others' words, Wei Jiuzhi still wasn't happy. With a brow of worry and a face on the verge of tears, he incessantly muttered, formidable magic tools, powerful magic talismans. Wu Pinggu didn't take notice of Wu Jiuzhi at this time but instead continued, saying, because there are too many people participating in the single elimination tournament, there will be 7 stages set up at the Immortal Ascension Assembly, representing the 7 great cultivator sects of the state of Yu. Whoever wishes to become that sect's disciple, can advance onto the stage to compete. The match selection uses an instant win policy. 2 people will compete, the winner will stay for next stage and the loser will be immediately eliminated. Then another 2 will have a match. This will continue until everyone competes once. Then they will start the next stage of the competition, which will continue until the final 10 remain. These 10 will become the cultivation sect's inner disciples and need not to participate in the sect's greatly intense competition to obtain the qualifications to receive foundation establishment pills. It could be said to have reached the heavens with a single step. The course of the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly Tournament were as such. However, it is not as simple as I have said. In reality, the matches are a desperate sight to behold and are simply indescribable. After Wu Pinggu said this, she let out a sorrowful sigh. I remember that in the fights from the last competition, there were 19 10th layer cultivators who died. Even a couple of 11th layer experts also met the same end by mutually taking one another down. As for 9th and 8th layer cultivators, those who died during the match were much greater in number. No less than 100 had died. After all, in the final several rounds, there would be no one that would lightly renounce their path to become a dragon. The number of dead and injured then would be even more tremendous. Having said this, Wu Pinggu had an expression of regret. When one's foundation cultivation technique reaches the 11th layer, do they still have to go compete in a match? I've heard people say that cultivation sects voluntarily recruit these sort of outstanding talents. Why did those 2 people have to fight in a match as if their life depended on it? A woman's voice suddenly spoke. It was actually the habitually silent young woman, vagabond Hong Lian, that had spoken. When Wu Pinggu heard her words, she smiled. I also had the same question as young sister Hong Lian during that particular year. I was completely puzzled despite a great amount of pondering. Afterwards, I met an old senior that was a rogue cultivator like us. His explanation allowed me to realize why. Brother Wu and Brother Han, it seems you also have this question. They are not the only ones who don't understand. Us 2 brothers also don't understand. 10th layer geniuses have a well-lit path that they do not walk. Why would they possibly want to insist on walking a small wooden plank? A moment of distraction will cause one's death. He Mu also tensed his brow with a face of puzzlement. I see Taoist priest Qing Wen is calm and composed. He probably figured this out already. How about Taoist priest come and explain it to them? Wu Pinggu chuckled several times and lightly threw the question toward the Taoist priest. This somewhat surprised Taoist priest Qing Wen, but he immediately and silently conceded. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said, actually, those 2 were from cultivator clans. Their 11th layer cultivation was the result of consuming many medicinal pills. He shook his head, seemingly disapproving of the 2's methods. Is using medical pills to promote their cultivation level not a normal thing? They should still be able to join a cultivation sect. Wu Jiuzhi widely opened his eyes, somewhat unconvinced. Brother Wu forgot one thing. Those who are above 40 and have practiced to the 11th layer in their cultivation technique may be considered geniuses by us. But those ancient great sects see those people as having merely common talents. They would barely qualify to enter the sect as a reserved disciple. Otherwise, these people would have entered the large cultivation sects at an earlier time when they were younger as official disciples. It's just that their clan members felt that being able to barely enter a cultivation sect as such would have no future prospects. Therefore, they agreed to not compete against those disciples more talented than themselves for the qualifications to obtain foundation establishment pills and simply stayed behind for closed-door cultivation. After several tens of years later, they would simply come out to the Immortal Ascension Assembly to amaze the world in a single feat and immediately acquire the qualifications to obtain a foundation establishment pill through a shortcut. However, their clan hadn't expected that two with the same plan would coincidentally come across one another, resulting in mutual destruction. Were it not for that, their wishes were certain to have been fulfilled. While Taoist priest Qingwen said this, he incessantly sighed. Everyone had attentively listened from the beginning. I've said that recent Immortal Ascension assemblies have grown more and more intense. 11th and 10th layer experts previously unheard of have appeared one after another. Heimu muttered to himself. Young Lady Hong Lian and Wu Jiozhi were shocked silent. It was clear that this information had greatly surprised them. Think about it. On one side there are great experts meticulously nurtured and fully armed by cultivator clans. On the other hand there are us, destitute rogue cultivators. Do you think us rogue cultivators are more likely to succeed? Hu Pingu's expression was cold with slight self-deprecation. According to what was said, those cultivation sects obtain the disciples they want through the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. It is an overjoyous yet phony affair. Are we slapping our own face to look big and imposing? Han Li stroked his nose, seemingly in thought. Brother Han isn't wrong. In this world, what is 3 parts completely beautiful and good? Having 2 parts beautiful is good enough. Hu Pingu threw a glance at Heimu, making him faintly blush. Could it be us rogue cultivators are truly inferior to disciples of cultivator clans? Even those leftovers from the cultivator sects are that much stronger than us common rogue cultivators. Although I don't want to admit it, the odds of a master emerging from us rogue cultivators are far lower than that from the cultivator clans. Let alone a single one of us, all of our manpower and resources cannot be compared to ours. The conditions outside of a sect are far too lacking when compared. Taoist Qingwen added somewhat bitterly. I've also heard from a friend that even if we were to luckily become a disciple of a cultivator sect and consumed a foundation establishment pill, the number of those successful in achieving foundation establishment is far too low. Heimu said dejectedly. Enough, everyone, don't be crestfallen. We are still young. If we are unsuccessful this time, we still have an opportunity in 10 years. Perhaps in the future we will enter a cultivator clan as a disciple. For now, let's talk about how we will gather together after the assembly. After Taoist priest Qingwen let everyone blew off steam, he changed the subject. There is nothing to say. At that time I will leave with everyone. After hearing about how amazing the people of the world of immortal cultivators are, I truly wouldn't dare to travel by myself. Taoist priest Qingwen helplessly shook his head and looked toward vagabond Hong Lian. Chapter 136. Yen Clan, I will also travel with everyone. Vagabond Hong Lian declared quite bluntly. Good. Brother Han, do you also plan go with us as well? Taoist priest Qingwen had a happy appearance and then asked Han Li. When Han Li heard this, he hesitated. It would be reasonable to say that for a young person like him, it would be best to follow this small group. However, he didn't know why, but in his heart he felt that something wasn't right. Had he truly made that decision, he was certain to regret it. I will decide after the conclusion of the trade meet. I'm not anxious, Han Li said with a smile. He decided to first wait a bit before making a decision. Han Li's words clearly went against their expectations and shocked everyone. For what reason does Brother Han hesitate? Us rogue cultivators are together so that others can't bully us. What's even more is that Brother Han was able to see through my thieving skills. This little brother has much interest in swapping pointers with you at a later date. Wu Jiozhi said, somewhat dissatisfied. After Han Li heard the youth's words, he did not get angry. He only smiled and spoke no more. Brother Han didn't say that he was certain to not get along with us on the journey. He simply said that he wanted to think about it. That too is only natural. Taoist priest Qingwen immediately mediated. That's right. Taoist priest Qingwen spoke the words in my mind. I have a few secret problems that are truly somewhat difficult to say. That is why I must be a bit cautious. Han Li seemed to be very grateful towards Taoist priest Qingwen and gave an expression that he was speaking from his heart. So it turned out I was just being meddlesome. The youth felt as if he had become ostracized and became displeased. Taoist priest Qingwen helplessly smiled. With the look of an elder brother apologizing for a mischievous little brother, he inwardly apologized to Han Li. Han Li naturally did not take this matter to heart. Since this matter had already been resolved, everyone stood up one after another and took their leave. Han Li looked for an empty room on the 2nd floor to retire for the night. On the 2nd day, except for Han Li and the Buddhist monk, everyone else left the building and went together to the vendor stands. At this moment, the Buddhist monk was in the hall of the 1st floor meditating and chanting scriptures. Han Li was in his room, lightly stroking a dozen paper talismans and lost in thought. These so-called elementary low-grade paper talismans have a slight flicker of spiritual light. They're largely different from the paper talismans of the secular world, not because the materials are special but rather due to the addition of some kind of magic technique. Hanli thought. Hanli took out the paper talismans which he originally planned to use in order to learn the soul lock technique. However, he suddenly remembered he couldn't seem to draw the soul lock talismans on the bright side. He still needed a writing brush and cinnabar sand, two items that seemed to be sold at vendor stalls. Could it be that these paper talismans couldn't be used in conjunction with secular objects and were limited to items unique to cultivators? With this thought, Hanli could not sit still in the room, so he decided to go find the Buddhist monk. In any case, he wouldn't be able to hide the fact he was a novice cultivator. He may as well calmly and directly ask. Almsgiver's thoughts are correct. To successfully draft a spiritual talisman, apart from having to refine the talisman paper from special materials, you also must use a concoction of demonic beast blood and cinnabar. As for the writing brush, it depends on the situation. After Buddhist monk Ku Sang heard Han Li's question, he peacefully answered. TL? Almsgiver is a title that Buddhist monks traditionally address others by. Master Ku Sang, what do you mean that it depends on the situation? Han Li earnestly asked, sitting across the monk. His appearance didn't hold the slightest amount of shame. Most of the brushes cultivators use to draft spiritual talismans, apart from those created from the spiritual hair from demonic beasts, are made of heavenly bestowed precious earthly charcoal. These can increase the rate of success when creating talismans as well as the talisman's might. However, if you do not have them, you can even use common secular brushes, but if you do, the rate of success is far too pitiful. The Buddhist monk lightly shook his head. He seemed to disapprove of Han Li using that last method to refine talismans. Many thanks for master's instructions. I will go out to see whether I can exchange for a brush to make talismans. Han Li stood and cupped his fist towards the Buddhist monk. Almsgiver, take care. The Buddhist monk closed his eyes once more and continued the great undertaking of his meditation. It seemed he would have to go out today. He remembered that the brush and cinnabar were not inexpensive. It would cost approximately 6 or 7 low-grade spirit stones. Could it be that he would have to sell the flight talisman he had barely been able to acquire? Han Li thought this as he walked. People were also exiting the building and walked over to the marketplace. Since it was currently morning, cultivators on the road were grouped in 2 and 3s and were not at all lonely. However, they seemed to all be heading toward the marketplace. It appeared that the majority of them were like his own group, heading out to set up a vendor's stall. Quick look! A huge bird. A male cultivator suddenly cried out in alarm. Soon after, a large shadow swept across the road Han Li and other cultivators were treading. Han Li was quite startled and hastily raised his head to look. He saw a 2-headed monstrous bird about the size of a calf, flying past over him. This bird somehow seemed to resemble an eagle and also something else entirely. Gray feathers covered its entire body. Its wings were 7 feet wide, and it possessed a pair of sharp sickle-like claws. Above the 2 neck were 2 bald, fierce bird heads with 4 eyes that glowed with a green light. What a frightening demonic bird. How unsightly. How large. Quickly capture it, it would make a great mount. The cultivators below stopped one after another and started to talk. It seemed that there were even a few eager to try to capture it. You don't value your lives. That is the 2-headed duck, a spiritual bird raised by the number 1 cultivator clan, Guyu Mountain's Yen clan. It's certain to have a member of the Yen clan riding on it. Are you looking to bring about your own destruction? These ice-cold words woke up a few from their beautiful dreams. Yen clan? One of the large cultivation sects, the cultivator clan that hold core formation experts in reserve? Someone cried out. What other Yen clan is there? Chapter 137, Golden Sincerity Brush, 2 Spirit Stones. A clear, melodious female voice reached Han Li's ear. Han Li was shocked. He discovered that the vendor sitting across from him with their head buried in a book was actually a sweet and charming young lady. This book doesn't have anything missing? Han Li asked after he recovered. Nothing. First through 13th layer of the Eternal Spring cultivation art is completely there, with not a single missing line. The young lady answered with an easygoing manner. Han Li nodded his head. Then he flipped through several pages before closing the book. Would you exchange it for medicine pills? Han Li asked straightforwardly. Medicine pills? The young lady was somewhat stunned, widely opening her beautiful eyes. It depends on the medicine. If it's for healing or illness, it will be extremely costly. The young girl spat out as she stroked her forehead. Hearing this young lady's words, Hanli knew this matter was of great importance and bluntly handed over a bottle of yellow dragon pellets. Consolidation medicine, it can progress one's magic power. Hanli said assuredly. Consolidation medicine? The young woman who was originally calm grew somewhat tense. She moved toward Hanli and lightly took the jade bottle. She tossed out a medicine pill and lowered her head to smell the medicinal quality. Hanli stood above her and clearly saw the young lady's exposed, flawless neck. In addition, because the young woman was too close to him, the scent of a refined clan daughter assailed his nose and caused Hanli's heartbeat to involuntarily speed up. His complexion also grew slightly red. It truly is a medicine pill that can progress one's magic power. A moment after the young woman smelled it, she shouted with pleasant surprise. She raised her head and looked at Hanli with a happy expression, expectantly saying, "Do you still have more of this medicine pill? So, I will exchange for how much you have. You can select the things in my stall as you wish. If there is nothing that will do, I can also purchase it with spirit stones." With this said, the young woman tightly held the medicine bottle. Her eyes were unblinkingly fixed onto Hanli, afraid that she would hear him say no. Seeing the charming and gentle young woman suddenly tense up, Hanli found it funny. However, he could not help but think to himself that he had underestimated the value of this medicine pills a bit. In the future he should be a bit more prudent. Young woman, don't be anxious. First let's finish the business before us. Will it be fine to talk about it further then? Hanli originally thought to refuse her. However, when he saw the clear expression in her eyes, he unknowingly recalled his little sister all of a sudden. His heart softened for a moment and those words slipped out. "I am truly embarrassed. I've somewhat forgotten my manners." The young woman seemed to have become aware of her lack of manners, and her complexion turned scarlet. "This book only requires 2 pills of this kind of medicine," the young lady said after she calmed down. When Hanli heard this, he felt that her price could be regarded as fair, so he agreed. Then his gaze swept across the other goods in her stall. "What is this?" An unremarkable small gray bag piqued Hanli's interest. This bag was unusual. The bag's opening was bound tightly by a thin red rope, and its interior was bulging. Hanli reached out to grab it. "This is a bag of 7-star grass seeds. 7-star grass of 10 years or more is the best material to create paper talismans," the young lady clearly said. Hanli's heart was moved. This would be quite useful. However, he put it down in front of him without the slightest hesitation. "The other items seem to be of no use to me," Hanli slowly said after looking through once more. "You truly won't select anything else? This cold ice talisman is quite power. This is for little sister. I brought the items over." The huge man was enveloped with a squall as he charged toward Hanli's side. He extended his hand, which was the size of a palm leaf fan, and revealed a slender wooden box that he handed over to the young woman. The young lady inwardly complained about her elder brother's rudeness and carelessness. Then she handed over the wooden box toward Hanli, indicating that Hanli should open it and examine the contents. Hanli took the case. After taking a glance at the young woman, he opened the case, exposing a golden brush that emitted a faint yellow light from tip to shaft. This brush is called Golden Sincerity. Its tip was created from the neck hair of the Grade 2 demonic beast Golden-Eyed Ape, and its shaft was created from a blend of gold essence and crow iron. Then it was refined under a foundation establishment cultivator's well-learned ritual fire for 3 days and 3 nights. Only then was this brush successfully completed. The young woman softly explained. However, this woman stared at the brush with an expression that she was reluctant to part with it. Although he didn't completely understand what the young woman said, he knew this brush was not at all ordinary and had a great origin. He couldn't help but feel amazed that she was willing to part with this object. Could it be for those medicine pills? This young woman truly wants to exchange this brush with me? This is an impressive treasure. Hanli used his finger to lightly stroke the smooth shaft and looked at the engraving on brush's tip. Golden Sincerity, he confirmed with a deep voice. The young woman saw Hanli's doubt. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to speak the truth and dismissed the other party's doubts of the object's origin, else he dare not trade. "This brush is an item handed down by my clan. It was used by some talisman creation expert. However, it is unfortunate that us 2 siblings do not have the slightest talent for creating talismans and would only squander this item in vain. In addition, my elder brother wishes to participate in this upcoming Great Immortal Ascension Assembly. His cultivation arts have already reached some sort of bottleneck and must break through with the support of medicinal power. As a result, I wish to use this object to exchange for your esteemed self's medicine pills. How is it that when I met you, the man's cultivation had reached a bottleneck? Isn't this too timely? Hanli thought with doubt. Actually, Hanli thought incorrectly. Of those in preparations for the Immortal Ascension Assembly's competition, 7 to 8 out of 10 were stuck at a bottleneck and were unable to break through. Because each and every person understood that they still had potential to push forward to another layer, they would not likely immediately participate in the Immortal Ascension Assembly's tournament, but rather hide away and continue painstakingly cultivating, hoping to reach a further layer. When they would participate in the next great assembly, they would break through and hold a higher position in the assembly. This caused every Immortal Ascension Assembly to have an amazing demand for medicine pills that progressed one magic power. Chapter 138 The Skill of Creating Talismans. Chapter 138 The Skill of Creating Talismans. Hanli was on the way back to the building, exceptionally happy with the wooden box containing the golden sincerity brush in his pocket. He used 3 bottles of golden dragon pellets and 4 bottles of golden essence pills to exchange for the young woman's treasured item and the bag of 7-star grass seeds. After, he casually bought some cinnabar sand from other vendor stalls and rushed back full of anticipation and joy. After he opened the restriction barrier and entered the small building, Hanli saw the small Buddhist monk meditating and did not disturb him. Instead, he went to the 2nd floor and returned to his room. After Hanli arranged the cinnabar and the talisman paper on the desk, Hanli took out the golden sincerity brush and became absorbed in creating soul lock talismans. According to the soul lock technique's method to create talismans, the steps were: channel spiritual power through right hand and slowly pour it into the brush shaft being held. Then lightly dip the brush tip into the cinnabar and draw the talisman incantation onto a slip of talisman paper. A quarter hour later, Hanli wore a happy expression on his face and stretched his somewhat stiff body. He looked at the spiritual talisman flickering a silver light on the table and could not help but feel elated. From its appearance, this spiritual talisman was exactly the same as the one used by Dr. Mo. Although its spiritual chi was slightly weaker, it was of no matter as it was far better than the false goods Hanli practiced with. After all, those practice materials were only similar in appearance and didn't have the slightest spiritual power. Hanli took the newly created spiritual talisman and excitedly studied it. After he was done, he prepared to attempt the soul lock technique. Unexpectedly though, before he executed the spell, the spiritual power on the paper talisman suddenly grew chaotic and showed signs of violence. Hanli was shocked and reacted instantly, hastily throwing the talisman away. Puchi. The soul lock talisman suddenly combusted into the air without reason and turned into a ball of fire, reduced to a pile of ash. Hanli blankly looked into the air and remained silent. A while later he sighed. It seemed that talisman was a failure. Hanli felt somewhat dispirited, but he did not yet lose his confidence. After all, he felt that the talisman from a moment ago was quite close to being a success. He believed if he were to exert his strength and create several more, he was certain to have success. For the next half-day, Hanli manufactured soul lock talismans one after another. However, he had continuously failed. The spiritual talismans he created did not combust by themselves but instead suddenly turned into a small explosion when injected with his magic power. Furthermore, there were also spiritual talismans that would rapidly lose their spiritual power and become useless paper. When Hanli saw the last paper talisman he completed explode into shreds with a bang, the typically cool-minded Hanli could not help but raise his head to the roof and abruptly shout curses. "Damned heavens, you're playing with me! A dozen paper talismans, how could I not succeed a single time? This is only an elementary low-rank soul lock talisman. Could it be that today was not a good day?" After these words left Hanli's mouth, he felt his depression with had greatly lightened, and his mood became a bit happier. He tilted his head and pondered. Then he raised his eyebrow and looked at the remaining smaller half left in the small box of cinnabar and the golden sincerity brush. He felt that the cause was not from either of these because his spiritual power poured into the brush shaft very smoothly and the cinnabar boldly imprinted the spiritual chi onto talisman paper. It didn't seem fake. Since Hanli could not find the reason after a moment of careful consideration, he decided to ask the small Buddhist monk and see whether or not he could dispel his doubts. At this moment, Hanli felt that on the path of cultivation, there would be teachers that could give directions. This was truly important. His heart was rather moved at the thought of formally becoming an apprentice to a master. After the small Buddhist monk heard Hanli's complaints over the failure of his talismans, He stared at Han Li with an exceptionally odd gaze as if his face had suddenly sprouted a small white flower. When Han Li saw the Buddhist monk's reaction, his heart was somewhat startled. He didn't know if there was something amiss from the words he had just said, causing the other party to stare at him in this way. Almsgiver Han Li, I fear you understand too little about creating talismans. The small Buddhist monk eventually said. Master Ku Sang is correct. This is the first time I've created talismans. Han Li honestly admitted. Among us cultivators, those of us who personally create talismans are few. If there is anything requiring the use of a talisman, they would generally purchase or exchange for it at a marketplace. Even if they are from a great clan, they must also do this. Why? Han Li was amazed. It's quite simple. Those masters experienced and specialized in creating talismans are too few. In addition, the cost to nurture a qualified talisman expert is far too great. Only with the strength of those large cultivation clans can they be nurtured. Almsgiver Han felt very vexed after having failed a dozen times in succession, right? The Buddhist monk asked. That's right. I've used up my materials and money. I purchase enough to make several soul-lock talismans. Han Li said, upset. However, does Almsgiver know? For novices beginning to learn to create talismans, failing 100 times in succession is a normal matter. If a person were to have slightly less talent, to persist in having several hundred failures wouldn't be strange. Only after creating over 1,000 talismans would your rate of success possibly gradually increase. This is only with regards to creating a single type of spiritual talisman. If you were to change it to another kind of talisman, even if you are no longer a novice, you would generally fail at the beginning. Nevertheless, those with frightening talent are astonishing to see. As a result, qualified talisman masters cannot be nurtured without the practice of several tens of thousands attempts. However, how many people did Almsgiver Han Li think would succeed with this amount of material? Not cultivator clans but only great cultivation sects can foster a talisman master. In addition, they would only be able to contribute elementary talismans. If they were to practice creating middle-grade talismans, those great sects would likely lose their fortunes. It would be an unbearable burden. After all, the higher grade the talisman, the more costly the talisman creation materials would be. The Buddhist monk said all of this, causing Han Li to be dumbstruck. Then why do vendor stalls still sell cinnabar and talisman paper? Han Li had second thoughts and felt something was wrong. Cinnabar and talisman paper are sold to cultivators who use talisman techniques. The small Buddhist monk said with a smile. Talisman techniques? Han Li did not understand. It is the same as soul-lock technique your esteemed self was practicing. They are magic techniques that require the use of a talisman created in advance. The magic technique would be stored within the talisman paper, allowing the talismans to be used at convenience. A talisman technique's spiritual talismans are incapable of simply being aroused by spiritual power. They require a particular incantation to use. However, they generally aren't complicated and are quite easy to obtain. Because talisman techniques frequently require a corresponding talisman, talisman users feel that buying talismans are too expensive. As a result, they are like Almsgiver. They would go and practice drawing talismans. Although the cost of the materials are not small, they would be able to eventually support a single type. That is why if Almsgiver truly wishes to practice the soul-lock technique, it would be best create one's own talismans in the long term. If this technique is not commonly used, then Almsgiver may as well spend some money to buy a few soul-lock talismans as reserves. The small Buddhist monk softly preached, eventually giving Han Li a suggestion. Thank you for Master Ku Sang's pointers. Han Li sincerely gave him a deep salute. Almsgiver is too polite. Buddhist monk returned the salute. This small Buddhist monk actually speaks much. In the future, if there is anything hard to understand, I may as well ask him for guidance. Han Li thought to himself as he returned to the room. Currently, closed-door talisman creation practice is impossible. I should find some time to buy a few soul-lock talismans for emergency use. My body has long achieved the peak of 8th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts. Now that I've acquired the cultivation method for the last layers, I should be able to break through the bottleneck and enter the 9th layer. In addition, I acquired several new magic techniques to practice. I should wield them a bit sooner and increase my strength. The moment Han Li pushed open the room door, he had already finished pondering about his future plans. Like that, Han Li sat in room in the coming days. During the daytime he would take a great amount of medicine and sit in meditation, refining qi and cultivating the eternal spring arts. At night, he would run into a desolate area in the valley and practice his newly learned magic techniques. These were quicksand technique, freezing technique, flight technique, binding technique, sound transmission technique, body concealment technique, fire blossom technique, and the most difficult to practice, earth thrust technique. After 10 days of painstaking cultivation, on the final day of the Great South Meeting, he broke through to the 9th layer of eternal spring arts, causing Wu Jiuji and company to be dumbstruck. Taoist priest Qing Wen even praised Han Li as a genius amongst rogue cultivators. However, Han Li was well aware that were it not for the 10 bottles of medicine pills he consumed, how else could he have easily overcome the bottleneck? However, he no longer carried many medicine pills on him. It seemed he should take the time to concoct some pills once more. The more Han Li heard, the more he felt fascinated. Han Li had arrived at the center of the plaza before he knew it. This won't do. I don't want what you're offering, give me something else in exchange. This is a destroyed magic treasure fragment. It is more than enough for your alms bowl. What use would I have for this ruined fragment? Could it be that you couldn't find a core formation expert to refine it? Don't think you can exchange it with my returning wind's alms bowl. The sound of an intense quarrel arrived from the front of a vendor's stall. Destroyed magic treasure fragment? Many people let out sounds of surprise, immediately causing nearby cultivators to stir a commotion. After a moment of chaos, the vendor's stall was surrounded by an impenetrable crowd. It should be known that magic treasures weren't something that low-level cultivators would even dare to dream about. However, one had unexpectedly appeared in the Great South Valley. Even if it were only a ruined fragment, it was still a marvel, causing these cultivators to become like cats smelling fish. The itch in their hearts was hardly tolerable. Where is it? Let me see. Is this the magic treasure? Click's tongue, it's truly beautiful. That's just a rag. Because Han Li was quite close to that vendor's stall and was already quite faster than common cultivators, he managed to rush in the crowd and obtain a good position, allowing him to clearly see everything. Looking at the vendor's stall, Han Li saw a 27 to 28-year-old man standing in front of the stall. This man had dark skin and thick limbs. At first glance, one would think a farm peasant had snuck into the Great South Valley. However, those who looked at the man's magic power with the Heaven's Eye technique could not help but let out a breath of shock. This dark-skinned man was actually a great expert of the 10th layer. Competing against this person, isn't that courting death? A few cultivators inwardly weighed with surprise. They then brought their gaze toward the vendor stall's owner. The vendor seemed to be a common black-clothed man with the appearance of having magic power of only the 7th or 8th layer. However, when he confronted the man before him, his face didn't have the slightest expression of fear. There were a few that took notice of the embroidered tree leaf design on the vendor's collar. Only then did the cultivators realize that this person was a disciple of the well-known Yi clan of the Qinyi mountain range. It was no wonder he held such confidence. Between these two people on the stall was an oddly patterned yellow alms bowl and a small piece of translucent cloth. This item was like a rag, wrinkled with its rim ruined unevenly as if a dog had gnawed on it. The only aspect attracting attention was the twinkling white radiance that appeared occasionally. It was somewhat peculiar. This was the destroyed magic treasure fragment? After seeing this object, many people in the crowd were greatly disappointed. It was greatly inconsistent with what they imagined within their minds. This ruined magic treasure is quite wonderful. By using it to cover an item, it will immediately become invisible. Not only will its spiritual chi not leak out, but it also won't obstruct spiritual chi from entering. The dark man had a cold face. After this was said, he immediately took out small silver mouse from his sleeve. The grade 1 demon beast, gold-eating mouse. The cultivators standing in a circle yelled out the name of the rat and caused a small uproar. He is truly worthy of being a 10th layer expert. He actually captured a grade 1 demonic beast. Many people could not help but think this. At this moment, the dark man picked up the cloth and wrapped it around the mouse. The result was miraculous. The silver mouse and the cloth immediately disappeared. Although many people used the Heaven's Eye technique, they weren't able to see anything. The man, having seen everyone's shock, was somewhat satisfied. Afterwards, the hand that held the white mouse wrapped in the cloth suddenly showed movement. Not just living animal, non-living items will also have the same effect. After this was said, the man took out a knife emitting a threatening spiritual chi and put it on the ground. Then he covered it in the cloth, causing it to disappear without a trace or even the slightest trace of spiritual chi. It is truly wonderful. It can make things invisible. Click's tongue. Inconceivable. Those who were watching around were discussing spiritedly. How about it? There is value in exchange it with your alms bowl. The man then took off the cloth, and put away the knife. I will not exchange it. If I want something to be invisible, I only need to buy an elementary mid-grade vanishing talisman. For such a small thing you would have me hide my head and legs? The vendor shook his head and said mockingly, Did I not tell you? This is a destroyed magic treasure fragment. It wasn't refined by a core formation expert but that of nascent soul. Those experts' levels are not the same. Who would be able to see through the efficacy of its concealment? How could a vanishing talisman compare to it? The dark man angrily said, You spout extravagant descriptions once more. I absolutely have no use for this thing, why would I want it? You had better give me 30 spirit stones or something of equivalent value for this alms bowl. The vendor coldly retorted. Chapter 140 Determination to Win. Chapter 140, Determination to Win You. The man seemed to be extremely angry. His two hands formed fists and he advanced a step. What? Could it be that you're thinking of forcing the trade? Those of our Yi clan aren't good targets to bully. The vendor turned his eyes and said without a trace of politeness, Humph, the Yi clan is quite impressive. Although the dark man did not apologize, he released his fists. He was clearly afraid of retaliation from the Yi clan. The man was suppressed by the mere mention of the Yi clan and was exceptionally angry. He was a 10th layer expert and was accustomed to others speaking highly of him. Currently he had accepted this embarrassment and had planned to brush his sleeve then ago. However, in his heart he would truly hate to part with this returning Wind's alms bowl, as this magic tool was well suited with his cultivation art. If he were able to acquire it, his strength would increase greatly. However, as of current, apart from the destroyed magic treasure fragment, his other possessions were quite useful, and his spirit stones had been used up over the past several days, leaving him in his current predicament. Brother, sell your treasure fragment to me, I will give 10 spirit stones. A gray-clothed man that was watching emerged from the crowd. He sincerely said, cupping his fist in front of the man, I won't sell it. If you want to buy it, then give me 30 spirit stones. The dark man shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it. That price was fundamentally unacceptable. So, your esteemed self's destroyed magic treasure fragment, if it were only a slightly great price, then it would be worth it. Unfortunately, it is truly too small. The amount of goods it can conceal is too few. The gray-clothed man, having been rejected by the man, exposed an expression of regret and returned into the crowd without further negotiation. Would you sell it for 12 spirit stones? 13. Cultivators from all directions were looking at the destroyed magic treasure fragment with great interest. Even if they couldn't use this item, they could slowly study it. Who knows what they would be able to achieve enlightenment in. Like that, the price rose to 20 after a moment, bidded by a naive-looking round-faced youth. In face of such a high price, others no longer spoke out. They all felt this price was quite high. If the were to grow any higher, it would be far too damaging. After all, to these low-level cultivators, having 10 spirit stones would be regarded as quite well off. In addition, the man from a moment ago was most likely the disciple of a clan. Only they could possibly be that rich. 20? The dark man's expression changed. The bid had reached his minimum. If he were to pair it with a few other objects, he would be able to exchange with the vendor for the returning Wind alms bowl. You want to pay 20 spirit stones? The man amiably said toward the round-faced youth. Although nobody knew why, after a moment the youth's face was red. Then after another moment his face turned white, and he became extremely frantic. I don't have that many spirit stones. After the round-faced youth stammered these words with frustration and unease, the surrounding spectators were shocked. You don't? Then why did you just yell that? Could it be you said it to deliberately amuse me? When the dark man heard this, the man's belly full of anger erupted out from his body, rigidly pressing down onto the youth with formidable grandeur. I simply saw everyone shouting out prices for fun. Without thinking, I also opened my mouth. Brother, please forgive me. The round-faced youth hastily apologized to absolve himself. His brow was beaded with sweat and soybean-sized sweat drops tumbled down. Hanli looked through a few pages with interest. TL, Qingxi? Means Young Creek. It seemed to be the journal of a senior cultivator, Taoist master Qingxi, of the state of Yu who did not like cultivating but instead enjoyed traveling to different places. It contained elusive legends and such with detailed notes. There were also some pages with relevant, vivid and lifelike drawings. Although Han Li only looked through a few pages, He held quite an interest in this item and put the booklet into his bosom. After that Han Li didn't come across any particular affairs. He felt a bit bored and returned to his residence. Inside his room, Han Li lied down on his bed and looked through the record of Qin Shi. Of the contents in the book, a few were Master Qin Shi's personal experiences and others were merely gossip. However, not one of them wasn't bizarre. There were rarely heard unusual matters and secrets that cultivator clans would never tell others. It was unknown how Master Qin Shi had learned of them. Han Li read with great interest. However, when he reached the final page of the booklet, there were the drawings of 7 distinct command medallions. At the very bottom of the drawings were several lines of words, "Writ of Immortal Ascension, created by the 7 great cultivator sects of the state of Yu." It was the each cultivator sect's award for accomplishing tremendous achievements within a cultivator sect. So long as one holds the cultivator's sect command medallion, they would receive the same treatment as the final victor of the Immortal Ascension Assembly. It would bestow the qualifications to become an inner court disciple and receive foundation establishment pills. However, this object had always been handed down within the sect. Common cultivators would have no chance of seeing them. As a result, these portrayals were simply according to their appearances from rumors. At the end, Master Qin Shi used somewhat smaller characters to write these words. This writ can be traded between cultivator clans. The age when writs were first issued was a time long ago. As a result, the cultivator clans that issued writs recognized the writs but not the people. So long as someone holds a writ, they would take a step toward the heavens. It could be said to be a low-level cultivator's defiance of the natural order. After Han Li finished reading the explanation below, he took another look at the 7 illustrations and felt his tongue dry up. His heart beat with intensity. Originally, when Han Li heard the words Great Immortal Ascension Assembly, he faintly made an association with the dwarf's strange command medallion. One side of the command medallion had 2 words engraved, Immortal Ascension. This made Han Li feel as if these 2 things had something in common. After he heard the others talk about the Great Immortal Ascension Assembly in detail, there were no words relating to the writ of Immortal Ascension. Chapter 142. Attack to kill. Han Li was completely ignorant of the Qin clan's situation. However, this did not obstruct his ecstatic mood. While he excitedly walked around the room, he incessantly fiddled with writ of Immortal Ascension in his hand. In addition, the more he looked at this command medallion, the more pleasing to the eye it became. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Han Li calmed down the excitement in his heart. He began to think of his plans for the future and the feasibility of traveling to Yellow Maple Valley to formally become an apprentice to a master. After a night of restless, difficult sleep for Han Li, the Great South Small Meeting had at last come to an end. From the beginning of the morning of the second day, many cultivators had already begun to leave the valley. The people inside the valley had already been reduced to less than half. During the afternoon, there were several slightly older senior experts who appeared in the plaza. After they said a few encouraging words of praise, they declared the formal termination of the Great South Meeting. That Taoist Master Qingyan was also one of those experts. Suddenly, in groups of 3 or 4 or perhaps like wild geese, the remaining cultivators flew into the sky and floated there. At this moment, Taoist priest Qing Wen and the other went to find Han Li, inviting him to journey with them once more. After a moment of silence, Han Li declined their invitation, greatly angering Wu Jiozhi and the Mo brothers. Even Taoist priest Qing Wen's complexion was somewhat unsightly. Since Brother Han is unwilling to travel with us, Qing Wen will not force you. Take care of yourself on your journey, brother. After a sigh from Qing Wen, he said this with a regretful tone. He then patted Han Li's shoulders and departed the valley with the others. Han Li hadn't discovered that during the second that Taoist priest Qing Wen patted Han Li's shoulders, a bit of colorless and formless fine powder left Qing Wen's cuff and scattered on Han Li's clothes. In addition, the area sprinkled with dust was slightly unusual, but nothing could be seen. When Wu Jiozhi and company left the thick fog of the valley, Taoist priest Qing Wen had fallen behind them at an unknown time and took advantage of the thoughtlessness of the several people while exposing a sinister appearance. He suddenly raised his cuff and sent a stream of flame toward the sky. It disappeared into the shrubbery at the side. His face then resumed his normal rightful and strict appearance, as if the actions from a moment ago had not occurred. Han Li did not completely understand what Taoist priest Qing Wen just did, but due to his continuous habit of being cautious, he didn't immediately set off from the Great South Valley but rather waited the night inside the valley. When it was early morning with the dew shining brightly, he stealthily slipped away from the valley in a manner that even gods and ghosts could not see. Tiel? Gods don't know and ghosts don't see. After he left the Great South Valley, Han Li identified the direction. He used the Imperial flight technique and lightly tapped his foot against the ground, propelling him about 10 meters away. Like that, his clothes fluttered into the distance. Not long after he departed the valley, two people hurriedly rushed over. In front of them was a green ball of light the size of a thumb guiding their way. After they turned to where Han Li was just a moment ago, they followed in the direction that Han Li flew off to. Those two people precisely followed the green light's directions. Han Li did not yet stop on the journey, not even resting after having traveled over 100 li. When he arrived at a small hill, he stopped to sit down and eat a few things, recovering his exhausted body and magic power as well. Han Li did not know that his actions, having not followed common conventions, caused the two pursuing behind him to curse endlessly. This was not surprising. They had set out on their pursuit before the light of day. Had they not marked Han Li's body, they would have probably lost him. However, their original plan to set a trap ahead of him and ambush him had fallen through. What made the two even more incomparably angry was that Han Li's leaps and steps and traversed more than 100 li, causing the two to eat a bellyful of dust. They were so tired they could drop. After all, these two had been cultivators for a long time and were accustomed to living like princes. Having to bitterly rely on their legs to travel a long distance, these two had not experienced this in quite a long time. It was not known how much time had passed since Han Li had sat down cross-legged inside a depression of the hill and shut his eyes, motionless. It appeared he entered a state of selflessness. Apart from the sounds of the hill's wildlife around him, he heard no other noise. It was at this time that somewhere from the nearby earth, the ground broke and emitted several tens of streams of white light directly toward Han Li. The originally motionless Han Li suddenly opened his eyes and saw the cold light. His body suddenly soared into the air without reason, and he lightly landed with both feet on an open space to the side. Poopo. Those white lights naturally missed their target. The true identity of the sparkling and half-transparent white lights that had attempted to strike Han Li during meditation was more than 10 incomparably sharp ice awls. When Han Li saw this, his expression became gloomy. He stretched out his right hand and extended his 5 fingers, Zalala. After a burst of explosive sounds, 5 small fireballs appeared at his fingertips. These fireballs, compared to the fireballs of the common fireball technique, were smaller by more than half. Your esteemed self should taste this person's fireballs. Han Li shouted awe-inspiringly while gazing at the place where the ice awls flew from. Then he slightly bent his fingers and suddenly shot them. The 5 fireballs flew out in a line. As soon as the fireballs were about to touch the floor, the image of yellow-clothed man suddenly appeared. Then the man flashed and his image appeared elsewhere. He happened to avoid the fireball attack. Bang! The small area where Han Li's fireballs exploded left a few large holes that released a blistering hot air. A few of the places exposed signs of melting from high temperature, causing the man who had dangerously escaped death to break out a cold sweat. At this time, Han Li did not pay attention to the holes but rather firmly stared at the yellow-clothed man who jumped out. He was a slender 30-year-old man with a cunning face. "Why did you ambush me?" Han Li coldly asked. When the yellow-clothed man heard this, he rolled his eyes. He sinisterly laughed several times and said, "You will know in your next life." Soon after, he suddenly yelled with a cold voice, "Go!" Han Li was shocked. Chapter 143, Beheading the large man that had just emerged from the ground, and the yellow-clothed man started to chase after Han Li. As they chased him, they were afraid that Han Li would run far away again. After recovering a bit of magic power, they immediately grouped up and planned their next attack. At this time, Han Li felt a scorching pain from his wounded thigh. It seemed that his movements from a moment ago had worsened his injury. However, now was not the time to think about that problem. The large man that had concealed himself in the ground a moment ago took out a long saber covered in black chi and fiercely charged toward Han Li. When Han Li saw his opponent's figures, he observed that although they were quite fast, their movements were stiff. It was clear these people only relied on the support of magic techniques. His heart could not help but slightly relax. It should be known that Han Li's strange and quick movements would prevent them from catching up to him. With that thought, Han Li no longer paid attention to the large overbearing man and placed his attention onto the yellow-clothed man instead, as the man had taken out a dark green gourd. He had pointed the mouth of the gourd toward Han Li, seemingly wanting to cast a magic technique. "Where do you think you're looking?" The large man charged next to Han Li with a greatly flourished yellow light on his body. He lifted his demonic long saber and chopped it down toward Han Li. Han Li snorted. His body flashed, appearing outside the reach of the saber. "You were fooled, boy." The large man wildly laughed. A black light from the long saber in his hand flashed, and turned into a long black rope. Like a long snake, it closely followed and twisted toward Han Li, neither locking him down nor letting him go. Han Li was startled, and his body immediately grew strangely indistinct. One moment he was at the left, then right, then front, then back, as if there were several Han Lis encircling the large man. When the large man saw this, he grew greatly intimidated. However, he immediately protected his body with the earth armor technique, and no longer paid it any attention to Han Li's afterimages. Instead, he hastily moved his flexible black rope and did his utmost to pursue Han Li's true body. Pung ping. Pung ping. Han Li swept past the side of the large man. During that instant, he fiercely shot fireballs at the large man with both hands around him. As they hit his body, the yellow light shook for a moment. Unfortunately, it recovered at once. How could this meager fireball technique break through this uncle's defensive technique? The large man's face was savage, and the movement of his hands grew even more rapid. The movements of the black rope didn't relax even the slightest. Han Li felt somewhat anxious. Although the large man's black rope was somewhat slower than him, he was unable to cope with it. He dared not slow down his body's movements, else he was certain to be caught. Although he didn't know what sort of magic tool the black rope was, it was quite troublesome. However, he didn't dare to negligently let it wrap around him. He busily glanced toward the yellow-clothed man and saw that his expression was solemn. The magic tool gourd in his hand started to release a secretive azure light. It was unknown what would about to emerge from within. This won't do. If this continues, I won't be able to survive. If I don't brave a few risks, I will die. Han Li thought to himself, having seen the desperate circumstances. As a result, Han Li rushed to take out the guardian talisman he received from Monk Golden Light. This guardian talisman was a type of talisman technique. Its incantation had long been acquired from Buddhist monk Ku Sang. Now he had finally used it. Han Li softly chanted the incantation verses. Because he was in the middle of moving, it sounded somewhat ambiguous. However, the talisman's golden characters started to brighten. Not only did he not think to rush toward Han Li, but he also turned around and wildly fled. Thought at this time Han Li was already resolved to kill. How could he let these people leave? He pointed to the large person, and the sword light immediately and fiercely pursued, appearing behind the large man's body. It coiled around the large man's neck and his skull easily tumbled to the ground. It was as if the yellow light protecting his body didn't exist, not affecting it in the slightest. When the yellow-clothed man saw this, he had actually dared to stay there for the moment. He took out a talisman and slapped it onto his body, causing him to spout out a pair of large yellow wings. He lightly flapped them and soared off, flying to a distant place. Han Li then commanded the sword light to pursue, closely following behind the yellow-clothed man. The yellow-clothed man flew even faster, and the gray light was unexpectedly unable to overtake him for a time. Han Li felt slightly anxious and his heart grew fierce. He then used all of the magic power he had without reserve. It was as if that gray streak had immediately consumed a tonic and suddenly sped up, piercing through the chest of the yellow-clothed man and thoroughly bringing peace to Han Li's heart. The yellow-clothed man screamed and fell from the air. Han Li grew greatly cheerful and recalled the gray light. He dashed toward the man, hoping to capture him alive and carefully interrogate him. Unfortunately, when Han Li arrived at the crash site, the yellow-clothed man couldn't possibly be any more dead. He simply fell to his death, causing Han Li to be quite depressed. Since there were no living mouths, he could only search the two bodies and see whether he could find any useful clues. After Han Li impolitely plundered all the items on the two men's bodies, he did not find any relevant items. Even so, he struck it rich. These two men actually had 50 low-grade spirit stones as well as a few talismans and magic tools. Han Li could not make head or tails of their assault and was somewhat puzzled. He also did not know whether or not these two had anything to do with the missing rogue cultivators. However, he didn't dare to stay here too long. After consuming a few medicine pills, he continued on his way. Chapter 144 Dispute over a Foundation Establishment Pill. Chapter 144 Dispute over a Foundation Establishment Pill. The Jian province located in the north of the state of Yu was ranked second amongst the 13 provinces. Its land is comprised of many hills and its population is sparse. It also bordered the state of Yuanwu. The Taiyu mountain range was located at the western part of the province and spanned over several thousands of li. In addition, All sorts of beasts and birds of prey existed in great numbers within the desolate mountain forest. On occasion, even woodcutters and hunters would start rumors of having seen immortals and monsters, further shrouding the location in mystery. Naturally, no common man would have thought that for several thousand years, the center of this mountain range had been the home of one of the 7 great cultivator sects, the Yellow Maple Valley. From the view above, it appeared no different from other mountain ranges. The ridges were steep and the forest was lush. However, it was completely an illusion, as it was actually covered in a wondrously large, sect-wide formation. Underneath the formation were countless towers and grand halls that had been built long ago. There were even cultivators busily about, flying at low altitudes on top of leaf-shaped pedal magic tools. Yellow Maple Valley's current sect master Zhong Lingdao was already 100 years old. However, he still had the middle-aged appearance of having 3 long strands of facial hair, comprising of a mustache and beard. He was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator with a calm, natural disposition and was skilled at organization. Within the sect, his prestige was high. The sect elders and his fellow apprentice brothers held much confidence in him. However, this always calm, fully confident sect master Zhong was currently tensing his brow as he sat in the main hall's head seat. He somewhat helplessly watched an intense dispute in front of him between a middle-aged man and an old man. In the great hall, there were more than 10 other cultivators at both sides, each with a different expression. These were the stewards of Yellow Maple Valley. Elder Marshal Brother Morone. It is obvious that several months ago, we had already distributed all of the Foundation establishment pills. However, my grandnephew's reservation was actually cancelled and given to a rogue cultivator. This is outrageous. The old man shouted with fury toward the direction of the middle-aged scholar. This was truly astonishing. This old man was undoubtedly much older than the middle-aged person, but he still addressed him as Elder Marshal Brother. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, this was not an accident. For the first time in several hundred years, someone had entered the sect through the use of a rite of immortal ascension. How could we ignore this? We must give this person a Foundation establishment pill. The middle-aged scholar calmly said with his expression unchanged. However, this person is simply not a person from a cultivator clan and is merely a rogue cultivator. Do we still have to give him a Foundation establishment pill under those circumstances? As I see it, simply letting him enter the sect is enough. With that much, he would regard that as a great fortune. The old man disputed while flushed with anger. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, these words should not be uttered. How do you know that his ancestors were not from a cultivator clan? Perhaps his clan simply declined and then he became a rogue cultivator. Moreover, who can guarantee their own clan will not weaken with age? Perhaps one day Junior Marshal Brother Ye's Yi clan will also decline. His complexion immediately undergone a great change and was filled with fear and trepidation. Since it is Marshal Aunt Hong Fu's descendant, it is only natural to take care of her. How could this little brother disrespect his elders in this way? This little brother is convinced of this person's arrangement and concedes. The old man spoke with his face somewhat pale. Having seen the old man's expression as such, Great Sect Master Zhong was not at all surprised. After all, she was the sole female descendant of the Yellow Maple Valley's core formation expert, Marshal Aunt Hong Fu, whose temper was known to all. If he truly deprived the young girl's qualifications to Foundation establishment, the old man wouldn't just be out of luck, perhaps even this sect master would have no good days ahead of him. And the other one? The old man was still unresigned. Although he knew this remaining person was certain to have sufficient justification, he was still asked with a mind grasping for a fluke. As for the remaining one, his body has a strange wind attribute spiritual root. Is this enough justification? Zhong Lingdao unhurriedly answered as he twirled his long beard with his fingers. When the old man heard this, he remained silent. Yellow Maple Valley sect rules had an article that stated, "Heavenly roots and unusual spiritual roots took precedence in Foundation establishment." There was nothing he could complain about. However, although his grandnephew was not his grandson by blood, ever since he entered the sect, he dearly looked at his growth since the very first days. He was even more intimate toward him than his very own grandsons. How could he have the heart to tell him that his qualifications for Foundation establishment had been revoked? Then my grandnephew is truly without hope? It should be known that if he were to wait another 10 years, he would miss the optimal period to reach Foundation establishment and would lose his chance to enter Foundation establishment in this lifetime. The old man's words were somewhat bleak, stirring up a burst of whispers among those seated. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, there is actually a way. A somewhat gloomy long-faced old man with a hawk nose stood and consoled the old man surnamed Yi. What? Senior Marshal Brother Wu has a method? When old man Yi heard this, his spirit shook. Within the sect, this senior Brother Wu was well known for being resourceful. Perhaps he truly had a method. The old man surnamed Wu slightly smiled and didn't immediately respond. Instead he turned to Zhong Lingdao and saluted to him, asking him with a clear voice, "May I ask, Sect Master, what were the properties of the spiritual roots of the person who brought the writ of immortal ascension? Have you tested him yet? What was his aptitude?" It seemed to be not particularly good. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, you personally tested him. Why don't you tell us? Zhong Lingdao asked someone from the left side of the row. Yes, Elder Marshal Brother, Sect Master. A middle-aged wearing light green clothes stood and indifferently said, "This person's age is not old. He is 18 or 19 years of age. He has reached early 9th layer in a wood attribute foundation cultivation technique. His spiritual roots are the 4 attributes except for metal. They could be classified as false spiritual roots. From judging as a whole, this person's aptitudes are at the bottom. However, he has come across fortuitous encounters and diligently trained, otherwise how else could he reach his current state? If he were to have no other strokes of luck in this lifetime, he would at most train to his foundation cultivation technique until the 11th or 12th layer, unable to enter foundation establishment. Even if he were to take a foundation establishment pill, his odds of entering foundation establishment are only 1%. Good. The old man surnamed Wu waited until Junior Brother Wang said this before loudly interrupting. What is good? The old man surnamed Yi could not help but ask. The others looked at the old man surnamed Wu with doubtful gazes. Only Zhong Lingdao wrinkled his brow. He already had a bit of a guess in his mind. May I ask, Sect Master, if the person that came took the initiative to renounce the foundation establishment pill, would it be regarded as going against our promise? The old man surnamed Wu asked. Of course. However, no one is allowed to use threats or force to accomplish this matter. Otherwise, our Yellow Maple Valley's reputation will be ruined. Sect Master Zhong softly and solemnly said. Hehe. Sect Master, please feel at ease. This is only natural. The old man surnamed Wu faintly smiled and then turned his head toward the old man surnamed Yi, saying, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you don't mind spending a few items to purchase his foundation establishment pill, right? It should be known with such lowly aptitude, the rate of success to enter foundation establishment is pitifully small. This should be a great opportunity. He can to renounce the establishment foundation pill to obtain something far more practical. The old man named Wu said with a fully confident appearance. However, after he ascended to the 9th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts, he felt the effectiveness of Yellow Dragon Pellet and Golden Essence Pill greatly lessening. They did not aid him as greatly as before. It seemed he must find several other spiritual medicine recipes and concoct some medicine pills truly fit for a cultivator, else the pace of his cultivation would be delayed. Just as Han Li was immersed in thought, the sound of footsteps came from outside the door. In addition, it was the sound of not just one person. Han Li roused his spirit. It seemed that after suffering through several days, the information he was waiting for had come. Young friend, have you become accustomed to living here? The room's door softly opened, and the voice of the representative named Wang spoke. This man soon entered the room, followed by a blushing old man. Greetings, Immortal Wang. Han Li immediately jumped from the bed and respectfully greeted him. He was fully aware that nobody would find fault with extra courtesy. Were he to humble his attitude a bit, he would only receive benefit and no detriments. This is? Han Li glanced at the old man and asked, puzzled. This is my senior marshal brother, surnamed Yi. Junior Marshal Brother Wang smiled and then explained. Surnamed Yi? Han Li was startled. Could it be that the matter of having taken the writ after killing Monk Golden Light was revealed? Was it the Yi clan member who sought him? However, although this old man's complexion wasn't too good, he did not have the appearance of great anger. It seemed he had some other mysterious reason. Han Li felt apprehensive, though this was not expressed in the slightest on his face. With the same respectful tone, he said, So it was Immortal Yi. The old man sized up Han Li once through. How could Han Li look and feel so terribly ordinary? There wasn't anything the slightest bit out of the ordinary. He couldn't help but feel uncertain toward his purpose coming here. As a result, after he heard Han Li's greeting, he put on a gracious face and smiled, saying, Hee hee. Young friend Han need not be overly courteous. Since young friend Han arrived to our Yellow Maple Valley holding the writ of immortal ascension, young friend is already a sect disciple. Calling me martial uncle ye will suffice, you need not regard yourself as an outsider. After Han Li heard the old man's words, his heart greatly lightened. However, his mind was still somewhat unconvinced. Since the other party had spoken so politely, it seems he did not have a vendetta against him. Though wasn't this level of politely a bit too excessive? How could he be said to not be an outsider? Han Li was at a loss. Young friend Han, senior martial brother, ye did not speak wrongly. The current sect master had already agreed to allow young friend to become a sect disciple. In addition, a foundation establishment pill has been prepared for young friend. Junior martial brother Wang said with a light smile. Truly? When the always steady and calm Han Li heard those words, he could not help but grow excited. He wished he could dance for joy and vent his feelings. Seeing Han Li act in such a manner, junior martial brother Wang smiled. He did not feel very surprised. It seemed he had already predicted Han Li's reaction. Junior martial brother Wang, I wish to speak with martial nephew Han alone. Could you withdraw for a moment? The old man had grown somewhat impatient and finally spoke what he wanted to ever since he entered the room. Of course, this junior martial brother will return to sect master first. After senior martial brother and martial nephew Han finished speaking, come back together. Junior martial brother Wang inwardly sighed. After giving Han Li a faint glance, he left the room. At this moment, the only two remaining in the room were Old Man Yi and Han Li. Han Li was stunned at what had happened before him. How could this one surnamed Wang just walk away after being told? The one left along with him, the fellow calling himself martial uncle, what matter does he have to speak with him? Although he didn't know what this senior martial brother Yi was up to, Han Li had a faintly bad premonition. The old man saw that Han Li was uneasy, but he didn't care in the slightest. He was convinced the things he could put forward were certain to cause this youth inexperienced with the world to widely open his eyes and smoothly complete the transaction. Martial nephew Han, martial uncle is a straightforward person, therefore I will not beat around the bush and openly say it. My business is related to your given foundation establishment pill. I wish to purchase it from martial nephew. What does martial nephew think about it? The old man got right to the point. He actually wants to purchase my foundation establishment pill. Did he not mishear? How could he sell it to someone else? When Han Li heard this, he was shocked. However, soon after, his complexion greatly changed and became unsightly. Martial nephew Han, do not hesitate to be at ease. I will not offer nothing in exchange for martial nephew's foundation establishment pill. 7 or 8 mid-grade spirit stones, a few elementary mid to high-grade spiritual talismans, and several kinds of first-rate magic tools. Martial uncle still can bring out more things. If these truly won't do, martial uncle still has a few magic power progressing medicine pills. Although they are incapable of being compared to a foundation establishment pill, they are spiritual medicines hard to come by even in the sect. The old man hastily explained after clearly seeing Han Li's complexion change. After Han Li heard these words, his complexion was much better. He heard the sincerity in the other party's words. It seemed this martial uncle had no intention of harshly and unreasonably scramble to rob him. Indeed, he truly wished to buy his foundation establishment pill. Will martial nephew please fulfill our wish? Han Li laughed bitterly in his heart after hearing this and thought, grandnephew, I guess that's a tight enough family relationship. If he can make the martial uncle Yi try so hard, and to even ask to trade the foundation establishment pill from a junior, he must be extremely lovable. Looks like if I really don't trade with him, there is 100% chance that I will provoke this old man. After that, I would never be able to settle in the Yellow Maple Valley. I can only swallow my pain and agree to trade. As for how I'm going to achieve foundation establishment, I will have to think of some other ways in the future. I still have that mysterious little bottle, and if I have the recipe in time, what medicine can't I make? After Han Li finished considering the pros and cons, he had made his choice. However, he wanted to get the most out of the trade, so he acted as if he was struggling and having trouble deciding. Martial uncle, it's not that junior is disrespecting senior, but the foundation establishment pill is also incredibly important to martial nephew. Even if junior has low potential, isn't there still a sliver of hope? If I just give up this opportunity to become foundation establishment now, then junior would really have no chance with the great path. After the old man heard Han Li out, he couldn't help but to scoff in silence. He thought to himself, you can't possibly be considering the higher path with your low qualification. You are completely overestimating your own abilities. But on the surface, the old man was still persuading him patiently from different angles while making a lot of empty promises. He continued to pressure and change Han Li's decision into agreeing to trade the Foundation establishment pill. Hearing these empty promises, Han Li laughed coldly in his heart, but he kept on saying words with uncertainty and making himself sound even weaker. This thrilled the old man even more as he continued to bargain with an even higher price. Martial nephew. If you are willing to give up the Foundation establishment pill, I can let you choose any chore you want from the chores that the disciples at the valley are required to do. Seeing Han Li was on the edge of agreeing to the deal, he finally played his trump card. Chores? Han Li was really stunned this time. Yes, you should know that the low-level disciples at Yellow Maple Valley must complete an assignment every month. For example, going to a few mines and supervise the miners, be an administrative disciple at a city market owned by our sect, take care of the valley's rare creatures, or growing some wonderful, spiritual medicines. Based on how the job was completed, the sect will hand out some low-grade spiritual stones to these disciples as a reward. And I, Martial Uncle, am responsible for distributing these types of jobs in the valley. So if there are any jobs that Martial Nephew would like, it would be all up to me, the old man surnamed Yi said proudly, seeming like he truly did have the power and confidence. But having listened to this, Han Li was speechless. Chapter 147 The Particulars Within the Valley. Chapter 147. The Particulars Within the Valley. After Han Li and Old Man Yi finished their business, Han Li was brought to the main hall on a flying magic tool toward the main hall to reply to Yellow Maple Valley's sect master Zhong Lingdao. Not long after, Han Li stood in front of the immense stone palace hall that was several tens of meters tall and was curiously sizing up several Yellow Maple Valley disciples who were standing guard at the gate. These people's magic power was far more profound than Han Li's. At the very least they had reached the 10th layer or higher of their foundation cultivation technique. Han Li could not help but be inwardly surprised toward this sect's cultivator's strength and impressive appearance. Just a moment ago when he and Old Man Yi arrived at this place, Old Man Yi had him first stay outside the hall. He was to wait for sect master Zhong's summons before going in by himself. This caused Han Li to awkwardly wait outside the palace hall, making him break into a string of silent curses. After a long while, a white-clothed middle-aged man came outside and directly arrived in front of Han Li. He coldly said, "Follow me in. Sect master summons you." Then without waiting for a response from Han Li, he returned, paying heed only to himself. Han Li inwardly smiled bitterly. It seemed a 9th-layer qi condensation cultivator such as himself simply could not be put into the person's eyes. He didn't want to say more than a single phrase to him. Although he was discontent toward this person's arrogance, Han Li clearly understood his own importance here and obediently followed after him, entering the main hall. After passing through 3 large gates guarded by disciples, Han Li then saw Yellow Maple Valley sect master Zhong Lingdao, a middle-aged man with a long 3-strand beard. On the 2 sides of the large hall sat more than 10 people, each differently clothed. When Han Li entered, after he sized up Han Li a moment and saw that his appearance was common and uninteresting, he shifted his vision away, uninterested. In addition, that Old Man Yi and that junior martial brother Wang were also sitting within. "This young fellow is called Han Li?" Sect leader Zhong serenely asked. "That is right. Disciple Han Li meets sect master." Han Li appeared to very sincerely step forward and formally salute him. There is no need to be overly polite. Since young friend carries the writ of immortal ascension, this sect master will certainly respect the rules established by our exalted predecessors and have young friend enter the sect. Zhong Lingdao amiably smiled like a blowing spring wind and lightly brushed his sleeve. Just as Han Li was about to lower his body, he felt a soft incorporeal power around his thigh softly supporting him and rendering incapable of continuing to formally pay his respects. This had startled him and he felt some reverence toward the sect master. Not only will young friend enter the sect, but he will also obtain the qualifications to take the Foundation establishment pill. I heard junior martial brother Yi said that young friend renounced his Foundation establishment pill and gave it to someone else. Is this true? Sect Master Zhong did not speak much rubbish and directly spoke of the purpose of his summon to the palace hall. That is right, Sect Master. Disciple feels his aptitude is lacking, and taking the Foundation establishment pill is truly too extravagant. Instead, I gave this precious item to a senior martial brother who needed it more. After Han Li uttered these words, he felt his heart faintly ache. This was because of the Foundation establishment pill. This wasn't some kind of ordinary medicine pill that he could eat between meals. If one were to release a Foundation establishment pill into the world of cultivation, it would be a wonder if it hadn't stirred up the winds of a bloody rain. Although he could rely on his mysterious small bottle, he had no confidence that he could perfectly refine a spiritual pill like the Foundation establishment pill. These particular words he had just said were not from the heart. Han Li was very reluctant to part with it. However, his appearance was completely obedient and deferential, greatly satisfying the majority of those in the palace hall. Good. Young friend Han, this sect master is greatly gratified by your decision. However, young friend should not hesitate to be at ease. This sect master will not let young friend perform this sacrifice in vain. After this was said, Zhong Lingdao turned his head and looked toward old man Yi. Junior Marshal Brother Yi. Young friend Han releases his Foundation establishment pill for the use of your grandnephew. However, Junior Marshal Brother must compensate young friend for his loss. You must satisfy him. Zhong Lingdao solemnly said. Hehe. Sect master, please feel at ease. I will definitely satisfy Marshal nephew Han. The old man saw matters unfold as he imagined, smoothly reaching an agreement. He couldn't help but burst with joy, repeatedly agreeing in response. Having seen the old man appear this way, Zhong Lingdao fiddled with his long beard and faintly smiled. This difficult problem had unexpectedly been effortlessly resolved and satisfied both sides. This made the great sect master let out a sigh of relief. The matter of the Foundation establishment pill has been resolved, and from this day onward, young friend Han will be a disciple of this sect. Junior Marshal Brother Wang, arrange Marshal nephew Han's residence and briefly explain the Valley's sect rules. First, have him see a cultivation guidance disciple. If there is remarkable progress, then there may be another promotion. Zhong Lingdao commanded Junior Marshal Brother Wang with words in a way dripping water would not reveal. I will follow your orders, sect master. Junior Marshal Brother Wang stood and accepted his commands. Thus, this Marshal Uncle Wang immediately brought Han Li out of the palace hall and started to explain a few of Yellow Maple Valley's various rules and tell him a few bits of general knowledge. Han Li attentively listened and more or less understood, formed an initial understanding of Yellow Maple Valley. Yellow Maple Valley had about 10,000 disciples in total. Of these disciples, at 90% were at the Qi condensation stage. There were only a few hundred Foundation establishment stage disciples. Those people were the central power of Yellow Maple Valley. Above them were great core formation stage experts. There were only a few several. They were fundamentally in seclusion year-round and were no longer interested with the affairs of the valley. Unless it was a major event involving the life or death of Yellow Maple Valley, Sect Master Zhong would ordinarily not see these people's faces. Old Man Yi and those tens of people within the main hall were all these kinds of stewards. Actually, Sect Master Zhong Lingdao was a high-level steward. However, he took charge of the entire sect's overall planning and was the steward of all the stewards. True decisions regarding the life or death of the sect were decided by those reclusive core formation experts. Their mere existence allowed Yellow Maple Valley to be viewed upon as one of the towering 7 great immortal sects, and made it so that evil spirits dared not to cause harm to the sect. Otherwise, Yellow Maple Valley of the 7 great immortal sects would have already been long exterminated countless times from those demons with profound magic power. Naturally, the information mentioned above did not come from this Marshal Uncle Wang but was secretly inferred by Han Li from inquiries and Marshal Uncle Wang's words. This allowed Han Li to have a clear understanding of his status and environment. This would later be of no small assistance to him when interacting with fellow sect disciples. Didn't all the new disciples from the Immortal Ascension Assembly receive their equipments? How come there's another one? And his aptitude is so poor. Did our sect leader Zhong's standards really become that low? He would recruit someone so untalented into the valley. The old man in gray said bluntly right in front of Han Li, making Han Li sound completely useless. From his tone of attitude, it doesn't seem like he respected the sect leader Zhong as much either. Hearing this, Han Li naturally felt extremely awkward, and Marshal Uncle Wang was also smiling bitterly. He knew that because of what happened back then, this junior Marshal Brother Lin had been holding a grudge against their senior Marshal Brother, the sect leader, ever since. But in front of this junior Han Li, how could he possibly pick on the young? So, he coughed a little and changed the topic. Junior Marshal Brother, this Marshal nephew Han was the one who brought the writ of Immortal Ascension and joined us in the Yellow Maple Valley. It counts as an exception, so his aptitude is not important. What's important is that the sect needs to keep our promise. The Writ of Immortal Ascension. The old man in gray was very surprised and looked at Han Li once again. TSK. If you say so, then this fellow must have a lot of luck and he can take a foundation establishment pill? The old man said with a loud voice and looked at him with a look that said, "Fellow, you're truly a lucky B***starred. Hee, normally that would be the case. But Marshal nephew Han and Marshal brother Yi made a deal, and he gave up this foundation establishment pill automatically." Marshal Uncle Wang smiled and mentioned. Gave up the foundation establishment pill? The old man was startled at first, but for some reason his expression darkened right away, and after a moment of silence he said something that surprised Han Li. It's a good thing he could give it up. The most important thing about being human is knowing your limits. Knowing what to give up and what to take at this young age, this quality is a lot stronger in him than in me. The expression of the old man in gray seemed to be incredibly lonely. The expression in his eyes, which were originally cold, became more kind. But after Han Li heard what the old man said, he was confused and didn't take it to heart. Knowing your limits? That was because I had no choice, so I gave up the precious foundation establishment pill. If it weren't so, who would give it up? Without Han Li mentioning the complaints his heart, the old man suddenly put on a straight face and stood up. He used his hands to lightly and continuously claw at the space around them. An item suddenly appeared in his hand, and the items kept increasing. The whole process stunned Han Li. A yellow silk shirt, a azure leaf magic tool, an everyday refinery set, one fierce sun sword and cold moon saber each, and a 10-fold storage pouch. The old man listed all the items in his hands coldly and put them on the table. The items are all here. Little fellow, take them away. As for Marshal Brother Wang, who is a busy person, I will not ask you to stay. Please see yourselves out. After saying this, the old man took out another piece of wood from his chest, started sculpting once again, no longer paying attention to the two of them. Seeing this, Marshal Uncle Wang sighed, stopped saying anything else, and told Han Li to pick up the items. As soon as the two of them walked out of the stone house, the door automatically closed up with a loud bang. Marshal Uncle Wang looked at the shut door and shook his head. He then prepared to leave the place with Han Li. Oh, you don't have to carry that many items in your arms, just put them in your storage pouch. Marshal Uncle Wang turned around and saw Han Li carrying everything in his arms, standing like an idiot beside him. His foolish look amused him, so he spoke to remind him. After Han Li heard what he said, he put the things in his arms on the ground and found the black cloth pouch among the items. This is the 10-fold storage pouch? Han Li was a little confused. He picked up the pouch, looked at the incredibly small opening, and then looked at the enormous swords and items. He hesitated a little since he didn't know how to stuff them in the pouch. This is your first time using a storage pouch, so let me demonstrate. Marshal Uncle Wang was understanding. After he recognized Han Li's confusion, he reached over and took the pouch. All you have to do is aim the opening of the pouch at what you want to put in, inject some magic power into the pouch and focus on the item. It will be sucked in automatically. Marshal Uncle Wang said as he demonstrated it himself. He pointed the opening downwards and the white light in his hand flickered. A bright, white light shot out from the pouch and covered everything that was on the ground. Those items immediately shrunk under the white light, and as soon as they reached a certain size, they were sucked into the pouch. Han Li, who was watching on the side, was surprised and amazed. You use the same method when you want to take out an item. You just have to focus on the item that you want to take out with your magic power beforehand, Marshal Uncle Wang said as he returned the pouch to Han Li. But there are a few rules when it comes to using the storage pouch. Marshal nephew Han, you must remember them carefully. Marshal Uncle Wang put his hands behind his back and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Han Li nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Firstly, the storage pouch can only hold and shrink a certain amount or size of items. If the pouch sucked in something that's too big or too many in quantity, it will lose its ability, and you won't be able to put more items inside of it anymore. Secondly, the storage pouch cannot store living things. If you put a live creature inside it, then it will die for sure. Lastly, and also the most important rule you must keep at heart, low-grade storage pouches do not have the ability to recognize their owner, so whoever steals your storage pouch can take the items inside. Hence, don't reveal your storage pouch easily in front of other cultivators. You should hide it carefully or else you could get into serious trouble. Chapter 149 Chores. Chapter 149 Chores. After Han Li heard these words, he naturally kept them in mind. Since you've received everything, come with me to see the cultivation guidance disciple. After Martial Uncle Wang said this, he brought Han Li to the flying magic tool and flew. On this flight, the distance they traveled was far shorter. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a huge stone building built into the mountain. The stone sign on the front of the building had the words, Cultivation Guidance Pavilion, written in golden characters. It was quite busy with a few young disciples nearby, entering and exiting. Martial Uncle Wang did not say anything this time and just walked in, taking the lead. Han Li closely followed behind. It was clear that a few disciples recognized this Martial Uncle Wang. They had continuously saluted and greeted him. Martial Uncle smiled with a nod. It seemed that his reputation in Yellow Maple Valley was truly quite good. After entering the stone building, Han Li unexpectedly discovered that the back half of the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion actually extended into the depths of the mountain. Its interior was extremely vast and had rows of stone doors standing side by side with disciples both entering and exiting through them. Just as Han Li thought to take a good look, Martial Uncle Wang pushed open the third room door on the right side and walked in heedlessly. This caused Han Li to hesitate somewhat. He did not know whether he should follow closely behind him. Come in. Martial Uncle Wang did not have Han Li wait long. After a moment he emerged from the doorway and called out to Han Li. There weren't many people in the room. Inside there was a black-clothed disciple about 30 years old. He deferentially stood to the side of Martial Uncle Wang. After he saw Han Li enter, he kindly smiled toward him. This is Wu Feng. He is responsible for the cultivation techniques of new disciples. If you have any questions with regards to cultivation techniques in the future, you can ask him for guidance. With regards to understanding elementary cultivation techniques, Wu Feng is of the top 10. Martial Uncle Wang's words held great admiration toward this fellow. I request Senior Martial Brother Wu to give me much guidance in the future. Han Li respectfully saluted. He clearly understood that this person would be his cultivation technique master in the future. How could he slight him? Martial Uncle praises me too much. In truth, I merely have a superficial, incomplete knowledge of cultivation techniques. I can exchange pointers with Junior Martial Han to gain understanding. This Senior Brother Wu politely added. Martial Nephew Wu, I clearly understand your knowledge on cultivation techniques. There is no need to be too modest. I will hand over the matter of Martial Nephew Han's cultivation technique to you. Currently, I simply brought him so the two of you can be acquainted. After that, I still have to bring him to other places to introduce him. He will not be present here for long. Martial Uncle Wang was quite straightforward. After he said those words, Elder Martial Brother Wu respectfully sent them off. They promptly departed from the room. Next, this Martial Uncle Wang responsibly and diligently brought Han Li to several other essential places and introduced him to many honored disciples. Furthermore, he gave him an explanation of a few everyday matters to take notice of before returning him to the gray-clothed old man's stone house. He had Han Li choose a stone room to live in before leaving Han Li and returning alone. Han Li stood in front of the stone room he chose and sized up the simple and crude residence with a bitter smile. At this moment he already knew that so long as he trained his foundation cultivation technique to the 10th layer, he would be able to leave and move to a residence in a place called the Mysterious Earth Mountain. According to the rules, you can first familiarize yourself with the circumstances within the sect for a month before you receive a task. There is no need to feel so anxious. The honored disciple spoke in astonishment. That's no issue. I currently want to find something to do. Are there any plant-growing jobs that currently lack manpower? Han Li faintly smiled. That is not how it works. All the missions that disciples receive are randomly distributed. Regardless of what you're up to, no one is allowed to select their duties. Only if they can prove that they truly have some respective ability in the field would they be given consideration. This honored disciple replied, embarrassed. When Han Li heard this, he creased his brow. Could it be he truly had to find Martial Uncle Yi? It doesn't matter. Have Martial Nephew Han choose as he wishes. A somewhat familiar voice came from behind Han Li, slightly frightening him. He turned his head to look. It was unexpectedly that old man Yi. He did not know when he had stood behind him. He was smiling toward Han Li. Hall Master has returned. When the middle-aged honored disciple saw the old man, he immediately greeted him. And I have returned. The old man flippantly said. Martial Uncle Yi. Han Li immediately greeted him with respect. Martial Nephew Han came here quite quickly. I returned here to give my subordinates an explanation to let Martial Nephew Han select his tasks at will. He half-jokingly mentioned. It seemed that this Marshal Uncle Ye's mood was pretty good. I am thankful for Marshal Uncle's concern. I also came to take a look. Could I inconvenience Marshal Uncle to find a suitable task? Hanli asked, apparently bashful. I am the one in charge here. What inconvenience is there? Honored disciple, you take out all the plant-growing tasks and let Hanli choose as he wishes. The old man magnanimously waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to follow his orders. This honored disciple you was dumbstruck by those words. After he took a deep glance toward Hanli, he hurriedly looked for the scrolls that recorded the chore tasks. In his mind, he could not help but think that he had some sort of relationship with his superior. The plant-growing tasks are all listed here. Take a careful look, Junior Marshal Brother Han. Honored disciple, you offered him the azure jade slips he returned with. Hanli said a word of thanks and took the slips. He earnestly looked through them. Look after the 13 5-flower trees. Every year each of them produces 2 white fruits. With great care take care of the 300-year-old fire cloud ginseng. Ensure that its spiritual nature is not lost. Grow a field of moon plum grass. Hand over 100 jin of its hay every season. TL, jin? Equals 5 kilograms. Look after the yellow jade bamboo forest. The slips had all kinds of plant-growing work. There was truly a great amount. However, there were still a few that had yet to be read by Hanli. When he rummaged through the rest of the slips, a task much to Hanli's satisfaction was found. TL, the Kuanin? Mysterious Earth Mountain is one of the, it representing Earth. Chapter 150 Reluctant Consent. Chapter 150, Reluctant Consent, take over the Azure Stone Mountain Range's 100 Medicine Garden. Requires a set amount of rare drug ingredients to be handed over every year. When Hanli saw the gold characters written on the slip, Hanli was extremely joyful. He raised his head toward honored disciple Yu and pointed to the slip, saying, I desire this task. Senior Marshal Brother Yu, could you present this to me? After he heard Hanli's words, honored disciple Yu pieced together a smile. But once he clearly saw the task Hanli had picked, the cheerful smile on his face became forced. Junior Marshal Brother, please pick another task. This garden task is extremely difficult. It doesn't suit Junior Marshal Brother. Honored disciple Yu very sincerely said. However, when he saw Hanli's puzzled appearance, he further explained, ever since the task was hung here several years ago, many have already attempted to compete it. However, all of them failed. Not only did they fail to receive an award, they were fined a great number of spirit stones. It could be said to be one of the most difficult tasks here. Even if Junior Marshal Brother Han is joking, each disciple I assigned this slip to were quite talented in growing plants. After Hanli heard these words, he inwardly laughed. However, after some contemplation, he did not plan to give up. He modestly asked, could Senior Marshal Brother tell me in what way is this task difficult? How could there be no Senior Marshal Brother that completed it? Isn't it just supervising the medicinal herbs in the garden? How is this hard? Could it be that Marshal Nephew chose Senior Marshal Brother Ma's medicine garden assignment? The nearby old man Yi, after heard these two's dialogue, did not wait for the middle-aged honored disciple to reply. He wrinkled his brow and rushed to interrupt them. That's right. Junior Marshal Brother Han took a fancy to Senior Marshal Uncle Ma's extremely difficult assignment. The middle-aged honored disciple did not know whether to laugh or cry. After the old man heard this, he wore an enigmatic smile. Ah, Marshal Nephew Han truly knows how to choose. He actually fancied the most troublesome task. However, this task truly causes one's head to ache. There have already been a great many who were forced to receive this assignment and complained to me before. However, because Senior Marshal Brother Ma was not willing to easily alter the conditions of rewards and penalties, I could not do anything. If Marshal Nephew Han wishes to know the details of this task, he can follow me into the hall and take a look at the relevant files. It is much more compelling than hearing from the word of mouth. It was unknown why this 100 Opportunities Hall's Hall Master Yi was so forthright toward Hanli. He went as far as to open the door for him in passing. Hanli inwardly wrinkled his brow. This Marshal Uncle Yi was a bit too enthusiastic. Although he had given his foundation establishment pill to him, it had seemed to be an equal trade. Why was he acting so intimately toward him? Hanli strongly pushed aside the suspicions in his mind and put up an appearance of being overwhelmed by Marshal Uncle Ye's favor toward him. Then he followed the old man who took the slip to some room at the back of the main hall. All sorts of files were piled up in the room. The old man lightly waved his arm with the slip in his hand. Then the slip flashed and a scroll flew toward into his hand. He offered the scroll to Han Li. Since he was already being offered, Han Li impolitely took the scroll and quickly rifled through it. The scroll's contents weren't long. It simply contained the written accounts of the disciples who were assigned to take care of the medicine garden. That was why Han Li looked through them quickly. A short moment later, he mostly understood the details and difficulty of the assignment. How about it? You should change to another assignment. Although this task's rewards are quite generous, it isn't something an ordinary disciple can accomplish. Martial Uncle Yi said with great concern. After Han Li heard those words, he muttered to himself for a moment. He firmly shook his head. Many thanks to Martial Uncle Yi. However, this task is much to my liking. I don't need to switch to another assignment because I am picking it. When the old man heard the determination in Han Li's words, he felt somewhat amazed. However, he said nothing else and nodded, giving his consent. He then immediately brought Han Li out of the room. After a moment of hesitation, he somewhat unnaturally added, Martial Nephew Han, with regards to the goods agreed from our deal with the Foundation Establishment Pill, could their delivery be slightly postponed? Martial Uncle has been recently wanting to refine a chi-gathering pill. What I have at hand is truly rather limited. I fear it wouldn't be too convenient for me. However, Martial Nephew, please feel at ease. I will be able to repay my debt in full within a year. When Han Li heard these words, he was surprised for a moment. However, he immediately smiled. What is Martial Uncle Yi saying? Since it is inconvenient for Martial Uncle, I can give as much time as he needs. There is no need to bring up the matter of repayment in the future. This could be considered filial respect given to Martial Uncle from the younger generation. Han Li felt that currently he was acting truly falsely. His heart was undoubtedly depressed, and he loathed the other party's breach of their promise. However, his face wore a smiling expression and said the words that would make the other party happy. This is probably brought about by the young one's grief. Old Man Yi bitterly thought. What meaning do Martial Nephew's words hold? Could it be that you believe this elder is one who breaks his promises and doesn't keep his words? This elder won't cheat Martial Nephew of the promised items even the slightest. When Old Man Yi heard Han Li's words, not only was he unhappy, he had also stiffened his face and wore an expression of honor. His appearance expressed that he wouldn't do such actions of lowly character. Hearing this, Han Li's reluctant smile nearly fell apart. This elder's face was quite thick. He obviously intended to renege on the majority of goods. Even so, he insisted on keeping up the false appearance of uprightly keeping his promise. He was truly a typical hypocrite. Han Li repeatedly restrained himself and incessantly cursed inwardly. However, his face's smile was slightly delayed. He changed his expression to one of sincerity, and used a tone of voice even he found sickening to say, Martial Uncle is blaming this younger generation wrongly. Actually, Martial Nephew thought that since Martial Nephew had just entered the sect, the promised items were far too extravagant for this junior. As a result, Martial Uncle would temporarily withhold the majority of goods so that this junior would not waste them. After hearing Han Li's empty words, Old Man Ye's expression was eased. He faintly nodded his head and said, Martial Nephew Han's words truly have some sense. If a newly admitted disciple became too dependent on these mere worldly possessions, it would truly hinder his cultivation. Then let us act according to your words. The majority of the goods will temporarily be left with me. If you have a need for them in the future, do not hesitate to come take them. Then thank you for your trouble, Martial Uncle. Han Li wore a strong smile and consoled his heart repeatedly. These were merely worldly possessions. He couldn't afford to offend the old man in front of him. Later, when there was an opportunity, he would definitely return to collect both principal and interest. This is nothing. Let us go. The old man's mood seemed to turn for the better. The following matter was much easier. With this Martial Uncle Ye's assistance, Han Li smoothly went through all the formalities and took the jade medallion, representing his assignment. Then he was enthusiastically led by an honored disciple to the Azure Stone Mountain Range's 100 Medicine Garden. Old Man Yi stood at the entrance of the 100 Opportunities Hall and saw Han Li's figure gradually fly off to the distance. His complexion was gloomy as he remained silent. It seemed he was thinking of something. Has Junior Martial Brother Ye's heart gone soft? A deep voice suddenly came from behind him. It is not a question of whether my heart has gone soft. Rather, using these methods to deal with a disciple that had just entered the sect feels somewhat improper. Not only does this Martial Nephew Han say one thing, he inwardly thinks another. He may report this to sect master. The old man didn't say anything else, but his words carried a faint unease. He report? The person behind him sneered. What? Is Senior Marshal Brother Wu not uneasy? Old Man Yi eventually turned around, saying these words to a somber Senior Marshal Brother Wu. What is there to worry about? This boy is not aware of the arrangements we made beforehand. Say that the goods were left with you. Don't say that you won't give it to him but that they were temporarily in your care. What reason would there to be to report? Marshal Brother Wu said, having thought it out. However, I quite admire this boy. His age is young, yet he understands when to advance or retreat. This is remarkable. If he didn't have such poor aptitude with his false spiritual roots, I would have truly felt the notion to have him enter the sect. Marshal Brother Wu continued, his face exposing an appearance of regret. Luckily, this person doesn't have a rigid way of thinking, otherwise we would have to use a different trick. That would be far more inconvenient. Old Man Yi said leisurely. Enough, these is nothing to be uneasy about this boy. Us two will pinch our noses and think of him like we would think of an ant. Junior Marshal Brother Yi need not waste so much money. However, don't forget what we agreed on in advance. Senior Marshal Brother Wu suddenly changed the topic. His words also held some hidden meaning. I will not forget. I will give you half of this newly refined chi-gathering pill. To tell the truth, if my grandnephew wasn't in the middle of becoming foundation establishment and required the assistance of large quantities of precious medicine pills, I truly would not have such thick face to trick a junior in this way. Old Man Yi lightly shook his head, looking like he lost his integrity with age. When Old Man Wu heard these words, he smiled and did not speak. With great satisfaction, he thought to himself, since this Junior Marshal Brother Yi has just committed an underhanded act, it could be considered something I could use to handle him. I don't have to worry about discussing business with him in the future. He will not oppose me. Chapter 151. 100 Medicine Garden. Even though Han Li didn't know what Marshal Uncle Yi and the Old Man Wu talked about after he left, he felt extremely upset. Ever since he went through with what happened with Dr. Mo, it was the first time he encountered a situation where he knew there would be trouble ahead but had no choice but to jump into the mess. This made Han Li very annoyed, but also reinforced his opinion that the weak were also the prey to the strong in the cultivating world. If you have a need for them in the future, do not hesitate to come and collect them. The thought of this made Han Li laugh coldly. In the future, he would make sure to let Marshal Uncle Yi know that his belongings would not be taken away that easily. He stood on the ground and looked afar as the honored disciple turned to the 100 Opportunities Hall. Because the 100 Medicine Garden was not far ahead, the owner of the medicine garden set up some small restrictive formations on the small valley in between the two hills to keep outsiders from intruding. Han Li came across some of the nearby restrictions after walking for a small distance. His path was blocked by a white light. However, he didn't panic. Instead, he raised a piece of jade tablet and shined it in front of him. A green light immediately shot out from the tablet and into the restrictions. Han Li then waited patiently. Come in. A dry voice came from inside, but it sounded if the source was right by Han Li's ears. Then the restrictions in front of him all disappeared, melted away like snow. Seeing this, Han Li didn't dare to linger and walked inside with haste. Following the small path in front of him, Han Li stopped at a courtyard with a plaque that read, 100 Medicine Garden. The courtyard was at least a few acres large. Before he even entered the courtyard, a thick smell of medicinal herbs came from inside and aroused Han Li's spirit. What are you doing standing outside like an idiot? Hurry up and come inside, I still need to go out for errands. Han Li was startled, but immediately followed the order and walked in. Standing inside, Han Li was then able to clearly see the situation inside the garden. In the center of the garden stood a few cottages built from hay and bamboo. The garden itself was surrounded by trenches that were squared out evenly. Each field were filled with greens, and there were many medicinal herbs that Han Li knew of or was familiar with, and some that looks like strangely shaped plants, making the entire garden's spiritual chi overflow. Even when a cultivator like Han Li took a deep breath, it felt extremely refreshing. Come into the house. The owner of the voice saw him dawdling and seemed to become a little impatient. Han Li smiled lightly, and didn't take it to heart as he walked into the cottage. Inside the cottage stood a short, skinny old man. He looked at Han Li, who had just come in, with dissatisfaction. From the old man's looks, he seemed to be around 50 years old. He had a withered and yellow small mustache and a pair of cloudy small eyes that were rolling around. At first glance, he truly looked like a big rat that had successfully become human. You're the disciple that the 100 Opportunities Hall sent to take care of the garden? You're too young and your skills are too poor. Is the fellow surnamed Yi brushing me off? How come the people he sent are worse and worse every time? The small, skinny old man's face darkened when he saw Han Li's appearance, and he started ranting. Disciple Han Li greets Senior Martial Elder Ma. Han Li already knew from the records about the small old man's strange temper, so he wasn't too surprised about it, and immediately went up and bowed. Do you know how serious you will be punished if you cannot complete your mission? It's not too late to go back and tell my junior martial brother to send another person. The small old man rolled his eyes and snapped. The medicine garden must be maintained, the medicinal herbs must not die, and every month a certain amount of medicinal herbs must be delivered. If that's all, Junior is quite confident. Han Li doesn't seem to be shaken. Hearing what Han Li said, the old man was a bit surprised. It was the first time he met a garden managing disciple who confident from the start. He looked and judged Han Li once again, but the doubtful expression in his eyes didn't lessen. You come with me. The small, old man suddenly barked coldly and walked out of the cottage. Han Li followed him without any hesitation. How many of these medicinal herbs can you recognize? The small, old man pointed at the plants in the garden and stared at Han Li with slanted eyes. 1 of 10. Han Li quickly swept his eyes across the garden and replied softly. Hearing Han Li's words, the small old man hesitated a little but laughed coldly right away. Little fellow, if you truly can recognize 1 out of 10 of the medicinal herbs, I will let you manage the garden and will not utter another word. With that said, Han Li smiled slightly and left the side of the small old man. Midnight flower, yellow ball grass, white crane flower, full moon grass. Han Li took a walk in the garden while casually calling out the names of the medicinal herbs that he was familiar with. At first, the small old man was looking at him mockingly, but after listening for a while, his face expressed amazement. Han Li mentioned a lot of medicinal herbs that were not well known, and for some of them, even he had to put a lot of work to know the efficacy of the remedy. Han Li's response surprised him. Enough. Han Li had just finished telling less than half of the plants he knew when the small old man spoke and stopped Han Li's performance. Very good, looks like you're not completely bragging. This medicine garden will be in your management for now. This is the restrictive medallion. Take care of it. The old man's expression showed satisfaction as he dexterously took out a dark green wooden tablet and threw it to Han Li. Inside the house are some notes on my years of experience with growing medicinal herbs. You need to take a good look at them since you're still not familiar with most of the herbs. Don't kill them. The old man touched his mustache and exhorted. Thank you for Senior Martial Elder's reminder. This disciple will keep it in mind. Han Li said respectfully. Cough. I hope your ability is as useful as your mouth, that way I can truly be free from this medicine garden, and not delay this elder's cultivation any longer. This medicine garden is Elder's private garden, so if you really can take on this job, Elder will not mistreat you. But I must warn you beforehand, if you can't do it, then get out as soon as possible and have someone replace you. Do you understand? The old man said with both kindness and severity. Hearing his blunt words, not only did Han Li not get mad, he also grew more fond of him. He thought that the old man was a lot better than that martial Uncle Yi. At the very least, the old man wasn't a hypocrite. So he quickly nodded and said, yes. After briefing on a few things that needed attention when managing the garden, the small old man then went back into the cottage, packed up in a hurry, and left the garden by flying without looking back. Watching Senior Martial Elder Ma as he left, Han Li randomly picked a cottage, cleaned it up, and made it his room. Because he had been busy the whole day and didn't have the chance to rest, even a cultivator like Han Li would feel tired, so he climbed onto the bed and went to sleep. To him, even if something huge were about to happen outside, it would not be too late to solve it after he regained his energy. The sky went dark just in time. The first day Han Li joined the Yellow Maple Valley as a new disciple passed without any twists and turns. On the second day, when Han Li finally woke up feeling energized, his path to cultivation officially began. During the following days, Han Li spent the mornings studying the notes the old man left for him. At night, he secretly buried the mysterious little bottle in a corner of the medicinal herb field and covered it up with destroyed magic treasure fragment that he exchanged for a high price to conceal the prodigious sign of it absorbing the spiritual qi. And just like that, besides that corner having a thicker spiritual qi than other places, there was nothing else that would catch people's attention. This put Han Li's cautious heart at ease. Martial Uncle Yi brought the so-called compensation items for the Foundation establishment pill a few days later to Han Li, but he only gave Han Li less than 1/5 of what they originally agreed on. As for what happened with the pill, this hall master ye seem to have forgotten already, and Hanli also pretended like it never happened. But even so, Hanli still became rich all of the sudden over one night. He received 2 mid-grade spirit stones, dozens of low-grade spirit stones, 3 well-made magic tools and several talismans. Chapter 152 2 years later. Chapter 152. 2 years later, this was the first time Hanli had seen mid-grade spirit stones. One was a fire attribute spirit stone with a sparkling red light. Another was a dark yellow earth attribute spirit stone. These were the most commonly seen mid-grade spirit stones. They looked to be entirely different from the faint attributes of those low-grade spirit stones. It wasn't their luster that was different, but rather that their spiritual ripples were much stronger. It was impossible for one to be mistaken as low-grade. In addition, those 3 magic tools were quite good. Naturally, the goods refined by a foundation establishment expert did not lose to the low-quality goods Hanli had seen at the Great South meeting. Indeed, they were far more powerful. One of them seemed to be a ring made of fine steel. When casting it, it would automatically fly out and bind an enemy. Within a certain distance, it could freely change its size. Hanli became interested in it and poured all the magic power in his body into the ring. The ring actually emitted a faint yellow light and expanded to the size of the inside of the cottage, causing Hanli to be speechless. Another magic tool was a pitch-black pole with a small triangular flag. This magic tool was not simple to use. So long as spiritual power was poured into the flag with a wave, it would immediately turn into a cloud of black fog, causing the enemy's spiritual sight to fail and conceal the tracks of the user. It was a great defensive magic tool. These 2 magic tools were first-rate goods rarely seen in the outside world. Although this caused Hanli to initially be wild with joy, he still had the final auxiliary-type magic tool. It was a brass bottle that prevented the spiritual power of any object it stored from dissipating. When Hanli held this bottle magic tool, he immediately thought of his problem with preserving the mysterious green liquid. Ever since Hanli found out about the existence of spiritual power, he had long suspected that the small bottle absorbed and condensed the natural spiritual chi of heaven and earth during the night. Previously, he hadn't any appropriate means to confirm this, so he could only bury these assumptions in the depths of his heart. With the appearance of this yellow bottle magic tool, he could finally had a method of confirming his assumptions. As a result, on that evening he stored the condensed green liquid into the brass bottle to test whether the brass bottle could retain the green liquid. However, the result left him greatly disappointed. The brass bottle could only preserve the green liquid for a time, extending its use from its original quarter hour to a full day. Past this time limit, the green liquid in the bottle would disappear without a trace. It seemed this liquid was not at all so simple as spiritual chi condensed from heavens and earth. There was certain to be something more complicated mixed within. After this test, Hanli knew more about his present situation, but he was unable to easily answer this riddle at his current stage. Thus, he no longer troubled himself to think of this question and intended to drift with the waves in the future, letting nature take its course. In any case, the present function of this small bottle would give Hanli endless benefits. Having let go of the matter that was gnawing at his mind, Hanli began to efficiently use the green liquid and produced batches of yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills. He prepared these medicine pills, which had previously lost much of their effectiveness, while trying to find the recipes of more spiritually potent medicine pills within the valley. However, Hanli clearly understood that this matter was not urgent. If a new disciple that had just entered the sect were to go asking about for medicine pill recipes so conspicuously, he would undoubtedly be telling others that he was hiding something. He mustn't arouse the suspicions of others, thereby bringing about his own misfortune. As a result, Hanli prepared to take a true years-long secluded cultivation until he thoroughly understood the inner affairs of the sect. When he was no longer a newcomer to Yellow Maple Valley and no one would pay notice of him, he would reconsider the problem of acquiring recipes. As for the medicine ingredients Hanli must hand over regularly, he need not worry. With the assistance of the diluted green liquid, how could the medicinal herbs not ripen overnight? This was a completely trivial matter. He had already intended to live in the medicine garden for a long time. Surely that martial elder Ma wouldn't have anything against it. Thus, every day Hanli busily attended his regular affairs. During the day after he finished looking through the small old man's notes, he would diligently run towards the cultivation guidance disciple, Wu Feng, and learn quite a few incantations for practical elementary magic techniques. In addition, Hanli would eat large amounts of those yellow dragon pellets and gold essence pills on a daily basis as if they were sweets. According to Han Li's thoughts, since quality is out of the question, he would have to offset this by relying on quantity. If these medicinal pills were like little drops creating an ocean, there would be results. Like that, time passed by. Unwittingly, Han Li became a member of one of the 7 great cultivator sects, Yellow Maple Valley, and remained there for 2 years. Within these 2 years, many things had happened. The sect's 10-year recruitment period began not long after Han Li's secluded cultivation. From noteworthy cultivator clans of all sizes, over 1,000 youths with acceptable spiritual roots entered the Yellow Maple Valley sect. There were even 2 siblings among them that both possessed mutated spiritual roots. In addition, these mutated spiritual roots were Thunder spiritual roots, which were widely known for their destructive power. When these 2 brothers appeared, they greatly attracted the attention of the valley's upper echelon. Even a core formation expert who had long secluded himself made an exception to leave and observe their bones. He publicly declared that so long as these 2 were capable of reached foundation establishment, he would stop his seclusion to personally instruct these 2 brothers. When this was stated, their fellow martial brothers were greatly envious. However, aside from those 2, there were also several other disciples who were geniuses with rare aptitudes. For example, a youth from a small clan surnamed Li had unexpectedly reached the peak of the 9th layer in his foundation cultivation technique at the age of 12 without having previously taken any medicine pills. Could be said he improved surprisingly fast. He wasn't at all inferior to those who possessed mutated spiritual roots. A different, 8-year-old boy surnamed Wang was even more extreme. Not only was he a direct descendant of the great Wang clan, his innate, profound eyes could actually cultivate the long-lost, eyes-imposing deity's light. It could restrain all ghosts and phantoms in the entire world. Of course, apart from those 2, there were also several other outstanding talents that were far greater than ordinary disciples. With the recruitment of these top disciples, it could be considered a grand harvest, causing sect master Zhong to be unable to conceal his happiness for several days. Many individuals believed that the sect had caught the heavens' attention and was being placed above the other sects. However, when others came to the valley, they found that the strongest of the 7 great sects, the Masked Moon sect, had actually received a young woman with heavenly spiritual roots. This caused the recently proud great sect master Zhong to become speechless for half a day. However, regardless of what was said, this batch of newly accepted disciples attracted the attention of many within the sect. The low-level disciples who had been accepted slightly earlier talked about their talented martial juniors every day. When their foundation cultivation technique improved, who knew what they were capable of? Thus, underneath these many dazzling rays of light, Han Li, who entered the sect with the writ of immortal ascension, was thoroughly forgotten by sect master Zhong and all the other stewards. Having also spent his entire day running around the medicine garden without going out of his way to see others, a pitifully few amount of disciples recognized him. Perhaps only that cultivation guidance disciple Wu Feng and the 100 Opportunities Hall's honored disciple Yu occasionally remembered Han Li. After all, those 2 met him when he asked for guidance toward cultivation techniques or when he received spirit stones each month. Regardless of how others regarded him, Han Li was currently very satisfied with cultivating in half-seclusion. In addition, the small old man who collected medicine ingredients every several months was very pleased. After all, Han Li was able to hand over the required goods on time. Where else could he find a garden caretaker that wouldn't fall behind on his payments? Thus, in order to hold on to this genius garden caretaker Han Li, the old man gave greater and greater spirit stone rewards. From the original 2 low-grade spirit stones, he eventually rose to a monthly 5 spirit stones, causing Han Li to become a large earner among low-level disciples. It should be known that the average income of ordinary disciples was only 3 spirit stones per month. This further greatened Han Li's impression of Marshal Senior Ma. As for that reneging Great Hall Master Yi, who embezzled more than half of his goods, rumors had it that the grandnephew whom he put his hopes into was not able to achieve foundation establishment after taking the foundation establishment pill. His grandnephew helplessly stayed at the peak of chi condensation, greatly vexing him. When Han Li heard of this, he inwardly laughed and immediately felt his mood improve considerably. Furthermore, after pushing down countless medicine pills, Han Li's eternal spring arts tenaciously broke through 2 layers in succession, finally entering the 11th layer and causing him to obtain a medium rank among low-level disciples in the valley. Also, the yellow dragon pellet and gold essence pill had completely lost their effectiveness. Although he consumed many of them, there were no more results. With this, Han Li had no choice but to advance his plan and find other medicine pills. Fortunately at this moment, There wasn't anybody in the valley that was interested in a nobody like him. So long as he was a bit careful, his actions would not attract attention. Chapter 153. Yulu Hall. Hanli stood on a stone platform halfway up the great shaman's mountain. About 10 meters wide, the stone platform was a huge immortal's abode entirely covered by a spell formation. Yulu Hall. TL? Yulu of Yulu Hall means the base of a tall mountain. This Yulu Hall was the Yellow Maple Valley's specialized storage for magic tools, medicine pill recipes and secret technique manuals. In addition, it offered all sorts of assistance for pill and magic tool refining as well as a few common raw materials. It could be regarded as one of the most important places in the sect. Thus, not only was it covered in many layers of spell formations, but it was also patrolled by over 100 disciples in case outside enemies invaded. It was also said that there was a core formation martial ancestor secluded within, keeping watch all year in case other great experts were to invade this place. After Hanli went over the relevant information in his mind, he calmly walked forward. Just as he landed, there were several gazes that sized him up from a secret location. However, upon seeing Hanli's magic power was ordinary, they quickly vanished. Even if it were merely that, Hanli was secretly startled. Since Hanli was unable to respond to these people, they demonstrated that they either had first-rate concealment magic tools or their magic power was truly above his, which meant that they were elite disciples of the 12th layer or above. How could this not cause Hanli to be even more cautious? After walking forward several steps, he stopped. Then he softly chanted several verses and raised his hand, releasing a stream of red light toward the seemingly empty space in front of him. As a result, the empty space fluctuated for a moment, and a wall of light appeared with a flash of red light, blocking him. Immediately after, 2 disciples wearing red clothes appeared behind the wall of light. "Were you the one who triggered the restrictive spell?" A red-clothed disciple coldly asked. "This one is Hanli. Do we care who you are? Since you haven't reached Foundation establishment, you need a sponsor. Bring out the token of trust of one who vouches for you." The disciple explained, impatiently interrupting Hanli. After Hanli heard those impolite words, he did not angry. He took out a jade talisman from his bosom and set it down on the ground in front of the wall of light. At this time, the cold-mouthed red-clothed disciple held his hand again wall of light. A hole the size of a hand appeared in the wall. The other red-clothed disciple who had yet to speak lightly waved his hand, causing Hanli's jade talisman to fly like a small wing through the hole and into his hand. "Senior Martial Brother Ma is your sponsor?" The red-clothed disciple who looked at the jade talisman exclaimed, somewhat astonished. "It truly is a token of trust that Martial Senior Ma has given to my humble self," Hanli honestly replied. However, he was shocked from his heart. The age of these 2 red-clothed men weren't very old. However, they were actually Foundation establishment experts. This had greatly shocked him. It should be known that in a cultivation sect, status was not determined by seniority. Status was determined by the depths of their cultivation. After all, the path of cultivation could only be tread by the strong. "That Senior Brother Ma who is obsessed with refining pills all day?" The red-clothed disciple at the side asked in surprise. "That's right, he even vouches for people? This is truly shocking. Are you his personal disciple or a blood relative or something else entirely?" The red-clothed disciple holding the jade talisman repeatedly asked with curiosity. "No, this junior simply takes care of his medicine garden on Martial Senior Ma's behalf. For this token of trust, this disciple has agreed to look after the garden for free for a year." Hanli currently didn't dare to slight them and respectfully replied with a bitter smile. What he said was completely true. Actually, when Hanli began to plan to acquire pill recipes, he thought that because this Martial Senior Ma planted so many medicinal herbs, he would have conducted a great amount of research on pill concoction. He was certain to have many medicine pill recipes on hand. That was why several months before, Hanli took advantage of the period when the small old man arrived to take the medicine ingredients and made a few indirect inquiries. The result caused Hanli's eyes to become foolish-eyed. When the small old man heard these words, he immediately shook his head as if he were beating a drum with it. Regardless of what Hanli said, he was rejected. According to this Martial Senior Ma, his pill recipes were the results of the experience of a pill refining master's countless failures. How could he possibly give them to others that casually? It was unconditionally impossible. However, when Hanli earnestly explained that he only wanted those original, unaltered pill recipes, The small old man looked at him and impatiently told Han Li in a blunt manner to go to Yulu Hall and find them himself. Why should he be inconvenienced in such a way to help him? Like that, Han Li was forced to work a year for free in exchange for the small old man's token of trust and was able to presently come to Yulu Hall. It turned out to be like that. I was under the impression of the rumor that senior brother Ma's temper suddenly changed. After the two red-clothed men listened, they looked at each other with a smile. These words were spoken with a snicker by the one holding the jade talisman. All right, you may enter. The red-clothed men simultaneously cast a spell on the wall of light, causing the wall of light to rigidly squeeze open a 3-meter-wide passage. It was just enough for one person to pass through. When Han Li saw this, he hesitated for a moment. Then his figure immediately flashed and he was within the wall. After he entered the wall of light, something caused him to become greatly surprised. When he was outside, because of the red wall of light's obstruction, Han Li was not able to see the interior. Now that he was inside, apart from a small circular spell formation, he saw that the mountain was unexpectedly bare. There weren't any buildings at all, causing Han Li to be incomparably puzzled. Take care of this jade talisman. Every time you come here there will be a routine inspection. That is the rule here. After they released their spell on the wall of light, the person who examined the token of trust returned the jade talisman to Han Li. Many thanks to these two martial uncles. Han Li withdrew his curious glances and saluted as respectfully as he could. He hoped to give these two men a good impression of him. After all, he would be returning here often in the future. And follow me. It was obvious Han Li's inclination was not in vain. These two's expressions grew much more mild. After all, the majority of those who came here were disciples of the same generation. Naturally, they wouldn't be as overly courteous as Han Li, causing the two to have a favorable impression towards Han Li. However, Martial Nephew Han, why did you want to come to this Yulu Hall? Regardless of whether one is starting to refine pills or magic tools, it would be best to wait until one is foundation establishment. You've come here a bit too early. One of the red-clothed men asked. At this time, these two men were bringing Han Li towards the circular spell formation. This junior simply witnessed Martial Senior Ma refine many pills. He also saved a few raw materials while caring for the garden. That was why he wished to test his luck and see whether or not he may find a suitable recipe to refine a few medicine pills to progress his cultivation. After all, Martial Nephew's aptitude is truly poor and can only rely on external power. Han Li replied half-truthfully, deliberately falling behind the two people half a step. So it's like that. However, Martial Nephew shouldn't be too hopeful. After you enter, you will understand my meaning. The other man lightly shook his head, not very optimistic of Han Li's goal. At this time, the three had already walked in front the circular spell formation. Then a red-clothed person indicated Han Li to stand in the middle of the spell formation. The two stood to the left and right of the spell formation. Usually, the use of this transportation formation requires the payment of a low-grade spirit stone. However, since it is Martial Nephew's first time, we will exempt you this time. Next time, however, we will be completely acting in accordance to the rules. One of the men said with a weak smile. Just as those words were uttered, the two men each released a stream of red light toward the spell formation in an extremely practiced manner. Then the several spirit stones embedded in the formation shined brightly. Without having the chance to thank the two, he suddenly felt the sky spin and saw his surround scenery to become indistinct. Then a brilliant light flashed and Han Li arrived in an unfamiliar hall. He was currently standing in a spell formation exactly like the one he had used before. So this was the rumored transportation formation. Truly wonderful. Han Li inwardly exclaimed in astonishment. After his feelings of discomfort from the formation faded away, he swept his gaze across the large, extraordinary hall. Chapter 154. Elder Su and the Scripture Storage. The hall Han Li stood in was very peculiar. The cylindrical-shaped, enormous room was roughly over 100 meters wide and about 15 meters tall. The green stone wall surrounding the area had light red crystals embedded within, and on the floor there was a thin layer of white sand, which made the whole hall seem clean and tidy. But if someone were to look up, they would be stunned to find white stalactites hanging down everywhere from the ceiling. This place was actually a stalactite cave, and it was slightly transformed by people into how it looked like today. Surrounding the hall were 3 evenly spaced tunnels. 2 of the tunnels were marked with the character tool and the character pill. There was nothing carved on the last tunnel, nor were there any labels nearby. Since there was no one in the hall at the moment, Hanley swept his eyes across the room, hesitated a little, and went to the tunnel with the character Pill carved at its entrance. The tunnel wasn't long. After more than 10 steps and a turn, a slightly larger house appeared at the end of the tunnel. In the house there was a long table, and an old man with his face glowing stood beside the table as he looked at Hanley with a big grin. And behind the table there were several old worn-out shelves against the wall, the tops covered with cauldron furnaces, raw materials, and some other random, strange items that Hanley had never heard of before. The old man, smiling broadly, spoke before Hanley could say anything. "Young friend, you look unfamiliar. It's your first time here, isn't it? Less and less new faces are coming to this damned place. An old fellow like me is already tired of all these stiff old faces here. It's great to see a younger, new face." The old man shook his head and said with a welcoming tone. Hanley already realized that the Heaven Eyes technique didn't work on the old man. He couldn't tell the depth of the old man's cultivation, which meant that the old man was another expert of Foundation establishment. How could Hanley dare to ignore him? And so he immediately paid his respects and said, "Junior greets Senior Marshal Uncle. This is Marshal Nephew's first time here at Ulu Hall. Senior Marshal Uncle, please point me in the right direction." Hanley humbled himself before this senior. "Young friend, if you have any questions just ask. Also, I am surnamed Sue. Call me Senior Uncle Sue or Elder Sue. Don't call me Senior Marshal Uncle. An old fellow like me doesn't like hearing that." The elder immediately corrected his title to Hanley. It seemed like he cared about it considerably. "Then, Junior will obey." Hanley hesitated and agreed since it wasn't a big deal. He felt that the old man was strange. "That's right, now let's talk about why you're here." The old man surnamed Sue continued in satisfaction. "Junior wants to look for formulas related to medicine pills, read some books and research the methods for refining pills." Hanley tried his best to speak subtly and indirectly. He didn't wish to draw people's attention. Books about refining pills and formulas? Just follow the stairs straight up. What surprised Hanley was that the elder didn't seem like he was going to ask at all. After he casually took out a black command medallion and casted a spell, a flight of stone stairs leading towards the ceiling appeared out of nowhere into the empty space next to the shelves. Hanley was overjoyed. He immediately hastened towards the stairs, but just as he was about to go up, this elder Sue suddenly made a sly expression. "Reading in the library on the second floor will cost you 1 low-grade spirit stone every 2 hours. You are not allowed to take the original from this place, and if you want to copy the contents, there will be a fee of 10 spirit stones for each copied document." Hanley hadn't even stepped onto the foot of the stairs when Elder Sue, who was behind him, spoke the rules in a tone that was neither too fast nor too slow. Hanley's steps stuttered, and he almost cursed out loud. The fee was too expensive. Not to mention the copying fee of 10 low-grade spirit stones, the reading fee for 2 hours of spirit stones alone would stop a lot of poor disciples. A low-level disciple could only earn about 20 to 30 spirit stones each year through their respective jobs. But after their cultivation and daily expenses, only a few spirit stones could be saved in reality. Hence, this type of fee was definitely unethical. Hanley's impression of this elder immediately made a 180-degree turn. What a profiteer. Even though Hanley's face now shows an unusual expression, he didn't stop because of what the elder said. Instead, he threw a low-grade spirit stone into the elder's hands without looking back and headed to the second floor in a hurry. Interesting. I can't believe this kind of fee didn't scare him away. Looks like he is someone with some money. Looks like I will be able to gain some wealth. Seeing Hanley going up the stairs so forthright, this person who called himself Elder Sue couldn't help it but smile until his eyes resembled half-moons. He rubbed the spirit stone on the corner of his clothes and examined it closely in front of his eyes. He exposed his stingy cheapskate side and was completely different than the approachable expression he had when Hanley first met him. Hanley struggled to suppress how upset he was. After he calmed down, he carefully examined what was on the second floor. The room was different than what was in his imagination. Wide, bright, with countless books and bamboo slips filling the big room. Even though the room on the second floor wasn't small, the items that were there were so few that it was truly disheartening. 2 dusty bookshelves, a dirty table and a broken chair. These was all the furniture in the room. Of course there was also 20 to 30 old yellow books on the bookshelves, a few worn-out bamboo slips on the table, and 2 jade cylinders that had lost their original color. This shabby? Did I walk to a wrong place? What kind of a major cultivation sect's secret library is this? This place looks like some poor student's rundown study room. Han Li was hit hard by what appeared before him in the room. If it weren't because he was hesitant due to Elder Su's hidden power, he would have almost certainly rushed downstairs, grabbed his collar and questioned him. After taking a deep breath, Han Li calmly walked in front of a bookshelf, randomly picked out an old book and read it carefully. 5 Phases of Heaven and Earth corresponds to the 5 viscera, the location where the acupuncture needle strikes can change one's life essence. He only read the first few lines of this book, immediately felt surprised and closed the book to look at the cover. Hua Clan's secret acupuncture technique. These 5 words appeared in front of Han Li's eyes. Han Li's facial expression immediately darkened, but not because the book wasn't exceptional. The records in this book described the rare method of acupuncture, which could even cure patients who were on the edge of dying and stimulate the patient's potential. But what did acupuncture techniques have to do with refining pills? What was even more staggering was that he had already read this book countless of times back when he under Dr. Mo's tutelage. He even memorized it by heart. This was supposed to be a medical book in the secular world. Why would it be here? A series of questions popped into Han Li's mind, and it made him lock his eyebrows in confusion. But when his eyes landed on the rest of the books on the bookshelves, he had an even more ominous feeling about it. Han Li went through the rest of the old books in a hustle. After going through every single book, his face darkened a little more. And after he went through all the books on another bookshelf, Han Li's expression was as dark as the sky before a storm was about to hit. None of the 20 books were about refining pills. They were either methods used to save patients or home remedy for strange and complicated diseases. The most absurd thing was that there was even a poison expert's narration about ways to use poison. They were all books used in the secular world. 2 hours are up. Keep reading and there will be additional fee of spirit stones. Suddenly, Elder Su yelled from downstairs. Hearing this, Han Li was speechless. These trashy books were worth spirit stones? But when he turned and looked at the items on the table, he felt doubtful, took out another spirit stone, and threw it down to the foot of the stairs. I received the spirit stones, young friend. Keep reading. This elder will stop interrupting. Elder Su grinned and spoke from downstairs. Han Li stopped paying attention to the elder because he knew clearly that to the old man who didn't hide his desires, whether or not he paid his respects wasn't important. What was important was that Han Li kept giving him more spirit stones and letting him make a profit. But Han Li didn't plan on wasting another spirit stone, so this time he moved faster when going through the bamboo slips on the table with a speed that was obviously faster than before. He only had to go through the contents briefly instead of reading them sentence by sentence. Under the smooth, white light coming from a giant moonlight stone on the roof, Han Li's mood went up and down while flipping through the bamboo slips. After he went through all of the bamboo slips, Han Li put the bamboo slips back to where they came from and sighed softly. This time these bamboo slips really did contain formulas and reports for a few medicine pills, but unfortunately, judging from the ingredients, these medicines all had effects similar to the yellow dragon pellet and the gold essence pill. To Han Li, whose eternal spring arts was currently at 11th layer, they didn't have much effect on him anymore. Therefore Han Li's only hope was on those 2 jade cylinders that were the size of his fist. Hopefully what they recorded would not let him return empty-handed. Chapter 155 Depression. Chapter 155. Depression. Han Li picked up the jade cylinder and blew it, exposing its true emerald green glisten. He pressed the cylinder against his forehead and slowly submerged his mind within it. An astonishing medicine pill refining formula appeared in his head. Unexpectedly, it was the Foundation Establishment pill refining formula that Han Li had longingly yearned for. The process had quite a few steps, spanning from gathering raw materials to condensing the pill. This discovery gave him a delightful surprise. For a while he didn't go see the other jade cylinders. Then he hastily skimmed through its entirety. However, when his spirit read the words, "must be refined with innate true fire for success," Han Li stared blankly for a moment with a feeling of great foolishness. Innate true fire was a Taoist astral fire that only Foundation Establishment experts possessed. It was a basic magic that only one possessing the cultivation of Foundation Establishment could perform. Its power could be gradually strengthened when refining qi during meditation to the point where, after one achieves core formation, the true fire could become a samadhi fire from legend, capable of charring everything under the heavens. However, how could Han Li, a qi condensation cultivator, possibly draw out this innate true fire? Only after he entered Foundation Establishment would he be able to ignite it. However, if Foundation Establishment pills were required to become Foundation Establishment, and refining them required Foundation establishment's innate true fire, then they were truly interlocked in a vicious, unbreakable circle. This made Hanley depressed to the point of wanting to knock his head against the wall. To find a Foundation establishment expert to help him refine pills was completely unacceptable. This was equivalent to exposing the secret of the small bottle to them. That assistant he asked for help would be likely to become his very own murderer. Distraught, Hanley stood anxiously in front of the desk for a long while, before returning it to its original spot. Then he absent-mindedly picked up another jade cylinder and wiped it clean, exposing a fiery color. The matter of Foundation establishment pill can only be reconsidered in the future. Let's first take a look at what's inside here. Perhaps there is a wondrous medicine pill formula within. Hanley was a bold and decisive person, having immediately put away the Foundation establishment pill cylinder to the side. He then turned to examine the red-colored jade cylinder, hoping for a pleasant surprise. Face-setting pill. Just as Hanley pushed his consciousness into the jade cylinder, those 3 words entered his mind, causing him to immediately feel a trace of disappointment. However, Hanley reassured himself for a moment. Although this may be its name, this medicine pill effect might not necessarily be what I believe it to be. Perhaps it has some strange effect. However, the following words completely crushed Hanley's extravagant hopes. It can cause one's appearance to remain young forever. The descriptions of the pill's effect was of no use to him. Hanley stood there motionless and said nothing. His mind still continuously suppressed the scathing threads of an evil flame's smoke as he inwardly cursed without restraint. What kind of trashy book collection is this? It doesn't have any recipes that it should. It's actually just a hideous mess of a collection. How could they wrongfully treat us cultivators to these acupuncture needle secret technique, these face-setting pills and such? They even arrogantly arranged all this here. When Hanley felt that this trip was nearly a complete waste, that loathsome voice spoke. Your time has ended. If you want to extend, I am heading down. Hanley did not feel like wasting another spirit stone and prepared to leave, taking the jade cylinder containing the Foundation establishment pill refining formula with him. However, just as he walked to the stairs, he hesitated. He felt that although the face-setting pill was of no use in progressing one's magic power, it could still be sold to other cultivators. Most importantly, this face-setting pill did not require the so-called innate true fire. It was something he could create right now. With this thought, Hanley returned to the front of the table and took the red jade cylinder. He then quickly returned to the stairs and climbed down. How was it, young friend? Have you made any gains? When the old man saw Hanley, he asked Hanley with a smile on his face. However, why did Hanley find those words so false? Elder Sue, is the floor above truly the sex medicine pill formula storage? How could there be so much rubbish and trash? Is there some other collection room? Hanley didn't care about mocking the old man and instead asked the question he had been holding back for quite a long time with a depressed face. Seeing Hanley's expression, he could not help but laugh with an evil smile. Ever since this old man began taking care of this place, young friend was not the first to ask this question. Almost every disciple who arrives at Yulu Hall for the first time and looks upstairs asks this old man that same question. However, if you want to know the entirety of this matter, this elder Sue deliberately dragged out his sentence, but the meaning of his words could not be more obvious. He had a rigid expression that demanded payment, truly rendering Hanley speechless. This person before him, a Foundation establishment expert, was clearly a profiteer from the secular world with the appearance of stingy cheapskate. Currently, Hanley finally realized why he did not want him to call him Marshal Sr., and instead address him as Elder. If he were to perform those actions as a Marshal Sect Sr., then he would not be able to brazenly profit from these small tricks with his superiors pretending not to notice. Hanley raised his eyebrows for a moment. Without saying anything further, PPA, he placed the 2 jade cylinders in front of the old man's table. This junior originally thought to copy these jade cylinders. However, it seems that I currently do not have enough spirit stones. Since it's like that, this junior will only copy one. As for the other, this junior will save it for the next trip. Having lived in the secular world for so long, Hanley slightly struck back to avoid his appetite from growing larger. Young friend wants to duplicate 2 of them? The elder Sue greatly smiled and widely opened his eyes. Originally, yes. However, this junior wishes to learn the answer to the previous question, and he doesn't have enough. Since young friend is this frank and straightforward, I will naturally answer that previous question free of charge. Let this old man first give copies to this young friend. The old man hastily grabbed the 2 jade cylinders and took 2 white jade cylinders from the shelf behind him. He hastily duplicated them, fearful of Hanli going back on his word. The duplication is complete, take care of them well. The old man's movements were incomparably quick, leaving Hanli dumbstruck until he received the jade cylinder copies. After Hanli received the duplicates, the old man then looked at him with a, "Why are you still not quickly taking out the spirit stones?" expression. The corner of Hanli's mouth twitched, then he opened his mouth to say something. However, he didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he neatly took out 20 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and wordlessly handed them over to the old man. The old man took the offered spirit stones with a happy grin, and for a short while he was unable to conceal his happiness. Only after he counted the spirit stones 3 to 4 times did he notice Hanli waiting to his side for a reply. At this moment, Elder Su was perfectly content with the spirit stones he received and sized Hanli up with a gaze like Hanli was a rich man. You truly cannot judge a person by their appearance. Young friend's background was unexpectedly this profound and was truly to this old man's surprise. Although this old man is greedy, he is a man who keeps his promises. Today, if young friend has a question, do not hesitate to ask. This old man will definitely satisfy and repay young friend. After the old man returned his gaze toward him, he solemnly said this with an unexpectedly serious and proper image. Hanli was slightly surprised, but without a trace of politeness, he requested the answer to the previous question. The answer is quite simple. The majority of medicine pill recipes were lost long ago. Not only for our Yellow Maple Valley sect but also for the other sects. Even the entire cultivation world is like this. The old man leisurely answered. When Hanli heard this, he was startled and looked at the old man with a puzzled gaze. Young friend, calm down. It will be clear once you think about it. Why are medicine pill recipes valuable? Naturally, it is because they are capable of using heavenly materials and earthly treasures to create medicine pills for us cultivators to consume. However, young friend did not think about this before. In this world, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are quite limited. In addition, each plant requires hundreds if not thousands years to mature and be of use. During this time, the amount of cultivators do not decrease but instead increase year after year. As a result, the materials used in these pill recipes gradually grow sparse, eventually becoming completely extinguished. By the time the people of the cultivation world took notice of this grave problem, the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of this earth were long gone. Only a few particular regions still have a few of these ingredients remaining. These regions are incomparably dangerous even for us cultivators and are not easily braved. Thus, we were thoroughly severed from a source of raw materials, and the medicine formulas became worthless. Who would attach value to them? After an extremely long period and several great calamities upon the cultivation world, these medicine pill recipes gradually disappeared from history. The few that remain could be counted upon one's fingers, and the Foundation Establishment pill was merely one of those that remained. Chapter 156 Earth Lung Fire. Chapter 156 Earth Lung Fire. After Hanli heard the old man's reason, his face's expression did not change, appearing neither accepting nor denying those words. He nodded his head and said nothing. He picked up the jade cylinder duplicates and turned around, walking toward the passage. Since young friend wants to refine pills, would you like to come again and buy a few pill furnaces? I will sell them a bit cheaper. The old man saw Hanli leaving and hastily offered to sell his own goods. I do not need them. For the time being, I cannot use them. Hanli did not turn around and simply waved his hand goodbye. That is truly unfortunate. This pill furnace of mine can bear the high temperatures of earth fire. Elder Su regretfully said, having seen that his business was not successful. Earth fire? Hanli stopped at the entrance of the passage. It is earth lung fire, a bit more impressive than innate true fire. The old man indifferently mentioned. Isn't it said that pill refinery requires innate true fire? Can this earth fire replace it when refining pills? Hanli tried his best to keep his voice calm. However, his heart was thumping greatly. He knew that he might have already found a solution out of his Foundation Establishment pill refinery predicament. It seems young friend is completely ignorant that earth fire has long replaced innate true fire in pill refinery. However, this is nothing serious. Basically, those who have learned a thing or two about pills should all know this. I will explain this to young friend free of charge. The old man saw Hanli's interest, causing his spirit to stir. He even deliberately added the words free of charge, as an especially heavy bait. How could Han Li not hear the meaning in the other party's words? He could not help but bitterly smile. The old man clearly implied that although he would tell him free of charge, he would only speak a sentence for free. To say 7 or 8 sentences free of charge, the difference was far too great. However, this matter was of great importance, and Han Li would not be able to tangle with him once more. As a result, he directly walked back and instantly agreed, "So long as Elder Su's words about earth fire are true, then I will select one of your pill furnaces." My pill furnaces are absolute top quality goods. They are certain to satisfy young friend. Elder Su saw that an agreement was smoothly met and could not help but smile with squinted eyes. At first, innate true fire was used to refine pills, but this was during an ancient time long ago. The current pill refinery of the cultivation world borrows the earth lung fire from profound yang earth to temper and refine medicine pills. Long ago, our ancestors already discovered that earth fire not only had purer essence and higher temperatures than true fire, it was also longer lasting and more stable. Its success rate was usually much greater than when using true fire to refine pills. Furthermore, it was also equivalently effective when used to refine tools. That is the reason why, so long as cultivation sects and a few of the larger cultivation clans have the qualifications, they will all have their own profound yang fire earth to provide their younger generations with refined pills and refined tools. Only wild cultivators, those whose powers are truly alone and are unable to borrow earth fire, would use the more highly likely to fail true fire method to refine pills. The old man shook his head as he narrated a large speech that passed through his mind. Then this sect also has earth fire that can be borrowed for use? Elder Su should definitely know where. Han Li was elated, but he resisted the excitement in his mind and preserved his reason in order to ask about the crucial location. When the old man heard Han Li's question, he couldn't help but laugh heartily. He smiled at Han Li and blinked his eyes as if he were puzzled. When young friend had just entered Yulu Hall, didn't he see a passageway without any signs? That passage leads to the profound young earth fire. If you pay a few spirit stones, you will be able to borrow some earth fire for use. After an easy smile, the old man eventually told Han Li the truth. Is this really true? Han Li could not help but expose a happy expression, and the corner of his mouth slightly rose. This old man is already this old, how could he cheat a junior such as yourself? Elder Su replied, somewhat annoyed. It was this junior's slip of the mouth. Please forgive me, Elder Su. Although Han Li felt that the old man was greedy, he would not deceive a junior in this matter like that. He sincerely said this with a modest tone. Humph. Seeing that young friend's age is so young, this old man will forgive you this once. The old man's expression eased. However, his face stiffened immediately after. However, it would be favorable if you were to purchase a pill furnace. This old man might not offer them any more. When Han Li heard this, Han Li could not help but bitterly smile. This elder truly won't neglect this advantageous moment of vulnerability. Are those the pill furnaces? Han Li asked, pointing to the shelves behind the old man. They held cauldron furnaces of various sizes. Obviously not. Those are simply common trash. They are only capable refining some inferior medicine pills. How could they withstand the heat of earth fire? Genuine quality pill furnaces are all here. The old man recovered the true qualities of an unscrupulous businessman and gleefully patted the unremarkable gray pouch at his waist. The old man took off the gray pouch and lightly patted it as he looked to the ground beside him. Then an azure light swept out a row of interesting antique-styled, unusual pill cauldrons on the floor. How about it? This is the old man's collection of pill furnaces. Every single one is a work of quality, absolutely not some common trash. The old man said somewhat complacently. He picked up the nearest cauldron furnace and lightly struck it. They are truly quite good. Once the cauldron furnaces appeared, Han Li sensed that they emitted traces of spiritual qi. He couldn't help but let out a soft "ee." However, this actually made him more interested in the old man's unremarkable pouch. This was absolutely a high-grade storage pouch that exceeded the capabilities of his own storage pouch. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hold such a great volume of goods. This old man wasn't boasting. Su Mao is truly an expert at refining cauldron magic tools. Most of the sect's low-level disciples' cauldron furnaces come from this old man's hand. These few are the finest of the finest. The old man saw Han Li become somewhat moved and was unable to contain his joy. Han Li faintly smiled and did not speak any words of retort. He calmly walked next to the cauldron furnaces and looked down, beginning to choose. This is a cauldron. It is capable of absorbing a flame's high temperature, generally increasing the success rate of medicine pills. It can also. Every time Hanli picked up a cauldron furnace to examine it, Elder Su would stand to the side and jabber incessantly praises, wishing he could talk about each one of these rare and incomparable treasures all day long. If Hanli didn't immediately buy one, it would be as if he would be wronging the heavens. Hanli could not help but bitterly smile. It's this one. Hanli took every cauldron furnace and examined them all once through. After he muttered to himself for a moment, he pointed to the smallest silvery cauldron furnace. Clicks tongue. Young friend truly has a good eye. This silver-threaded cauldron is the best among the pill cauldrons, a rarely produced magic tool. Among all of my pill cauldrons, this treasure is the best among them. When Elder Su saw Hanli raise the smallest cauldron, he was somewhat astonished. However, he immediately resumed his normal expression and rambled a mouthful of praises. What does this have to do with a good eye? I have to think about the limited space in my storage pouch. It can only hold this cauldron. Hanli unhappily thought when he heard the old man's noisy words. Finally, after haggling over the price with the old man, Hanli settled on the price of 32 low-grade spirit stones and purchased the object. Then he departed without the slightest hesitation. Although the time Hanli was in contact with Elder Su was short, he had already spent over 50 spirit stones. Even though it could be said that he was considerably wealthy, it still greatly caused his heart to ache. As a result, he was truly unwilling to stay here any longer, even if the old man were to passionately urge him to stay. After exiting Elder Su's room, Hanli returned to the hall with the transportation formation. However, he didn't immediately leave the palace hall, but after a moment of consideration, he instead walked through the passageway that wasn't marked with a character. At the end of the passageway appeared a huge stone door barring the way. A rainbow luster continuously circulated through the stone door. With just a look, one would know that it had an extremely impressive restrictive spell so that one wouldn't dare to act without thinking. To the side of the stone door, there was another small stone room. Within the room was an ugly man with lumps across his face. This ugly man was merely at the peak of chi condensation. However, he looked at Hanli with a proud and cold gaze, leaving Hanli in a bad mood. But what kind of person was Hanli? Although there was hatred in his heart, his appearance was relaxed as he inquired 3 times, only to be met with an unwillingness to reply to any of his requests. However, this allowed Hanli to clearly understand the circumstances of this situation and what was going on. Afterwards, Hanli didn't pay attention to the other party's rudeness. He courteously said goodbye and took his leave. But before he left the room, he heard the ugly man muttering. A destitute, low-level wretch of a disciple also wishes to learn pill refining? Did you already refine your brains into mush? A guy with all talk and no action, vainly wasting so much of this uncle's saliva. When Hanli heard the other party's words, his figure didn't change the slightest. However, he hid the coldness he felt toward the ugly man, a coldness capable of scraping frost. A flash of murderous desire flashed through his eyes. From the dark cloud that was floating in the air, more of the same lightning attack fell and hit the shield until it flickered and grew dark, on the edge of breaking apart. The young man's expression darkened again as he suddenly made some complicated, dazzling finger gestures, growled deeply, and pressed his hands tightly against the light shield wall. The light mask suddenly glowed in blue. Not only was it repaired, but it also seemed to be even thicker than before. But the Murong brothers naturally wouldn't give up the advantages that they possessed, so they also sent a variety of spells up into the air and made the dark cloud expand until its diameter was about 10 meters. The falling lightning grew thicker and more frequent. Faced with the 2 brothers' fierce attack, this senior martial brother Lu was even more surprised and angry, and he didn't know what to do. He never expected them to grasp the elementary mid-grade thunder chain technique at such a young age. He was hit so hard he couldn't withdraw from the fight, and he could only cast counterattack spells. He suffered at such a disadvantage in front of so many people. Just like that, the youngsters on one side were using all their strengths to support the dark cloud's lightning attack, and on the other side, the young man was struggling to keep casting defensive spells to reinforce the cyan blue shield. This competition turned into an unexpected tug-of-war. Normally, if one side attacked and the other defended, the attacker would naturally have a greater advantage, and they could save a lot more magic than the defender. However, the Murong brothers who were attacking had already used up a lot of magic power during the demonstrations just now, and they didn't have enough magic power from the beginning. Also, the young man surnamed Lu was a lot older after all, so the maturity of his magic power couldn't be compared to those that had just entered the sect like them. By fighting a battle of attrition, they had their backs against a wall. Under everyone's sight, that dark cloud released the last few bolts of lightning and then dispersed, leaving a clear sky. Depleted of magic power, the youngsters were forced to first stop the lightning. Chapter 158 Blue-Clothed Woman. Chapter 158, Blue-Clothed Woman. When the young man saw this scene, he coldly laughed. Since I've already received your attack, is it not my turn to attack? When these words were spoken, he had already been protected by a barrier. He brought his hands together and suddenly drew a curved moon with his hands, causing a huge arc of azure light to appear from his hands. Taste my azure arc chop, the young man said darkly. Then the disk of light shot out, whistling toward the two people across from him. This person's attack stirred up the crowd. Regardless of who was watching, the Morong brothers fundamentally couldn't resist this magic technique. They had no defense to speak of. The youngsters were alarmed and were at a loss. After glancing in every direction, they dashed to the left and the right, running into the crowd. Open! The young man suddenly shouted. Following the shout, the flying azure arc unexpectedly split into two by the young man's hand movements and immediately pursued the two youngsters. It just so happened that one of the youngsters saw that among the crowd, Han Li had the deepest magic power. As a result, he headed straight towards him without the slightest hesitation, immediately frightening Han Li. Han Li hadn't the slightest intention of involving himself in this matter. He knew that even if the young man was unbridledly savage, he wouldn't dare to brazenly injure the Morong brothers. At most they would be frightened and teased for a time. Thus he absolutely didn't take the initiative to interfere. Even more surprising was that youngster was exceptionally cunning. For example, he wanted to use Han Li as a shield. But how could Han Li possibly follow the other party as they wished? As a result, Han Li's body flashed, disappearing from his original location. Then the youngster pounced into the air, angrily cursing in tears. With no better option, he frantically tried to flee. A rubbing sound came from the trembling ground, precisely from the direction in which the other youngster was running. Afterwards, dust blew in every direction, and the voice of a male cursing came from within. It was clear that someone was not as wise as Han Li and did not break away from his role as a living shield. After the dust dissipated, he saw a 10-meter-tall, thick wall of earth marked with a half-moon groove several feet long. Behind the wall stood a coarse, short youth about 20 years old, carrying a strange wooden walking stick. With a wave of his hand, the wall created an opening. After that, he walked out with a cheerful Morong youngster close to him. You with the surname Lu, what is the meaning of this? Did you not see that others were here? And you still actually attacked. Did you want to chop at him along with me? The coarse, short youth asked, both angry and startled. Senior Marshal Brother Lu snorted and didn't pay notice of the coarse, short youth's reproachful question. Instead, he somberly operated his remaining half-azure arc blade and sped up its pursuit toward the youngster on Han Li's side. Having seen the azure arc's neutralization, he truly planned to not let the other youngster go. Stay your hand. A young woman's delicate, scolding voice came from the sky. Then a raging blaze dropped from the sky, completely engulfing the azure arc chasing the youngster. The raging flames turned into a ball and disappeared. Oh, who was it that broke my spell? The young man surnamed Lu asked angrily, raising his head to the sky. Above everyone was a blue-clothed woman who had arrived at an unknown time. She looked to be a fairy with a garish appearance and skin, as if she had been congealed from fat. This woman's slim willow waist, beautiful jade neck, blue royal clothing and tall-styled hair caused people to look with a hesitant and venerable gaze. So it was Junior Marshal Sister Nya. I was actually asking who has such magic power. After seeing the blue-clothed woman, the young man surnamed Lu, who was originally in a rage, immediately changed his expression and warmly saluted her with elegant poise. Elder Marshal Brother Lu, look at my face. Is this competition over? The royally dressed woman coldly asked while stepping on a magic tool. Hee, since it is Junior Marshal Sister Nya's desire, then I will comply with the rules. The young man replied with a smiling expression. The royally dressed woman nodded and did not speak any further. She dropped from the sky and walked over to the Morong brothers. Elder Marshal Sister Nya, your arrival was truly timely. Otherwise we would have faced a disastrous end. The youngster who had just escaped calamity immediately ran over to the blue-clothed woman as soon as he saw her, grinning ear from ear. The other brother also grinned and hurried over from the earth wall. Return. Face the wall and ponder about your misdeeds. You are not allowed outside until after you've trained to the 9th layer in your cultivation art. The woman lightly said without a trace of anger. The slightest change in emotion could not be detected. When the Morong brothers heard this, they immediately became crestfallen. They both agreed and drooped their heads. After the blue-clothed woman finished taking care of the two brothers, she turned her head toward the coarse, short youth and unexpectedly burst into a smile, overshadowing all nearby life in an instant. She opened her small almond lips and said, "Many thanks for Senior Marshal Brothers' assistance. Else this Junior Marshal disciple Morong's mishap would have brought shame to this little sister's teacher." It was nothing. When the coarse, short youth saw the other party's gorgeous smile, he was stunned, foolishly giggling and stuttering between his words. When the males all around saw this preferential treatment, they could not help but be fiercely envious of this man's encounter with a beautiful woman. They all greatly regretted why they did not act a moment ago. As a result, they all gazed at the man with piercing gazes of envy. When the young man surnamed Lu saw this, malice flashed through his eyes, but he quickly concealed it and maintained his cultured and refined appearance. Apart from the female companion besides him, only Han Li, who was coldly looking on, seemed to notice this peculiarity. Although that Junior Marshal Sister Chen was an exquisite and ravishing beauty, dainty as a flower, her looks were far inferior to the woman surnamed Nye. Thus, when Junior Marshal Sister Chen saw the blue-clothed woman appear, she feared that Senior Marshal Brother Lu would become infatuated with her and immediately ran to Senior Marshal Brother Lu's side, grabbing the young man's arm. Afterwards she shot a hostile stare at the other party. The blue-clothed woman naturally felt the other party's ill will, but she didn't mind in the least. Instead, when she was about to leave with the Morong brothers, she faintly shot a glance at Han Li. Her beautiful voice immediately rang through his ear. "Although the magic of your esteemed self is not weak, this kind of chivalric behavior is truly disagreeable to this young woman. I hope that the next time I see you, Junior Marshal disciple will somewhat change his ways." TL? Chivalry, lone righteousness, to be righteous regardless of one's surroundings. After Han Li heard the blue-clothed woman's words, he slightly wrinkled his brow. It seemed that she had completely seen through his evasive action. It did not leave this woman with a favorable impression and even left a rather bad impression. However, he wasn't a saint. To know fully well that someone was trying to exploit you and do not try avoid it, was that not idiocy? The coarse, short youth actually didn't have chivalry. However, he was currently being stared at by the fellow surnamed Lu. Perhaps the fellow would kill him in the future. If that moment came, would that beautiful woman even avenge him? Han Li thought this with a scoff. He did not know why, but Han Li absolutely couldn't stand this peerlessly talented beauty. He found pretty daughters of humble families to be much more pleasing to the eye. Thus he didn't care even the slightest what this Senior Marshal Sister Nye thought. He only hoped that she would not pay attention to him. At this moment, there was no trace of the beautiful, blue-clothed woman and her company. After Senior Marshal Brother Lu took a fierce glance at the coarse, short youth and departed from the mountaintop with his female companion, the remaining people had nothing left worth seeing and disorderly dispersed. Han Li departed on the flying magic tool and returned to the 100 Medicine Garden. After he entered his room, Han Li impatiently took out the 2 jade cylinders and looked at the duplicate containing the method to refine the Foundation Establishment pill. He began to carefully study it word by word. Although Han Li's mind was lively, his expression didn't change in the slightest. Several hours later, Han Li let out a long breath and put the jade cylinder down. Closely afterwards, he sunk into deep thought and reflection. After a long moment, he let out a deep breath and stood, tightly wrinkling his breath. He then walked into the medicine garden. He began to sweep his gaze over the plants within the garden, muttering to himself. 1,000 knotted flower, black peony grass, gold essence ginseng and the 31 other complementary drug ingredients are of no problem. They are all in the garden. Only a few need to age considerably, requiring several hundred years of maturity. However, the most important medicines, chalcedony mushrooms, violet monkey flowers and sky spirit fruit, are quite troublesome. They are unexpectedly not here. Furthermore, I've never heard of them before. Han Li hesitated for half a day before deciding to ask others. Naturally, couldn't he just ask the small old man, a medicine master? Chapter 159. Spiritual Medicines of Heaven and Earth. After Han Li finished planning, he put down the jade cylinder and picked up the other. The face-setting pill, was far simpler to refine when compared to the Foundation Establishment pill. It didn't require true fire to refine, and there were no medicine ingredients he was unfamiliar with. All of the ingredients were quite common. What made him speechless was that many of the drug ingredients actually required the maturity of 1,000 years or higher before they could be used as material for a face-setting pill. It was not wonder why he never heard of this medicine pill before. After all, what cultivator with spiritual herbs over 1,000 years old would waste such a precious treasure in the face-setting pill, which was completely useless to cultivators? This caused the face-setting pill to be known to a rare few in the cultivation world. However, this wasn't a problem to Han Li. He simply had to induce maturity for a slightly longer period of time. Thus, he decided to put off the matter of the Foundation Establishment pill. Instead, he planned to refine the face-setting pill with the furnace and see whether its effects were truly as miraculous as the recipe said, capable of preserving one's appearance the moment the pill was consumed. 6 or 7 days later, when the old man came again to collect medicine ingredients, Han Li stood within the medicine garden and directly asked the old man about the 3 wondrous medicine ingredients without covering much up. Chalcedony mushroom, violet monkey flowers, and sky spirit fruit? The old man stroked his small mustache and squinted his eyes. It seems Marshal Nephew already obtained the recipe for the Foundation Establishment pill, which is why he wants to ask about these 3 medicine ingredients. However, Marshal Nephew, could it be you truly wish to personally refine pills? Marshal Senior Ma slanted his mouth and looked at Han Li with a, "You are truly overestimating your own ability" gaze. Naturally not. However, this junior is completely ignorant of these medicine ingredients. Where would Junior be able to look for those several hundred-year-old auxiliary medicine ingredients? Within Elder's garden, the oldest herb is the flower dragon grass, over 100 years old. Under these circumstances, how could Marshal Nephew extravagantly think to refine these pills? Han Li couldn't tell the truth and coped with flattering words. Since you don't plan on refining pills, why are you asking about those 3 wondrous ingredients? This old man is quite busy and doesn't have the leisure to chat with you. The small old man stiffened his face and stubbornly said. Han Li had long expected this Marshal Senior Ma eccentric temperament and didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, he smiled and continued, "This junior simply saw those 3 ingredients and noticed that their names were very peculiar. Furthermore, I've never heard anyone mention their appearance or medicinal properties. That is why I am very curious and asked without thinking it through. However, what your Marshal Nephew doesn't understand is why Marshal Senior's medicine garden doesn't contain any of the 3 wondrous ingredients. With such rare ingredients, Marshal Uncle should have thought up of every possible method of obtain seeds and cultivate them within the garden. Could it be these wondrous ingredients are extremely difficult to cultivate and that Marshal Senior is unable to grow them? Nonsense. Don't tell me you doubt Marshal Senior's skills? The reason why none of these ingredients are in the garden has nothing to do with my skill. Rather, they are transformed by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. They are breeds that grow on their own. In the last 100 years, due to the great brutality of close combat, less than 1/3 of the disciples who entered the forbidden area were able to come back alive. Each of the sect's loss of junior elite disciples was not small. This caused each of the sect's disciples to call the forbidden area the trial by blood and fire. One by one they began to avoid going. One time, there was even an awkward scene where not a single person wished to enter. As for forcing people, that was naturally out of the question. If the disciples didn't sincerely enter the forbidden area to search for medicines, then they were certain to work half-heartedly. A majority of them would hide and wait until it was safe before leaving. This hadn't previously happened before, causing the upper echelon to seethe with anger. However, they had no alternative. After all, these people were originally unwilling to go. Being forced to brave those strange dangers, how could they possibly be criticized for not being willing? As a result, each of the sects in the state of you steadily watched the spiritual medicines with increasing interest. However, the amount of disciples willing to accept the risks were very few, thus causing the sects to start using heavier rewards to recruit disciples to enter the forbidden area. Those who brought back spiritual medicines from the forbidden area would be given even greater rewards, attracting much attention. The other sects did not say this, only Yellow Maple Valley did. Several times after the tradition began, the sect directly stipulated in writing that so long as a disciple registered to participate, they would be bestowed a mid-grade spirit stone and spiritual tool beforehand to serve as encouragement. As for those who were truly capable of bringing spiritual medicines from the forbidden area, the sect would further reward them according to the quality and quantity of the medicines. From spirit stones and spiritual pills to magic tools, all that one could think of was possible, even secretive rewards as great as a foundation establishment pill. This was sufficient for low-level disciples to stake it all. These great rewards naturally caused the cultivation sect to experience a great surge of registrations for a time. This surge was maintained for the next 2 to 3 times and then completely declined. The bloody reality caused the many disciples to wake to the realization that these great rewards did not come without cost. Because of the initial excitement over the great rewards, the original survival rate of those who fought in the forbidden area actually lowered from less than 1/3 to less than 1/4 after the introduction of greater rewards. Of those who survived, those capable of bringing out spiritual medicines were even fewer, and the majority of them were gravely injured. They fundamentally didn't reap any rewards, not to speak of even receiving a foundation establishment pill. This was what Han Li was told after asking Wu Feng about the source of the spiritual medicines. After hearing everything he had to say, Han Li felt nothing except depression. He didn't expect that gathering some medicine ingredients would require going to some forbidden area and, moreover, engaging in close combat with the disciples of other sections. Only by being the final victor would one be able to leave. Furthermore, the rate of survival was astonishing. Less than 1/4 of the disciples were able to leave this so-called trial by blood and fire. The hazards one would have to brave were far too great. Han Li wasn't some expert. Among the low-level disciples of Yellow Maple Valley, he was merely of medium strength. As a result, without profound magic power and no powerful magic techniques, he could only rely on their several magic tools and his mind's quick wit. Relying on just this, how could Han Li believe himself to be one of the 4 that survive? This caused Han Li to become angry, and he could not help but ask Wu Feng, why doesn't each immortal sect restrict their disciples and collaboratively divide the spiritual medicines? It should be known these medicines will inevitably be refined into foundation establishment pills. Isn't there no need to quarrel and tear into one another, thereby planting the seeds of hatred and revenge? After Wu Feng heard this, he immediately replied with a bitter laugh, Junior Marshall brother does not understand. Although they will all be used to refine foundation establishment pills, the distribution of the number of medicine pills would completely depend on the spiritual medicines available. Under these circumstances, how could they not do their utmost to fight for the spiritual medicines? After Han Li heard this, he remained silent for a long while. Finally, with a belly full of worry, he asked about the next trial by blood and fire, and found out that it was in half a year. After several warnings from Senior Marshal Brother Wu, Han Li left the Cultivation Guidance Pavilion and returned to 100 Medicine Garden. Over the course of the next few days, Han Li dispiritedly thought of this matter, repeatedly pondering about the stakes and risks involved. He attempted to compel himself to pick the more sensible option. It was clear that in the state of Yu, apart from this forbidden area, these 3 spiritual medicines would not be found. Otherwise, the 7 great immortal sects need not shed blood every 5 years and cripple themselves. If Han Li did not want to brave these strange dangers, he could only hope to find the spiritual medicines in regions outside the state of Yu. Else, he would be completely without hope of achieving foundation establishment and become a pile of bones within 100 years. However, after a careful thought, he knew that leaving the country to look for spiritual medicines was even more hopeless. However, if he truly participated in the trial by blood and fire, the 3/4 death rate was far too large. At that point, his possibility of death was immense. This truly caused Han Li to feel bewildered. Chapter 161 Market City. Chapter 161. Market City. After several restless nights of troubled sleep, Han Li carefully mulled over his thoughts of self-preservation and the thought of forever losing the opportunity for his immortal path and his willingness to face unknown danger to reach foundation establishment. He gradually became inclined to the latter. After all, he had not resigned to have such an ordinary life. However, his cautious nature caused him to rush a trip to Yulu Hall. After he confirmed the bitter reality of the trial by blood and fire and the lack of heavenly spiritual medicines outside of the area with the greedy old man, he thoroughly abandoned his wishful thinking. Since he clearly understood that he had no path of retreat, Han Li was fiercely determined to give his all in the forbidden trial by blood and fire. He would either find the spiritual medicines within that would allow him to reach foundation establishment or fall to his death in the struggle within the forbidden area. With the determination to either live or die, Han Li began his preparations to travel to the forbidden area in half a year. Within this short time he had to further his strength in order to improve his chances to survive. It was impossible for him to reach the 11th layer of the Eternal Spring Arts without the assistance of medicine pills. If he wanted to increase his strength, he could only learn a few new magic techniques and purchase a few powerful talismans and magic tools. New magic techniques were not much of a problem. In all likelihood, if he were to mention it to senior martial brother Wu, he wouldn't refuse to teach him. However, with his aptitude, he would only be able to either learn 2 elementary low-grade magic techniques or a mid-grade magic technique in half a year. As for elementary high-grade magic techniques, it would be better not to think of them. Thus the quickest way to increase his strength would be by using talismans and magic tools. Regarding magic tools, Han Li currently had a few. As for magic tools that could be used in combat, apart from the ring and the small black flag that martial Uncle Yi gave him, he also had the long saber capable of turning into a rope and the gourd that could release automatically attacking spheres that he got from the 2 yellow-clothed men who tried to kill and rob him. As for when he entered the sect, he received a fierce sun sword and cold moon saber. They were simply the lowest level of magic tools, capable of attacking with a bit of flames and cold chi. They were fundamentally unimpressive. As for talismans, Han Li was originally extremely lacking in them. Fortunately, from the goods that the shady martial Uncle Yi didn't embezzle from him, he had quite a few talismans. He was truly given over 10 elementary mid-grade talismans and 2 rarely seen high-grade talismans, greatly increasing his confidence. Furthermore, Han Li still had the small sword talisman that he still didn't know what to do with. In fear, the yellow-clothed man he beheaded called this a talisman treasure. It should have a grand origin. It would simply be seen as stolen property, so he didn't dare to let others know of this talisman. He kept the 2 words treasure talisman in his head a secret and intended to find an opportunity to ask others about it. Naturally, when facing the extremely terrible forbidden trial by blood and fire, having only these objects was certainly not enough. As a result, Han Li planned to leave the sect mountains and make a trip to a nearby sect's market city to buy a few top-quality magic tools and talismans. However, he didn't have the backing of many spirit stones. This purchasing trip was certain to not go as one would wish. Although Han Li had quite a few spirit stones he could use in his future trip to the forbidden area, these spirit stones were important support in a prolonged fight, causing him to be quite reluctant about parting with them. A few thoughts later, Han Li decided to cultivate a few precious 1,000-year medicinal herbs in the little time he had to exchange for spirit stones or to simply barter. Actually, creating a few face-setting pills would probably be better, perhaps slightly increasing the value of the 1,000-year medicinal herbs. However, face-setting pills truly required too many medicinal ingredients. There was not enough time to actually collect all the materials. As a result, he could only directly use drug ingredients to exchange. But in order to not arouse suspicion from the sect, Han Li inwardly decided that he would only sell the cultivated medicine ingredients to cultivators outside the sect. Were he to directly use medicinal ingredients to do business in the sect, he was certain to arouse the attention of others. As a result, with a plan in mind, Han Li began to work. He first visited Wu Feng and picked the most practical elementary magic technique, Qi Restraining Technique. It was an auxiliary-type elementary mid-grade magic spell that could resist the Heaven's Eye technique. As long as this technique was used beforehand, one would not appear to the naked eye and one's qi would be completely restrained. Its purpose was to conceal one's self. Naturally, this magic technique was of no use against experts at Foundation establishment or above. It was, however, completely effective against the high-layer cultivators of qi condensation. This technique was far more practical compared to the body concealment technique. However, the reason why Han Li didn't pick any attack or defense-type magic techniques was completely due to his own true combat experience. Because of the time when he fought other cultivators in close combat, he discovered that in a fight between cultivators, there were far too few opportunities to completely execute the incantations of mid-grade magic techniques. There were far more opportunities to use magic tools and the low-grade magic techniques with the shortest execution time. Talisman methods were the next quickest in defending and attacking. That was why in a battle, it was more practical to use talismans rather than mid-grade magic techniques or higher. Naturally, if one had a companion that fought for time to cast a magic technique, that was a different argument. When Han Li obtained the cultivation incantation of this technique, he detailedly asked Wu Feng the specifics of cultivating this technique and then began to practice it with his heart and soul. However, as a mid-grade magic technique, this qi restraining technique was completely different compared to the auxiliary magic techniques he previously learned, such as the imperial flight technique and the body concealment technique. Its cultivation was extremely difficult. It seemed that completely mastering it within half a year was truly no small challenge. Like that, Han Li bitterly cultivated the qi restraining technique during the day, and gathered green liquid and concentrated on cultivating several often used spiritual grasses during the night. In addition, in order to prevent Marshal Senior Ma from discovering these medicinal herbs, he specially staggered the cultivation of the medicines between the periods he arrived to pick up the medicine ingredients. He also planted the medicine in the most remote corners of the garden. After all, the scent of herbs 1,000 years old or more stood out quite a bit. However, it was fortunate that this Senior Marshal Senior had always come to collect right on schedule. He was neither early or late, and would hurriedly arrive and hurriedly leave. He seemed to be completely busy, though Han Li didn't know what he was busy with. Han Li had no interest in what the old man was doing. He would say it was for the best that Marshal Senior Ma was continuously busy. With no chance of interference by snooping, Han Li was allowed to cultivate medicine at a larger scale. By the time Han Li initially grasped the qi restraining technique, 4 months had already passed. He also eventually cultivated 2,000-year-old spiritual medicines. It was believed that medicinal ingredients of 100 or more years were difficult to find in the current cultivation world. They were certain to produce a small and pleasant surprise in the market city. Han Li received a command medallion allowing him to exit the sect mountains from his acquaintance, the 100 Opportunities Hall's honored disciple Yu. Actually, the disciples of Yellow Maple Valley had the chance to leave once a year. However, as cultivators wouldn't want to squander this period of time by going out, the disciples who took the opportunity were very few in number. After Han Li flew out of the sect mountain's large restrictive formation, he flew to the northeast, straight toward the market city. With this said, Yellow Maple Valley's market city had quite the reputation. It was more prosperous than any other sect's market cities. Because the Taiyu mountain range that spanned over the Jian province was close to the northern state of Yuanwu, and there was a non-hostile relationship between the cultivation world of the state of Yuanwu and the cultivation world of the state of Yu, cultivators from the state of Yuanwu would come to Yellow Maple Valley's market city to do business and bring many unusual goods not present in the state of Yu. It could not be said that it was not an unexpected and nice surprise, attracting quite a few rogue cultivators and cultivation clans to the city. This market city was established in the northeast of the Taiyu mountain range. That was why Han Li arrived there after flying for more than half a day. When he grew near, Han Li didn't immediately rush over. Instead, he changed his gray cloth jacket and all the garments on his body that would identify him as a Yellow Maple Valley disciple. After he was done, he appeared as if he were a common cultivator. Then he walked over to the market city. According to the code of conduct of the cultivation world, cultivators were not allowed to fly within 5 li of the market city, which was why Han Li encountered many hurried travelers traveling on foot throughout his journey. Among these travelers, there were many who dressed very peculiarly, causing Han Li to suspect that they were cultivators from the state of Yuanwu. It seemed that this market city was quite popular. While Han Li was blindly pondering, he had already arrived at the entrance to the market city. Chapter 162, Myriad Treasures Store. Yellow Maple Valley's market city looked like Han Li's hometown, Green Ox City. The entire market was only one street that pointed north and south. In the south, there were dozens of houses of various sizes. Some were tall, some were short. Some were buildings while others were just huts. It was very inconsistent and uneven. These were all industries of the Yellow Maple Valley, but only less than half were personally managed by Yellow Maple Valley's disciples. The other large half was leased to the cultivator families and rogue cultivators who usually dealt business here. Most of these businesses were stores that traded raw materials, talismans, and magic tools. There was also a 5 Elements bookstore that specialized in selling elementary spells, and there were 2 restaurants and inns that were convenient for people to get food and rest. Aside from the lower-level disciples at the market city, there were also a number of foundation establishment experts who stayed there regularly, keeping order in the city and preventing people from causing trouble. A large portion of the northern part of the street was empty. It was reserved for cultivators who wanted to set up a shop on the spur of the moment. As long as they paid the Yellow Maple Valley disciples with a low-grade spirit stone, foreigners could set up a shop for a whole day on the side of the empty street without any interference. They would even have the protection of the disciples during the time that they had set up a shop, enabling them to have no fear of any enemies who would want to take revenge. With these measures encouraging foreign cultivators to come here and do business, Along with the special geographical location of the market city, the Yellow Maple Valley's market city had been prosperous for many years. There would even be rare items that would appear from time to time in the market city, attracting even more cultivators. However, because Hanli wanted to avoid arousing suspicion, he didn't enter the market city from the convenient South Street entrance. Instead, he circled around and entered from the north. Before setting foot into the street entrance, he covered his face with a blue cloak in case there was anyone here who could recognize him. It was already the afternoon. The street of the market city didn't seem to have many people at a first glance. However, this was normal. After all, this market city was not some secular world downtown market that would be noisy all day long. The people who were qualified to come here were unique cultivators. You would only find one cultivator in 10,000 people. It was already pretty good to have this many people. Hanli mocked himself a little after realizing this fact and walked towards the small shops on the side of the street. He decided to see if there was anything worthwhile in the small shops before going to the large stores. After going through all the small shops, Hanli's heart sank. The magic tools and talismans at these small shops were completely useless to him, with the exception of 3 or 4 items that could barely be considered passable. Buying them would only be a foolish expense, so he stopped wasting his time. He turned around and sprinted towards the large stores. 7 Opportunities Pavilion. Wind Guiding Study. Heavenly Crafts Store. This time, Hanli didn't recklessly find a random store to walk into. He took his time and slowly strolled along the street. After he familiarized himself with the name, size, and type of each store, he picked the one that looked the largest and frequently had cultivators streaming in and out. Myriad Treasures Store. He went inside. From simply hearing the store's name, one could tell that the owner of the store was confident of his goods. So Hanli hoped to find some rare treasures here and not leave empty-handed. Hanli slightly hesitated as soon as he entered. The bright hall was large enough to accommodate dozens of people without feeling crowded. There was an extraordinarily long front desk, built with precious red alurite wood, and 7 or 8 servants in blue uniforms. All of this gave off an impressive atmosphere of grandeur. In the hall, 2 of the servants in blue were explaining something to a few people who looked like customers. Inside the counter there was a large variety of items. From the style of the items, it seemed like they were things that only cultivators would use. From the lowest grade raw materials to the commonly used talismans and magic tools, the Myriad store had everything. Hanli smiled. It seemed like he had really found the right place. At this moment, a servant in blue came over and said with a big smile, "Esteemed customer, what are you looking for? Do you want me to help introduce you to something? This store's goods will definitely satisfy all of our customers' needs. I want to look at magic tools and talismans, but I only want the best. Do not show me inferior goods." Hanli spoke softly through his cloak. The servant in blue was slightly stunned by this remark, but then he carefully looked and judged Hanli's manners. After making sure he wasn't joking, the smile on his face grew even wider. He knew he must be a big customer, so he quickly invited Hanli in and personally led him to the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The furnishings upstairs were different from the decor downstairs. Not only was the scale of the 2nd floor a lot smaller, but there were some antique furniture on the 2nd floor. It was decorated in an elegant, comfortable, and cozy manner. The most surprising thing was that there was a precious incense burner and a bundle of burning incense in the corner of the room that filled the room with a faint smell of sandalwood. A gentle-looking, middle-aged man holding an old book was standing in the room, reading its contents aloud. He seemed to not have any magic power like a completely ordinary man. Hanli was somewhat stunned. This place did not look like a place to do business. Instead, it looked like some rich person's home. The person who was reading saw Hanli come in and calmly closed the book. The servant in blue who had escorted Hanli quickly walked up to the man and whispered a few words. After the middle-aged man finished listening, he cupped his hands and said with a smile, "I am Myriad Treasure Store's shopkeeper, Tian Bewley. How should I address you?" "Li Feiyu." Hanli unceremoniously borrowed his good friend's name. "Oh, it's Brother Li. Brother, please sit down." The middle-aged man led Hanli to sit down, then ordered the servant, "Go brew a pot of our best jade cloud tea." After Hanli sat down, the middle-aged man started asking politely, "This is the first time Brother Li came to this store, right?" "Hehe. Shopkeeper Tian is really observant. This is indeed the first time I have visited this store." Chapter 163, Brocade Treasure Box. At this moment, Shopkeeper Tian started to present the item in the small brocade box. A set of gold beetle swarm blades with 1 mother blade and 8 children blades. It was created from fine iron and gold. Refined by a foundation establishment expert for 3 days and 3 nights. So long as one holds the mother blade, one can simultaneously control the 8 children blades to attack the enemy, causing the enemy to be unable to defend against these incomparably sharp blades. He introduced the set of peculiar light gold blades while pointing to its case. Han Li did not speak and carefully examined the handle for a moment. He nodded his head and put it down. Flying dark iron shield, a very scarcely seen defensive magic tool. It was refined from a large chunk of coldine earth. Not only is it incomparable, solid and indestructible, it's also embedded with a spell. It can revolve in any direction and automatically defend, said Shopkeeper Tian while picking up a tiny shield the size of a palm. Then he passed it over to Han Li to let him carefully look over it. Han Li took the shield into his hand and lightly stroked its decorative design. After he muttered to himself for a moment, he asked, "Can I try out the spell for a moment?" "Of course you can. Brother Li, please do not hesitate to use it," Shopkeeper Tian said in a relaxed manner. Since he said as such, Han Li was not polite and slowly poured magic power into the shield in his hand. As a result, the metal shield shined a black light. In a blink of an eye, it enlarged several times over, and it even flew out of his hand and floated in the air. Furthermore, it slowly began to circle around him. Its size seemed just enough to cover a few vital points on the body. Han Li was pleased. After attentively controlling it for a moment, he could control its movement as he pleased, much to his expectation. It was quite nifty and agile. After trying it out, Han Li was very pleased with that magic tool. What he was currently most lacking was this kind of life-saving magic tool. With this shield, his odds of surviving the forbidden trial of blood and fire was surely to increase quite a bit. However, Han Li hadn't immediately expressed anything. He simply returned the iron shield to the box without speaking. Then he waited for the other party to continue their presentations. Shopkeeper Tian was not at all discontented with Han Li's method of handling things and continued to enthusiastically recommend the next article, a blue ball the size of a pill. Heavenly Lightning Seed. Several hundred years ago, after a mysterious expert accidentally severed heavenly lightning, he managed to successfully condense it. Each grain possesses great power. It is said that even if a foundation establishment expert resisted this lightning head-on, he was certain to turn to ash and smoke. There were originally 73 grains. However, after the passage of time there are not many left. This one grain cost this store a great amount to take possession of it. After Shopkeeper Tian said this, he could not help expose a somewhat complacent expression. This lightning bead was clearly a precious rarity. When Han Li heard this, he was emotionally moved. It could actually kill a foundation establishment expert. Something of such great might couldn't be found by chance. If he could acquire it, then it would be equivalent to a trump card for his trip to the forbidden area. However, he feared the price would be high enough to scare people away. Why else would they not have sold it until now? After Shopkeeper Tian presented the blue lightning bead, he spoke no further. Instead he looked at Han Li with great anticipation. Then he lifted the cup of fragrant tea and took an unhurried taste. Although the table had a tightly closed brocade box that had yet to be introduced, he hadn't spoken even a single word about it. Han Li clearly saw the other party's expression and heard his words, causing his heart to finally grow calm. He was now certain that the value of his 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs was greater than his previous estimates, not lower. In addition, it seemed that he had a good chance of acquiring that lightning bead. After a moment of examination, Shopkeeper Tian suddenly became aware of his lack of manners and the fact that he revealed information about the true circumstances to the other party. However, he was unable to change anything now. The object before his eyes was completely embedded in his state of mind. So long as this object were truly that 1,000-year-old item of the highest quality, he would overpay to have this 1,000-year-old spiritual herb remain in the 10,000 treasures store. Doing so would give his 10,000 treasures store countless benefits. However, he was currently embarrassed as he had never seen a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb before. He only knew of its reputation, and hence, he was truly unable to give a certain estimation of the maturity of that herb inside the box. He only knew that if the yellow essence mushroom before him didn't have a medicinal potency of 1,000 years or more, it should absolutely be of 700 to 800 years or more. It would still be a very precious object. He was certain of least that much. Come. After a long moment of inspection, shopkeeper Tian called a young servant from downstairs. Go and invite Elder Ding to come. Tell him there is a valuable object here that I need him to appraise, he solemnly ordered. Afterwards, shopkeeper Tian took advantage of this chance to have a completely honest chat. However, they completely avoided talking about the medicine herb, as if the medicine herb in the small box had been forgotten for the moment. Not long after, a gray-haired old man escorted by a young servant slowly climbed up the stairs. When shopkeeper Tian saw this, he immediately went to respectfully greet him and offered his seat to this elder before standing to the side. It seemed this elder Ding was truly a person of reputation. However, Hanli had already guessed that this person was like shopkeeper Tian, a common old man. He didn't have the slightest trace of cultivation. Shopkeeper Tian, you called this soon-to-be buried old man here. Could it be that there's something you couldn't call someone else for? Trembling, the old man asked after gasping several times. Chapter 164. The Secret of the Treasure Talisman. Elder Ding, may I trouble you to look at this item? Even though Junior feels like it could be a 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, I am not completely sure. I hope Elder Ding can identify the age of this herb. Shopkeeper Tian requested in a humble tone and handed over the wooden box. 1,000-year-old spiritual herb? Elder Ding found it hard to believe it when he heard it, but he still took the brocade box. Elder, please take a close look. Is it really a 1,000-year-old yellow essence mushroom? Shopkeeper Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked rapidly. The elder didn't respond. He narrowed his eyes, focusing on looking at the shape, color, even the pattern. He even put the box under his nose and sniffed it slightly several times. Hanli had hand-raised this medicinal herb with an accelerated process, so he knew very well whether or not this spiritual medicine was 1,000 years old. Knowing this, he sat on the side with a leisurely expression and acted as if he didn't see what the elder was doing. What he was considering was only how he should bargain with the Myriad Treasure store. Shopkeeper Tian was the exact opposite of Hanli, and he watched the elder's each and every single move without blinking. The unfearing manner he carried himself with when he first met Hanli was already completely gone. At this moment, his face was filled with a complicated expression, a mixture of expectations and worry, due to the possible outcomes. Finally, Elder Ding placed the box gently on the table, closed his eyes and went into deep thought as he pinched his beard. He then opened his eyes and said calmly with a very positive tone, "Congratulations, shopkeeper. This is indeed a yellow essence mushroom that is over 1,000 years old. It has also just been unearthed not long ago, and the efficacy of this medicine has not detracted at all, so it is a top-quality 1,000-year-old herb. This elder can guarantee this." Hearing this, shopkeeper Tian's face showed a joyous expression. He then respectfully escorted the elder down the stairs. Overjoyed, he picked up the box holding the spiritual herb and looked at it several more times. "Shopkeeper Tian, shouldn't you and I start talking about the deal?" Seeing that the other party seemed to have forgotten that the owner of the spiritual herb was still sitting on the side, Hanli couldn't help but remind the shopkeeper of his presence. "Oh, I'm so silly. Brotherly, please forgive me." Slightly surprised, shopkeeper Tian then remembered that this spiritual herb didn't yet belong to the Myriad Treasure store. He slightly blushed, his face turning red. That's fine. But how do you plan on trading? Seeing how shopkeeper Tian was fond of this item, I'm sure you won't disappoint me." Hanli chuckled and remarked as he slightly mocked the other party. At this moment, shopkeeper Tian's expression returned to normal. He then put the item that was in his hands back on the table and said, "Since Brotherly can take out 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, you must not be an ordinary cultivator. Hence, I will be straightforward to brother without any of my usual business schemes. I will give you a fair price." With that said, after a moment of thought, he continued with a sincere tone, "Brotherly can trade this spiritual herb for any of the 2 items from the brocade box that I have previously showed you, or you can trade it for only the item in the last brocade box. If none of the items satisfy you, then this store can also pay you with enough spiritual stones to buy the spiritual herb. Brotherly, what are your thoughts?" Hanli felt the sincerity in the other party's words. After pondering it over and over again in his heart, he felt that the price was reasonable, and since it was not beyond his bottom line, he was on the verge of accepting the deal. But before that, he still wanted to see the item in the last brocade box. But it turned out that Hanli didn't even have to ask. Shopkeeper Tian had already opened the last brocade box and pushed it in front of Hanli as he said with a smile, "The item inside this box is this store's most precious treasure. However, whether you like it or not will depend on if brother has good taste. Hearing this, Han Li's curiosity increased. He looked inside the box and immediately he was stunned. Inside the brocade box, there was a single lone talisman inscribed with the image of a golden brick. The image shimmered with a golden light and looked realistic. After taking a good look at the item, Han Li's thoughts couldn't stop spinning. He immediately thought of his talisman, the one with a small gray sword drawn on it. Could it be the same thing? Treasure talisman? Han Li took a deep breath and asked in an uncertain tone. The shopkeeper showed an expression of astonishment. He exclaimed in surprise, "I did not expect that Brother Li would actually recognize this item. Usually very few cultivators know about this treasure. Brother is truly knowledgeable, I am impressed." After Han Li listened to what he said, he laughed bitterly and shook his head. With a sigh he replied, "You look too highly upon this man surnamed Li. I merely heard about the treasure talisman, I actually don't know much about it. Since shopkeeper Tian was able to take this item out, you must know a bit about this treasure talisman. I hope you will teach me about it." Han Li's remarks were all spoken from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to take the opportunity to gain a thorough understanding of the treasure talisman and avoid being confused about it further down the road. Shopkeeper Tian was surprised as he looked at Han Li. He felt like this wasn't something that needed to be kept as a secret, it's just that not a lot of people knew about it. Even so, it wasn't worth the effort to offend the big customer in front of him, so he agreed very easily and explained everything he knew about the treasure talisman. The treasure talisman was an item with great background, a special item that could only be made by cultivators above core formation. The high-level cultivators who refined magic treasures would insert some of the magic treasure's power into special talisman paper so that other cultivators could temporarily use the power of the magic treasure from this special talisman. It had the characteristics of both a talisman and a magic treasure. Cultivators who were aware of their existence jokingly called them fake magic treasures, but even so, they still deeply coveted them. This type of fake magic treasure was very special. Even though it must be made by cultivators above core formation, any cultivator could use it regardless of skill level. Even Monk Golden Light, the cultivator whom Han Li had killed, could use it well despite having cultivated only 3 or 4 layers. However, cultivators below foundation establishment couldn't use condensation techniques, so they could only use 10 to 20% of the treasure talisman's power. Compared to top magic tools, this didn't seem to be much higher. After foundation establishment, however, cultivators would be able to use mind condensation arts and make full use of the treasure talisman's might. Even though its power didn't resemble the earth-shattering, sea-roaring, mountain-shattering might of a true magic treasure, it was enough to disdain any other magic tool. Hence, cultivators after foundation establishment all wished to have a treasure talisman. This would give them an advantage in battles and let them disregard other cultivators. Even though a treasure talisman's powers were astonishing, it would keep on consuming the magic treasure's power that was held within. If the powers were exhausted, then the treasure talisman would be completely useless. Therefore, the question of the treasure talisman's usage was something that could not be taken lightly. Furthermore, the creation of the treasure talisman was not a simple matter. Because magic treasures were objects that could inherently be refined only by core formation cultivators, they were incredibly rare. They also needed to be refined day and night within a cultivator's true essence to increase its power and could not lightly be shown to others. As a result, the same could be said as to which magic treasure the treasure talisman was created from. Creating a treasure talisman was equivalent to harming the magic treasure since it siphoned off a portion of its power, and the owner of the magic treasure must refine the magic treasure for a long time to recover its might. Such actions were typically self-harming. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no cultivator who was above core formation would do such foolish actions. But as the old saying went, the affairs of the world were in constant flux. The seemingly foolish action of refining a treasure talisman would be done continuously by most of the high-level cultivators when their times were almost up. It was for the sake of the younger generations and juniors, a small fortune in power and assistance. As for the magic treasures left behind by predecessors, after a long amount of time of being refined and inherited by successors, the magic treasure would no longer be completely compatible with the new owner's mind. In addition, half of the magic treasure's original power would be lost, so it required the user to also achieve core formation or else the magic treasure would only be wasted and rendered unusable. Therefore, compared to keeping the magic treasures, refining treasure talismans for the younger generation was more suitable. But there were a lot of limitations to refining a treasure talisman. Firstly, each treasure talisman could seal the power of a magic treasure, but only 1/10 of the magic treasure's power, and it could only reduce, not increase. Hence, even if multiple treasure talismans sealed the same magic treasure, their strengths were uneven and could vary. Secondly, not only would refining treasure talismans reduce the power of the magic treasure, it would make the owner lose a lot of strength, so continuous refinement of treasure talismans was an impossible scenario. Every time a treasure talisman was refined, the magic treasure owner would have to recover for 3 to 5 years to regain his strength. And this was in the case that one would not waste true essence and would no longer intend to refine magic treasures ever again, or else the time would be even longer. Hence, in the cultivating world there often appeared scenarios like these. When high-level cultivators approached the end of their life, they would prepare to die while sitting proudly and without regrets. They would leave their most valuable items, usually a piece of magic treasure that had its power decreased greatly and several treasure talisman that sealed the same power. This must be said to be a helpless matter. Chapter 165. Night Encounter. After hearing shopkeeper Tion's explanation, Hanli had a better understanding about the treasure talisman. He couldn't help but look at the treasure talisman inside the brocade box once more. This store bought the golden light brick treasure talisman from a small family for a substantial price. It's a brand new treasure talisman, more than enough to exchange for Brother Li's 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. Shopkeeper Tion promptly said in a tone that suggested he was in an unfavorable position. Hanli sneered to himself. He did not believe the act the other party was putting on. At most, they were just fulfilling each other's needs. In shopkeeper Tion's eyes, Han Li's spiritual herb was certainly higher in value than this piece of treasure talisman. What do you think? Which item will Brother Li exchange for? Shopkeeper Tion finally asked with a smile. Hearing this, Han Li hesitated for a moment and couldn't make up his mind. He originally wanted to check out a few more stores and see if there were any better magic tools, but the items in front of him were pretty decent and satisfied him. He was reluctant to give up any of the items, especially that golden light brick treasure talisman. That would be of help to him in the future, so he absolutely had to get his hands on that item. These few items, I like them all. I am planning to have all of them. After considering for a while, Han Li made a decision. He felt like it might not be a bad thing if he just bought everything at the Myriad Treasures store. At least it would reduce the attention he would receive and limit the impact to only the Myriad Treasures store. All of them? Brother Li must be joking. After shopkeeper Tion heard what Han Li said, his face darkened. He thought Han Li was being greedy and unrealistically trying to exchange all of the treasures from the brocade boxes with one spiritual herb. Seeing this, Han Li smiled. He didn't offer an explanation, but rather took out an identical box from his storage pouch and put it on the table. I will use 2,000-year-old spiritual herbs to exchange for all of their treasures in your brocade boxes. Han Li unhurriedly said with control of the matter. Shopkeeper Tion was surprised and overjoyed. He couldn't bother to respond to Han Li's conditions and hastily checked the newly appeared spiritual medicine. When he made sure the new spiritual herb was indeed the same 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine as the first, he then looked at Han Li once again with a strange gaze. After all, a person who could bring out 2 rare spiritual medicines was worth his Myriad Treasure store's attention. Han Li was wearing a cloak, so shopkeeper Tion wasn't able to clearly see the other party's expression. Because of this, the other party felt even more mysterious. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he said decisively, "Very well. Since Brother Li says so, I will take a step back and agree to your conditions. But this person surnamed Tion has a small attached request. In the future, if Brother Li possesses any more of such spiritual medicines, I hope Brother will prioritize this store. This person surnamed Tion will definitely offer a price that will satisfy you." Han Li gave a few dry laughs and nodded lightly without giving an actual response, but in his heart he was already sighing, knowing that the other party still became suspicious. It looked like he should limit these types of deals where he exchanged spiritual herbs for treasure as much as possible in the future, else he might attract a fatal disaster. Shopkeeper Tion didn't know Han Li's real thoughts, but seeing that Han Li nodded and agreed, he was overjoyed. If the person in front of him who was surnamed Li could really give him 1,000-year-old spiritual medicine, the price of taking a step back today would have been completely worth it. And so, shopkeeper Tion and Han Li exchanged, and after putting away each of their items, both of them were happy. Han Li left the Myriad Treasure store just like that. He didn't even dare to stay at the Market City for even a second longer. He quickly walked past the Market City's flying limit, and he immediately flew away from this place. Because he was afraid that the Myriad Treasure store would send some experts to secretly track him, he didn't blatantly fly directly towards Yellow Maple Valley. Instead, he flew straight away from the Taiyu mountain range. After traveling for 3 or 4 entire days, he was then at ease, turned around, and flew back towards the Yellow Maple Valley. During an evening 3 days later, Han Li entered the outer ring of the Taiyu mountain range. Because the sky was about to darken, for the sake of his safety, he found a hidden cave to spend the night in and decided to head back to Yellow Maple Valley the following day. This cave happened to be located halfway up a certain hill. There was even a messy pile of rocks blocking the entrance of the cave. From the outside it was hard to discover the cave. Han Li just happened to be able to stay inside. After eating something, he changed his clothing, leaned against the stone wall, and started meditating. It unknowingly passed to the second half of the night while Han Li seemed to be asleep, when he suddenly heard the sound of rustling clothes and moving wind. Bang! It seemed like someone outside the cave had landed on the ground on both feet. Han Li was startled and suddenly awoke. Could it be that people from the Thousand Treasures store are coming after me? Han Li couldn't help but think of the worst possible scenario. Junior Marshal Sister, this is a good, remote location. I think this place is it. A familiar male voice sounded outside the cave. Han Li was a bit shocked, but he was finally relieved. If it wasn't the Myriad Treasures store coming after him for the treasure, then the other party was just passing through. There was nothing for him to worry about. Junior Marshal Sister, there's no need to look at me like that. Since you have never enjoyed the feeling of Zul relationship between a man and a woman, this senior marshal brother will love you dearly so that junior marshal sister will not waste her life as a woman. Your beauty will vanish at any moment, which would be a waste of your fair skin. The man's voice was neither fast nor slow. It was extremely tender, but the contents of his words were truly obscene and ruthless. Han Li breathed in a cold breath of air. Who was the person outside? How could he use this kind of tone and say these P first then kill words? It was really impressive. Outside, there was only the sound of the man, but not the sound of the woman. This meant that this junior marshal sister had already been suppressed. She probably wasn't able to open her mouth right now. But the man's voice was so familiar. He should be someone whom Han Li had seen before. Thinking of this, Han Li's curiosity increased, and he couldn't help but quietly move towards the entrance of the cave. Rip. The sound of the woman's clothing cut through the air, along with the man's indecent laugh. Here, first take a joyful meeting pill. Otherwise it won't be pleasurable. Cough, junior marshal sister. Why do you look at senior brother like that? Actually, didn't you really want to pair cultivate with me after reaching foundation establishment? This could be considered me fulfilling your wish. Haha. The man seemed to be carried away as he laughed hysterically. At this moment, Han Li carefully moved to the entrance of the cave and started peeking outside. A man in white was squatting by a young woman and recklessly caressing her delicate body, pulling down her clothing from time to time. The woman's hair was a mess, so Han Li wasn't able to see her face clearly. But her body was already like a tender white sheep, half naked, revealing her white, bouncy skin, especially her half-hidden and half-revealed bosom. Her breasts were capable of elevating people's blood pressure and deeply evoking a man's natural instincts. So it was him. After clearly seeing the man's face, Han Li was somewhat surprised but also suddenly realized. The man was the narrow-minded martial brother Lu, who fought against the Murong brothers. He was a malicious, two-faced person. All Han Li wondered was exactly which poor martial sister had become the tiny white sheep underneath his claws. Han Li didn't know if it was because this martial brother Lu had heard what Han Li was thinking, but he unintentionally moved aside the messy hair in front of the woman's face. It revealed a beautiful yet extremely vicious face. How could it be her? After Han Li saw the woman's face clearly, he almost bit his tongue. Wasn't this the junior martial sister Qin, who had shown affection for martial brother Lu from the very beginning? She was already in a relationship with that martial brother Lu, so why would this martial brother Lu go out of his mind and play the act of raping and killing his own partner? But as Han Li examined junior martial sister Chen's glaring, fire-shooting eyes, it didn't seem like the normal teasing between couples. Han Li blinked his eyes and was feeling a bit confused. Found it. Suddenly, martial brother Lu stopped pawing the woman and yelled in glee. A tiny, delicate storage pouch appeared in one of his hands. Marshal Brother Lu stopped paying attention to Junior Marshal Sister Chen. Instead, he poured the storage pouch and out came a large pile of items such as magic tools, talismans, and private items like the woman's clothing and underwear. Marshal Brother Lu ignored everything else, and instead went through the items among the jars, bottles, and boxes, as if he were searching for something. She was fundamentally incapable of moving in even the slightest and was even unable to open her mouth to rain curses. She could only move in accordance to his will. After she heard her former lover's words, her limbs became colder and her face grew pale. Sigh. If Junior Marshal Sister weren't the Chen clan leader's only daughter, I might have let Junior Marshal Sister go. But I am truly afraid of Junior Marshal Sister's love changing into hate, possibly drawing support from the Chen clan's power to retaliate against elder brother. They would also spread this matter to all places, causing elder brother's reputation to fall. In addition, I have also heard people say that Marshal Aunt Ancestor Hong Fu loathes fickle and unrighteous men the most. That is why for Senior Marshal Brother's wonderful opportunity and reputation, Junior Marshal Sister must disappear from this world. Surely no one would suspect me, after all, we were previously such a loving couple. Senior Marshal Brother said this hypocritically. Still, his hands didn't stop in the slightest. Junior Marshal Sister Chen's clothing was entirely torn apart in the blink of an eye, leaving her completely bare. Having seen the beautiful scene before his eyes, Elder Marshal Brother Lu's eyes became even more lustful. His fingers slowly began to slide across her smooth skin, wanting to carefully sample her appearance. He continued saying, however, what tempted me the most was that Junior Marshal Sister, just like me, had actually yet to consume her Foundation Establishment pill. She probably also wished to wait until after a great success in her Foundation cultivation technique to take the pill. After all, if it is taken like that, the odds of achieving Foundation Establishment are slightly increased. As he spouted this out, he clicked his tongue. Regardless, since Junior Marshal Sister wishes to hand it over to Elder Brother along with her untouched and innocent body, it can be seen that she does not hate to part with this Foundation Establishment pill. I am also somewhat worried that taking one Foundation Establishment pill truly is not enough. I fear that I may fail at becoming Foundation Establishment. After all, even if I have mutated spiritual roots, there is still a chance I may fail at achieving Foundation Establishment. However, now that I have Junior Marshal Sister's pill, achieving Foundation Establishment isn't a problem at all. With this said, Senior Marshal Brother Lu withdrew his hands and took out the wooden box he just put away and an azure porcelain bottle. He looked to his left and right hands with a complacent appearance. Having stealthily heard everything while concealed behind a stone, Hanli was lost in thought. All of a sudden, 2 Foundation Establishment pills had appeared before his eyes. This was far too great a temptation. After all, did he not plan to participate in the trial of blood and fire for Foundation Establishment pills? If he wasn't required to brave that strange danger to obtain Foundation Establishment pills, he would naturally be eager to give it a try. With this thought, Hanli attentively observed Senior Marshal Brother Lu's every movement. If the other party exposed an opening, he would not hesitate to immediately act and kill this person, seizing the 2 Foundation Establishment pills. Presently, that Junior Marshal Sister Chin appeared peculiarly ill. Her bitterly resentful expression had gradually faded away, replaced by an intoxicated expression. Her bare skin appeared pink, and her sweet lips trembled without letting out a sound. It seems the joyful meeting pill's effects have appeared. Currently, Junior Marshal Sister is surely feeling extremely unwell. To repay Junior Marshal Sister's great kindness, Elder Brother can only thank you for a moment and let Junior Marshal Sister experience the feeling of wanting to live and die. This can be regarded as paying back Junior Marshal Sister's affections in the past. Without the slightest shame, Senior Marshal Brother Lu thought this out loud and put away the objects in his hand. He began to move his hands toward his belt, seemingly intending to undress so that he may fornicate her as he pleased. With this scene, Hanli's heart beat. If he could take advantage of Senior Marshal Brother Lu, after he stripped naked and attack him then, the other party would surely be confused, enabling him to finish it in one fell swoop. Hanli thought more and more, feeling that his certainty of success was great. Then he paid greater attention to Senior Marshal Brother Lu and subconsciously looked several times at his face. Something's wrong. After Hanli looked several times more, he immediately discovered the problem. Although this senior marshal brother Lu was flusteredly removing his belt, the time he took was rather far too long. Until now, his belt was still properly connected and hadn't loosened one bit. What was even more strange was that senior marshal brother Lu's face wore a hurried expression, but his eyes were calm and sober, without the slightest disarray. There was even the intention of a sneer concealed within. Thump. Han Li's heart beat. This was far too abnormal. His heart grew vigilant, and he hastily widened his spiritual sense. He then took out a water barrier talisman, and slapped it onto his palm. Just as he finished this, Han Li suddenly felt something flying towards him from his left without a sound. Had he not previously opened his spiritual sense, he may have simply been unable to perceive it. This caused him to be frightened and furious. Han Li didn't think any further and hastily slapped the talisman onto his body. A deep blue barrier immediately wrapped around him. At the same time, an azure rope flew toward him and wound around him. The blue light interrupted it just in time. Humph. Senior Marshal Brother Lu and Han Li let out a sound at the same time. However, Senior Marshal Brother Lu was somewhat surprised that his sneak attack had failed, while Han Li was startled and furious from nearly falling into his sinister, cunning trap. Good. You've reacted quite quickly. It seems your esteemed self is truly not simple. However, my dear friend has spectated for such a long time. Shouldn't you come out and have a chat with Senior Marshal Brother Lu? Senior Marshal Brother Lu retracted the azure rope to his hand. He coldly and calmly said these words towards where Han Li was hiding. It seemed that he had discovered a trace of him earlier. Chapter 167 Fierce Battle, 1. Chapter 167, Fierce Battle, 1. Since he was already exposed, there was no point in further hiding. Han Li took a deep breath. With the dazzling protective barrier activated and a magic tool in each hand, he walked away from behind the rock. It's you. After he clearly saw Han Li's appearance, this Senior Marshal Brother Lu shouted with surprise. He actually recognized Han Li. Han Li was slightly startled by his shout, and his heart sunk a bit. This Senior Marshal Brother Lu had merely seen him once from that time on the hill in the midst of a chaotic fight. Several months had already passed, and yet he actually still recognized him. Not only did this man have great memory, but he also had outstanding shrewdness and a careful mind. Regardless of the circumstances, Han Li could not consider this good news. In fact, he already faintly felt that the Senior Marshal Brother before him could be considered a similar kind of person as himself, equivalently merciless and good at scheming. The particular arrogance he showed off in front of others was absolutely a similar smokescreen like Han Li's low-key profile. However, Han Li had unexpectedly aroused another person's attention, while Senior Marshal Brother Lu was able to conceal his true colors, deliberately having others look upon him with scorn. Regardless, Han Li believed that he himself was incapable of being as shameless or as cruel and savage as him. From the beginning, he had only pursued his ordinary path of self-improvement. During the time that Han Li's heart was apprehensive, Marshal Brother Lu's expression grew solemn. He seemed to have also come to some sort of realization and looked at Han Li with an ominous gaze, not concealing his killing intent in the slightest. Han Li let out a sigh. He originally wished to spout out a few misunderstandings and see whether he could fool him. But currently, seeing his appearance and knowing his shrewdness, he didn't have the slightest chance to deceive him. He was certain only one of them could be left alive. He shouldn't waste energy to create a misunderstanding, as he could not longer strike first and gain the upper hand. With this thought, Han Li remained silent and raised the fine steel ring in his left hand, producing a strange whistle. It then charged straight towards Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Soon after, the dark green gourd in his right hand lit up, and 5 or 6 dark indistinct spheres spouted from its mouth and followed after the steel ring. Han Li was not done, however. He made a slight gesture with his empty left hand, and several red fireballs appeared in an instant. He slightly moved his sleeve and lined up the fireballs. He then suddenly threw them towards Senior Marshal Brother Lu, whispering the word, "Go." Carrying a blazing hot chi, the fireballs separated into 4 different directions like a swarm of bees and attacked Senior Marshal Brother Lu from distinct angles. In this move, Han Li had nearly utilized all of his previously acquired magic tools. He didn't use the treasure talisman in an all-out attack, since it would have been made complicated by the fireball's movement. In addition, it would have wasted the great effort Han Li put into learning this technique from Wu Feng as an instant kill move against an unprepared opponent. Actually, if Han Li had been familiar with the new magic tools and could have quickly mastered them, He would have already used all of them at an earlier time without restraint. After all, the strength of his new magic tools was far greater than that of his old magic tools. However, Senior Marshal Brother Lu did not remain idle while Han Li acted. He brought out a large azure flag on a pole about a zhang long. The banner had a long clawed, dancing, ferocious azure flood dragon embroidered in an azure light. At this time, Senior Marshal Brother Lu saw Han Li's successive attacks and was surprised. He couldn't help but be extremely flustered. The reason why he brought out his most powerful magic tool, the Azure Flood Dragon banner, was because he thought similarly to Han Li. He wanted to kill him immediately to silence him. But he absolutely didn't expect Han Li to unleash an overbearing attack as soon as he appeared without saying even a word. Furthermore, his attack was vicious, with an indomitable intent. With no better option, Senior Marshal Brother Lu decided against launching an assault and passed the Azure banner to his right hand. Then he moved his left hand toward the storage pouch from his waist and took out a yellow talisman. He looked at the high-grade talisman with reluctance before clenching his teeth and threw it in front of him, rapidly muttering to himself. In an instant later, Han Li's steel ring was letting out a faint yellow light. It was not far from Senior Marshal Brother Lu and was about to pound against him. Senior Marshal Brother Lu pointed at the yellow talisman with his free hand and loudly shouted, "Wind Wall Technique, rise!" Following that loud shout, the yellow talisman turned into a white hurricane over 10 zhang tall. It stood in front of Senior Marshal Brother Lu, obstructing the path of the steel ring. The steel ring penetrated into the hurricane but was immediately blown side to side. After rotating several times, it was suddenly flung back. As for the spheres that arrived soon after, they were even more useless, only capable of revolving outside the hurricane. They didn't even have the ability to enter the gale. Seeing these circumstances, Han Li's complexion slightly changed. He hastily pointed to the fireballs and immediately turned them into 2 huge crescents, agilely attempting to flying off in 2 directions in a futile attempt to further attack Senior Marshal Brother Lu. Beautifully thought. Senior Marshal Brother Lu coldly laughed. With an extremely skilled, one-handed incantation gesture, he pointed to the center of the wind wall, causing the hurricane to separate into 2. They separated extremely quickly and once again obstructed the fireballs. Pung pung. Several sounds of explosions rang. The fireballs were unable to evade once more and could only meet against the wind wall. The hurricane trembled several times, swallowing up the fireballs and causing them to disappear without a trace. Han Li felt overwhelmed with shock. At this moment, under Senior Marshal Brother Lu's control, the 2 hurricanes turned back into 1. Such a minor talent dares to show off his incompetence. Although I know neither the name nor the origin of Junior Marshal Disciple, tonight your death is certain, Senior Marshal Lu said with a savage smile. Soon after, he only saw his hands meet, holding the Azure Flood Dragon banner once more and waving it with all his might. Han Li was somewhat nervous since his opponent was far more troublesome than he expected. Such a swift and fierce chain of attacks had actually been so effortlessly dealt with. Although the opponent waved that banner, nothing unusual had yet to happen, but from looking at the opponent's imposing appearance, he knew that this Senior Brother Lu's counterattack would absolutely be nothing to scoff at. It seems I have no choice but to use the talisman treasure, Han Li coldly thought. However, he was currently unable to make full use of the talisman treasure with a condensation technique. As a result, every time he used the talisman treasure, he would need to fight for a certain amount of time to execute the spell that would propel the talisman treasure to vanquish the enemy. For this reason, his defense must be absolute. With this thought, Han Li took a look at his opponent. He only saw Senior Marshal Brother Lu waving his azure banner. The banner gradually grew brighter and started emitting a blinding azure light, causing the Azure Flood Dragon to become even more sinister and frightening. It seemed the opponent was on the verge of starting his assault. Han Li no longer hesitated and moved his hand. The ring flew back and stopped several feet away above his head and began to hover above. Grow! With this soft shout, the steel ring let out a large yellow light and hurriedly expanded. It stopped growing larger when it reached the size of a small table. Fall! That steel ring obediently fell with Han Li at the center of the circle. Then it began to swivel around, forming a large protective barrier. Han Li hadn't stopped there. After he put away the gourd, he took out his newly acquired shield as an offering. It grew several times larger outside the blue light barrier and softly floated in front of him, emitting a black light. Like that, Han Li had 3 layers of defense. His outermost layer was the large and fine steel ring. In the middle was the flying dark iron shield. The innermost layer was the blue light barrier he had used at the very beginning. Chapter 168, Fierce Battle 2. After all this was done, Han Li was satisfied and took out the small gray sword talisman treasure. He then sat down cross-legged and began to cast the spell, intending to attack with the treasure talisman as soon as possible. At that moment, the senior martial brother Lu across from him finally gathered enough spiritual chi for the Azure Flood Dragon flag and launched a tempest-like attack. As soon as he stopped waving the banner, he pointed the banner toward Han Li. Woo-woo. Suddenly, over 10 azure wind blades appeared and raced out from the banner toward Han Li. The speed of these wind blades was far too swift. In a blink of an eye, they had left senior martial brother Lu and were next to Han Li. Wind attribute magic techniques were truly not lacking. The speed of their attacks were greater than other elemental magic techniques by over 50%. Were it not for the defenses he had prepared in advance, Han Li feared that he would not have been able to react and would have already been beheaded by these multiple wind blades. Just as Han Li was startled, the wind blades fiercely collided against the outermost fine steel ring. Azure and yellow rays of light sparkled continuously along with the sound of cutting strikes. When the rays of light disappeared, the originally smooth steel ring's outer layer had over 10 overlapping foot-long grooves. The entire magic tool was clearly already worn and damaged. Regardless, it was fortunate that this magic tool was continuously swiveling as it was attacked, causing the wind blades to all attack at different places. Otherwise, the ring would have already been broken and allowed the blades to penetrate his first line of defense. Both Han Li and senior martial brother Lu felt surprised from this outcome. Han Li felt that although this steel ring magic tool was originally not intended for defensive use, it was a genuine high-quality magic tool, and the quality of its material was naturally unquestionable. However, he didn't expect that a mere few trifling wind blades would have almost destroyed it. Senior martial brother Lu was even more surprised. This Azure Flood Dragon banner was a famous top-quality magic tool. Because it matched the properties of his spiritual roots, he had paid a bitter, heart-wrenching price to acquire it. Not only could this magic tool effortlessly and instantly cast the wind blades technique and other simple magic techniques, when it absorbed a certain amount of spiritual chi, all of the wind attribute attacks that the banner cast were amplified. This was why each of those wind blades from a moment ago, although they appeared to be the simplest kind of elementary low-grade magic techniques, had power comparable to that of a mid-grade magic technique. In other words, the seemingly simple attack from a moment ago was actually a concentrated bombardment of over 10 mid-grade magic techniques. Despite this, it wasn't even able to destroy the outermost huge metal ring. How could this senior martial brother Lu not be apprehensive or even fearful toward Han Li? Although Han Li and senior martial brother Lu both felt that the other party was ruthless, their following actions were quite different. Because Han Li had yet to control the talisman treasure and was unwilling to give up halfway, he could only bitterly brace himself for the incomparably swift and fierce attack that was certain to come. And with senior martial Lu's superior intellect, when he saw Han Li arrange a defensive position and remain motionless after the previous attack, he knew that Han Li was certain to be preparing a trump card. Not some high-grade magic technique attack but a ferocious magic tool. As a result, he did not hesitate and madly poured spiritual power into the banner in his hand. He then pointed the banner toward Han Li, releasing a violent flurry of azure wind blades. This time, the wind blades were relatively small but steady and persistent, taking the form of long azure torrents. The torrents rushed forth, causing azure and yellow light to appear from the fierce strikes. This time, Han Li's steel ring was only able to persevere for a short period of time before suddenly producing a heavy boom. Yellow light greatly scattered and the high-quality fine steel ring finally broke. With nothing obstructing the wind blades, they rampantly charged straight forward. However, they were met by another top-quality magic tool, the dark iron shield. It obstructed their way and bursts of black and azure light were produced from the collisions. The dark iron shield was very different from the steel ring magic tool. First of all, the ring's quality was a grade inferior. This shield was a top-quality magic tool of the same grade as the Azure Flood Dragon banner. In the cultivation world, who could possess such rarely seen objects? The steel ring was simply a high-quality magic tool. Although it could not be said to be a commonly seen item since they were widely possessed, the cultivators who had the status to possess one or two of such items were still a sparse few. Secondly, Although this iron shield didn't have the slightest potential for attack, as a magic tool specialized in defense, its defensive power exceeded that of even 4 of those steel rings. Not only was it durable and sturdy, but there were also several specialized defensive enchantments attached to the shield, causing its defensive power to greatly increase. As a result, the stream of attacks that consisted of over 100 frantic wind blades was effortlessly intercepted by Han Li's floating shield. It stood like a mountain in a storm and emitted black light. It didn't move even the slightest, giving off the appearance that it had plenty effort to spare. When Senior Marshal Brother Lu saw this, his mind grew furious, but he merely gave a cold snort. He shook out both his hands, no longer releasing wind blades from his banner point. Then he gripped the banner pole, and his hands suddenly emitted a great white light as if a flood of spiritual power was leaking from his body, rushing forth into the banner pole. After receiving such a huge amount of spiritual power, the Azure Flood Dragon banner's azure light grew even more dazzling, as if there was an azure sun rising in the middle of the night. Few would dare to look straight at it. Because Senior Marshal Brother Lu used too much magic power, his complexion grew extremely pale. However, he still wore a fierce and cruel expression. It seemed he was fully aware that further delay was sure to bring trouble, so he intended to deal a finishing blow at all costs. TL? A long night is fraught with dreams. Further delay was sure to bring trouble. Following a low roar from Senior Marshal Lu, he forcefully tossed the Azure Flood Dragon banner into the air. Then he performed finger incantation gestures at great speed and pointed toward the banner, shouting, "Flood Dragon Transformation." The Azure Flood Dragon banner overflowed with azure light and released it in every direction. In an instant it transformed into a huge azure flood dragon over 30 meters long. It was vivid and lifelike, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as if it were an exact copy of the embroidery on the banner. "Go!" Without the slightest hesitation, Senior Marshal Brother Lu commanded with his finger. That flood dragon immediately opened its huge mouth and fiercely pounced straight toward Han Li. Then a loud and deafening dang rang out. The head of the flood dragon was struggling against the dark iron shield. Azure light and black light simultaneously blazed. At the moment they seemed evenly matched. However, not longer after, the shield's black light rapidly grew weaker at a rate that could be seen with the naked eye. It appeared that this shield would meet a similar end to the preceding magic tool, but all of a sudden, a clear voice spoke, "Withdraw." Following this sound, the iron shield immediately grew smaller and quickly retreated. Then the azure dragon's chi greatly blazed and ferociously pursued it. It widely opened its mouth as if wanting to swallow both Han Li and the shield. However, at this moment, a brilliant gray streak of light about 10 meters long flew from Han Li, who was originally sitting cross-legged. It assumed the form of a huge sword. Without showing weakness, the sword struck against the flood dragon's head, causing them to mutually tangle around each other. For a moment in the air, the azure light suppressed the gray light. A moment later, it was the gray streak that restrained the azure light. For a short while it was unknown which was stronger. As for the iron shield, after it reverted to its original palm size and fell into Han Li's hand, it was returned to his storage pouch. At this moment, all of his magic power was being used to carry the treasure talisman's attack. He had no leftover magic power to offer the shield. The current treasure talisman's gray streak transformation was incomparable to the time he used it to kill the yellow-clothed men. One could actually make out the sword within the light, and its power was greater by at least 4 times. It should be known that in the hands of Monk Golden Light, the treasure talisman could only transform into a gray streak that was 1 foot long. In the hands of Han Li when he was practicing the telekinesis technique, the treasure talisman could turn into a light streak several feet long. But when Han Li used it to kill the yellow-clothed men, the treasure talisman's light streak had been about 3 meters long. As of now, Han Li's magic power had already reached the 11th layer. Not only did its length greatly increase, becoming about 10 meters long, its shape also faintly resembled a huge sword as well. Its brilliance dazzled the eye, and the radiant streak moved as it pleased with an astonishing grandeur, causing people to look on with surprise. Were it not in this enhanced state, this treasure talisman might not have necessarily been able to withstand the Azure Flood Dragon banner's transformation. From this, it could be seen that a treasure talisman's might not only depended on the might of the magic treasure sealed within but also the amount of magic power refined by its user. The deeper the user's magic power, the more thoroughly the talisman treasure's might may be displayed. He truly did not know what shape the talisman treasure would take if he used it after he entered Foundation establishment. As Han Li controlled the gray streak to tangle with the azure flood dragon in battle, however, he did not know why, but he was unexpectedly distracted by a sudden thought. Chapter 169, Fierce Battle 3. Han Li's and Senior Marshal Brother Lu's magic power was steadily being absorbed into the Sword Talisman and the Azure Flood Dragon banner. Both their bodies and minds were focused on their struggle. They didn't dare to be careless or negligent in the slightest. Neither of them held any effort or magic power in reserve to prevent the other from overwhelming them. They both clearly understood that the slightest carelessness on either side would cause them to immediately lose their life along with the treasure. There was no longer a path for retreat. Thus, the struggle between the Azure Flood Dragon and the huge sword unexpectedly developed into a battle of attrition to see whose magic power would be exhausted first. When the two realized that the quantity of their remaining magic power was the crucial point of the battle, they both took action to increase their own spiritual power. They took out spirit stones and held them in their hand to absorb their magic power. However, Senior Marshal Brother Lu had a low-grade wind attribute spirit stone, while Han Li had a mid-grade earth attribute spirit stone. This discovery caused Senior Marshal Brother Lu's complexion to become unsightly, and he became exceptionally frightened and alarmed. A Qi condensation disciple unexpectedly possessed a mid-grade spirit stone that only sect cultivators at Foundation establishment or higher could obtain. This greatly surprised him, as it was widely known that mid-grade spirit stones replenished spiritual power far faster than low-grade spirit stones. In terms of replenishing spiritual power, he was at a great disadvantage. Regardless, Senior Marshal Brother thought better of it. His magic power was already much deeper than his opponent's. Even if his opponent replenished his magic power faster than he did, he wouldn't be able to persist for long. After all, the little bit of magic power that was replenished would be consumed at the same rate as it was used. It was truly insignificant. With this thought, Senior Marshal Brother Lu calmed down and concentrated. But when Senior Marshal Brother Lu saw Han Li's next action, Senior Marshal Brother Lu's expression changed once more to an appearance of disbelief and amazement. Han Li voluntarily removed his blue protective barrier in front of Senior Marshal Brother Lu and openly revealed his true body. Although Senior Marshal Brother Lu was outstandingly intelligent, his opponent's actions caused his mind to be in a state of confusion. He did not know what Han Li was thinking. Could it be that Han Li was no longer worried that his wind blades could take his life? Senior Marshal Brother Lu's thoughts surged several times throughout his mind but did not hesitate for long. He decisively extended his left hand toward the sky and formed a faint azure wind blade. However, Han Li did not wait for Senior Marshal Brother Lu to finish condensing his wind blade and flung his arm toward the opponent. The huge sword rigidly tangled with the Azure Flood Dragon suddenly resonated with great radiance. Han Li actually took advantage of his preoccupation with the wind blade to suddenly shake off the Azure Flood Dragon and shot straight toward Senior Marshal Brother Lu. In this short moment, Senior Marshal Brother Lu was startled and frightened by no small amount. If he persisted in forming the wind blade and attempted to launch it, he may be able to take Han Li's life. But equivalently, the giant sword would execute him, and he was also certain to lose his life, ending both sides in mutual destruction. Although the wind wall had yet to dissipate, this huge sword was able to contend with the Azure Flood Dragon banner's transformation. That hurricane would certainly be easily destroyed by the huge sword and would be unable to obstruct it for even a fraction of a second. This Senior Marshal Brother Lu was unable to accept this outcome. He still had vast prospects and a beautiful future. He was simply unwilling to meet his end in the wilderness against this unknown person. With this in mind, he thought no further. He gave up on the wind blade and wildly channeled all of his magic power toward the Azure Flood Dragon and summoned it toward him. That Azure Flood Dragon banner was truly an amazing wind attribute magic tool. With the entirety of Senior Marshal Brother Lu's strength, it met Han Li's huge sword halfway and once again entered a struggle. Seeing this, Senior Marshal Brother Lu let out a sigh of relief, his body covered in cold sweat. Thus, in the following period of time, Senior Marshal Brother Lu attempted to cast magic techniques several more times, wanting to attack Han Li. However, Han Li used the same technique every time, forcing him to withdraw. Although Han Li hadn't the least bit of protection, he was unable to act against him. Senior Marshal Brother Lu was incomparably sullen and was forced to rely on his deeper magic power, thereby continuing to deplete it. At this moment, Han Li took out various small herbs and such from his storage pouch and stuffed them into his mouth. As he chewed the large mouthfuls, Senior Marshal Brother Lu was dumbstruck. He didn't know what other sinister plot his opponent was planning. He could not guess what his opponent was planning and was baffled, causing Senior Marshal Brother Lu to feel bleak. He had a bad premonition. However, he cherished his life far too much. Although he was far more shrewd than normal people, he had been at his wits' end for a while. As more time passed by, Senior Marshal Brother Lu's heart gradually grew heavier. At last, the Azure Dragon's light began to dim, but the huge gray streak was as dazzling as before. Senior Marshal Brother Lu could not help but be frightened. He shouted out hoarsely, "Impossible! My magic power far exceeds yours. Even if you've been replenished by a mid-grade spirit stone, it is impossible for you to currently have energy remaining. You should have exhausted your magic power before I did." Soon, the Azure Flood Dragon was on the verge of collapse. Senior Marshal Brother Lu yelled out. His shout was like the last bark of a wild dog that fell into a well full of objection. When Han Li saw his plan completely realized, he could not help but smile. After he heard the opponent's words, his mouth slightly slanted, causing his smile to become a sneer. He didn't have the leisure to explain all of this to a dead man, as killing him was the most urgent affair. He was also almost entirely out of magic power, so how could he afford to waste that effort on the enemy? With that thought, Han Li paid no attention to the opponent's question. He pointed at the huge sword, causing its radiance to become even more magnificent. It gradually whittled away at the Azure Flood Dragon until it was only about 3 meters long. Its azure light was so dim that it could nearly no longer be seen. When Senior Marshal Brother saw this, he became completely desperate. Thus, the desire to stake it all rose in his heart, and his eyes gradually shone with madness. Without speaking, he gradually retrieved the little magic power remaining in the Azure Flood Dragon banner, causing it to return to its original form in an instant and fall from the sky. Then, without regard for the huge sword rushing forth to execute him, he used his remaining magic power to condense a huge wind blade and ruthlessly throw it toward Han Li without the slightest hesitation. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. While the opponent rushed to throw the wind blade, he directed the huge sword to behead the opponent. Then, without staying to look at the aftermath, Han Li fled, already rushing out about 10 meters away. After previously receiving the wind blades, Han Li knew of their frightening speed. If he didn't immediately use shifting smoke steps to avoid it, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He would have been caught unprepared and be cut into two, dying with grievances and unable to rest in peace. The wind blade was truly extraordinarily fast. It already reached the location where Han Li had just fled from. However, it unexpectedly followed the direction Han Li was fleeing in and fiercely shot out once more. Han Li did not think any further and used shifting smoke steps to its greatest extent. In a small area, he continuously shifted left and right, transforming into several afterimages, causing the wind blade that was closely chasing him to be unable to catch up. Han Li clearly understood that if he fled in a straight line, he would certainly be cut down by the wind blade. By using fine and delicate movements, he would be able to defend himself without worry. This was the reason why he dared to abandon his defensive magic technique. Puchi. The wind blade suddenly lost control and disappeared into the earth, leaving a deep groove. Han Li let out a long breath. At this moment, he calmed his panicked heart. Using a movement technique from the mortal world to evade a cultivator's attack was truly a frightening affair. Han Li sat on the ground and then looked across from him. He saw that the wind wall had already disappeared and that Senior Marshal Lu, who had been hiding behind it, was cut into 2 pieces. The 2-pieced corpse laid there motionlessly. Next to it was a huge sword with a dimming radiance. Chapter 170 Spoils of the Battle. Chapter 170 Spoils of the Battle. Han Li raised his hand and beckoned to the sky. That huge sword immediately turned its point and flew back. When it was in front of Han Li, it returned to its original talisman form and fell toward his hand like a light feather. Just as Han Li reached out his hand to the treasure talisman Zila, it turned to flames. A short moment later, it turned into a pile of ash and disappeared with the mountain wind. Seeing this, Han Li stood there expressionless. A moment later, he bitterly smiled. This treasure talisman could be considered utter scrap. Even at the start of the fight, it no longer had much power remaining. Too much time had passed in the close struggle, eventually consuming all of its power. This caused Han Li, who deeply knew of its value, to feel great heartache, but he could do nothing about it. After all, Being able to kill a formidable enemy such as Senior Marshal Brother Lu did not come without cost. Regardless, the opponent's Azure Flood Dragon banner was actually quite an impressive loot. It was sufficient enough to make up for the loss of this treasure talisman. Not to mention the 2 Foundation establishment pills he had yet to plunder. With this thought, Hanli could not help but burst with joy, feeling that this fierce battle had actually been worth something. If he could take these pills and succeed in reaching Foundation establishment, he wouldn't need to participate in braving the strange and dangerous trial of blood and fire. After all, the number of cultivations as strong as Senior Marshal Brother Lu was sure to be substantial. He feared there would be even quite a few cultivators who were even more troublesome. A moment later, Hanli was absorbing a spirit stone in his hand. After he recovered his magic power to some degree, he stood up, wanting to pick up the Azure Flood Dragon banner not far away from him. Just as Hanli straightened his back, an acute stab of pain came from his dantian, making it feel as if countless steel needles were suddenly stabbing into it. Hanli doubled over from the pain. His complexion was incomparably pale as he grimaced in pain. Hanli was motionless. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he took a deep breath and felt the pain slightly weaken. Hanli's expression was somewhat gloomy, the corner of his mouth twitched several times. As for why this was happening, he was well aware. The reason was the great amount of aged medicine herbs he had swallowed a moment ago. Although he was able to promptly absorb some of the herb's spiritual power, much of it gathered at his dantian as foreign rejection. Mixed among this were many unclear medical impurities. If he didn't purify them in time, they were certain to cause no end of trouble. Although Hanli fully knew that swallowing the spiritual herbs was undesirable and certain to harm himself, he had done so to preserve his life. He had no better option but to take the risk and try. Sure enough, this method of forcefully absorbing spiritual qi had been of great help during the prolonged battle. However, just devouring medicine herbs was not enough to allow Hanli to persevere to the end. Apart from replenishing his spiritual power with the mid-grade spiritual stone to defeat the opponent, there was another crucial point contributing to his victory: the cancellation of his defensive magic technique, the water barrier technique. In the previous 2 years that he spent studying and practicing basic magic techniques, Hanli unexpectedly learned from Wu Feng that a majority of the low-level disciples had a misunderstanding over the use of talismans. They believed that apart from the spiritual power they used to activate the talisman, talismans did not further consume any of the user's power. In reality, the moment the talisman was activated, it continued to use a sliver of magic power from its connection to its user, allowing the user to conveniently control the magic technique. If the magic technique did not disappear, the user would continue to be drained of magic power to preserve the spiritual connection. Because Qi condensation disciples were unable to see or interact with these sorts of spiritual threats, in addition to the minuscule amount of magic power used in the short term, a majority of the disciples overlooked this, resulting in false understandings. Although there were several disciples who knew the truth, they felt that this matter was insignificant. As a result, this information was not actively spread among low-level disciples. Wu Feng was one of those few who knew. When he told Hanli this during a casual chat, Hanli deliberately kept it in mind. After several personal tests later, he verified it to be true. As a result, in the middle of that fierce battle of attrition, Hanli remembered this and decisively revoked his defensive magic technique, saving quite a bit of magic power. Although it seemed to be a negligent amount at first, the magic power it would consume was not insignificant after a long period of time. Like that, Hanli relied on this bit of preserved magic power to persevere a bit longer against the opponent. Had he not relied on those 2 advantages, he might have not been the one who lasted longer. Thus, Hanli undoubtedly felt that this victory had been exceedingly dangerous to have exhausted all of his means simply to save his life. The opponent's strength was truly greater than his own. However, regardless of how the story was told, the one left alive was him. After Hanli felt this pain slightly lessen, he forced himself to stand and started to slowly move, eventually reaching where the Azure Flood Dragon banner had fallen down. He forced himself to pick up the magic tool and delightfully examined it before finally putting it away in his storage pouch. Then he walked over to Senior Marshal Brother Lu's corpse. After he looked at the extremely bloody scene with slight disgust, he waddled around to look for loot. His storage pouch was easily found on the upper half of the corpse. Hanli impolitely took out the items from the storage pouch and emptied them all out. Soon enough, he saw the case and bottle containing the Foundation establishment pills. Feeling elated, he could not help but look at these items. He hastily lowered his body to pick up the case and bottle. Then he opened them, finding a lustrous blue medicine pill in each container. Although the scent was somewhat pungent, the pills contained formidable spiritual power. Hanli wore a strong smile on his face. He was immediately certain that the Foundation establishment pills were genuine. Even so, he currently had no mind to look through the other goods. After all, this place was where a battle had just occurred. He did not stay there for long and hurried to slip away. Hanli swiftly put away the items and carefully concealed Senior Marshal Brother Lu's storage pouch. He felt a bit of relief and could not help but straighten out and stretch his body. At this moment, he heard the sound of wind behind him as if something was charging over. Hanli was startled and immediately thought to escape, but he suddenly felt a violent burst of pain from his dantian, causing his body to suddenly become sluggish. Then a fragrant, smooth woman's body energetically embraced him from behind. Hanli was stunned and struggled to get free. However, because of the stabbing pain from his dantian and the fact that his limbs were lacking strength from having just fought, he could not free himself. Under these circumstances, although Hanli already faintly guessed the identity of the person behind him, he could not help but glance behind him. But just as he turned his head halfway, a beautiful and gentle face was already intimately pressed up against him and was incessantly using her sweet lips to madly kiss Hanli. As expected, it was Junior Marshal Sister Chin, who originally could not move a single step. It turned out that this Junior Marshal Sister Chin previously couldn't move because of the wind-binding technique. However, Hanli and Senior Marshal Brother Lu's battle didn't reach her location, so she was able to entirely avoid the battle while lying down. After the fight, she actually hadn't the slightest injury. Before the battle started, the effects of the joyful meeting pill had already flared out, causing Junior Marshal Sister Chin to be delirious with a burning passion. Her eyes were filled with delusion, completely wanting to join together with another person. However, she was bound by a magic technique and was unable to budge in the slightest, still appearing quite innocent. But deep in her heart, she was tormented by greater and greater lustful desires. A moment ago, the wind-binding technique's effects expired and Junior Marshal Sister Chin, who had just obtained her freedom, was brimming with the excitement of lust. Thus she instantly charged toward the sole male nearby, Hanli, and tensely embraced him. From above, this appeared to be an extremely romantic scene. However, Hanli was a genuine virgin. After the frenzy of kisses from Junior Marshal Sister Chin, Hanli felt his mind shake as a peculiar feeling surged forth. Since Hanli had never flaunted himself as a gentleman of honor, Hanli did not feel it beneath him to experience having this woman in his lap. As a result, the passionate Hanli with no trace of politeness reached out from behind him and embraced Junior Marshal Sister Chin. Feeling Hanli's response, Junior Marshal Sister Chin felt even more unbearable. Although she never experienced the affair between males and females, her natural carnal instincts still caused her to begin to tear away at Hanli's clothes. Junior Marshal Sister Chen's actions caused the infatuated Hanli to sober up. He didn't dare to tangle with fire once more and hastily felt for a soul lock talisman with his right hand. Then, with some difficulty, he aroused the few strands of magic power he had just recovered and used the soul lock technique to restrain Junior Marshal Sister Chen. Afterwards, he softly struggled to free himself of Junior Marshal Sister Chen's alluring bosom and gently placed the woman on the ground. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.